Everybody, we are live at Collectco for tonight's live Facebook record sale, YouTube sale, and everywhere else you may be watching. Welcome. Let me ask Tanner if he pulled. All right. Craig and Mike, the first couple of commentors. No surprise there. Welcome, everybody. John's brought me some stuff, it looks like. We like stuff. Let me put the stuff right there. There is a basketball goal installed. These CDs have been sitting to my desk for a while, so I figured there's no better time to sell them than the present. Thank you, Laura. I actually took some Beatles 45s off your desk the other night, too. I was trying to get all those together. And Laura, if you can hear me, I'm about to fill out a price sheet for you, as long as Ed's got it printed out. If not, then we're in trouble. Let me see if I can find that. Is this it? Nope, that's not it. Shoot. Okay, well, I'll tell you what then. We'll get my computer back here. We'll take care of that right quick then. All right. Okay. Help. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Let me see if this went and printed. I hear something printing. All right. Thanks everybody for joining us. Let's all have a discussion while I'm getting some stuff knocked out here to get the show rolling. We need to see where everybody's watching from. We need to see where everybody, what else? Where everybody's watching from, where everybody's, let's see, a music related question. Everybody's, I think the other night I asked first concert. We need a warm-up discussion question. How about everybody's most, I don't know, favorite record, most recent record? Something. Well, I get these few prices knocked out for Laura. These few prices here knocked out for Laura. And Jerry, your train record is in. I'm knocking some stuff out right quick. And let me knock this stuff out. Good price on that. Yep, we already know how much those are. Ooh, excuse me. I don't know what that is, but there it is. I'm assuming Laura is on, so I'm going to go ahead and price. I'm going to text Laura too. She's on, right? I'm going to say price sheet up here for you. I know she's in the building, but I'm going to cover all bases because I've got 2 crates of new vinyl that needs to be marked sooner than later, please. 2 crates of new vinyl needs to be marked sooner than later. Laura, take care of that. All right. John's turned on some funk. There's Laura. Laura always comes through in clutch moments. Those 2 right there, yeah. She's like she's the Michael Jordan of record pricing, okay? If we need her to come in at the right time, it's going to happen. All right, let's get everything shared now. So welcome everybody to Collectco. Well, you're about to see about 8 hours of nonstop vinyl all night long. I've got let's see here. Let's go here to the feed. I hear Curtis Mayfield. Okay. Yeah, he must be test playing a Curtis Mayfield. Sounds pretty good. Of course, VG minus records, they always sound good if you're like far away from the speakers. It's weird. I've put on some like beat up records really loud up front and be working in the back, and then the back they sound great. All right, so let's hit copy link, everybody. I'm officially getting them shared right now. Whole lot of records. I shared over to our other group, Nashville Vinyl Collectors, which is just really like a community page. And so far, they've told me not to stop sharing it in there. So I've been sharing it for like 5 years. I think the admin comes to our dollar sales quite often. So he's okay with it because we sell him lots of dollar records. So far, he's okay with it. And I'm sharing the link right now on Facebook. I text Catherine, Fred's daughter earlier, Fred Goodwin. Hope everybody saw the memorial post. I'm going to share for those that's on maybe YouTube that don't have a Facebook. I think you can send a digital condolence through the funeral home's website. I know some people asked yesterday, Jetstream and somebody else. So I've got kind of a digital condolence card on Facebook if anybody wants to leave a note. Catherine has viewed it just about an hour ago, and she's texted me back, and she's going to share that with family at visitations and stuff for Fred Goodwin's collection. So he is resting in peace, and his family is well aware of how much we appreciated his love of music here at Collectco. So I don't know. Can you share a link in the YouTube chat? If so, I'll share one to the funeral home. I'll make sure a couple people that asked last night was on there. But thanks everybody for sharing your location. I think what we might do is share it again later. Here's John. First time seeing him. I hadn't been here long. My food was delivered at 5:15. And as y'all know, I left here last night early to sleep, and that's pretty much all I've been doing. I had to wake up for about 5 hours today, take care of like stupid stuff like my ADT system and my HVAC unit and I live in a relatively new house, and it's got bad wiring or something. So talk on the phone with electrician, talk on the phone with ADT, talk on the phone with HVAC. Next thing I know, it's like 1 o'clock and I'd only slept again for 4 hours. So I slept for maybe 3 more hours and I woke up at 4:25 and I was like, oh my gosh, it's 4:25. I go live in 35 minutes. So that's how my days end up sometimes, because I have to wake up sometimes right in the middle of sleeping to get things done and then try to go back to sleep. And that's not good. I don't know if y'all have ever tried that before. So, but I feel pretty good. I think we're going to have hopefully a full-length show tonight. I've had some people say they're ready for me to bring back the 45s from last night. They went one day without some 45s, and I was like, don't worry, we're not going to stop selling them. So I've been told, I think Ed told me, he said, I think they want to see nothing but about 8 hours of records. And I was like, all right, we can do that. We can take care of that. So I'm almost done sharing links, and I'm going to tag followers in the chat right quick, and then we're good to go. We're going to start with these warm-up bins, and welcome everybody. Done enough hearing about my personal life. I'm sure everybody has their own problems, right? A lot more important things going on than me sleeping. That's the least of our worries, probably. Who cares about Chad sleeping? Just show up and sell records, dude. What are you doing? All right, I'm almost done sharing links. Let me figure out how. Let me text him back right quick. Okay. All right. Now, so right here on the table are the 3 crates from yesterday, what I call the flip crates that were posted. We're going to start. There's only a few things to pull, and then I'm going to go ahead and get right into discounts and 45s and stuff of that nature, okay? So let me take these over here, and I've got a long night ahead of me. I'm very excited. I got to get back into my project right in here tonight. So, and then I'm probably going to be here all night. I told Tanner, I said, I'll see you in the morning when you get here, literally, probably about 5, 6 a.m. So, all right, let's move these cassettes. These are the unsold ones from yesterday. I'm going to get them all together, and the lot didn't sell earlier unless Michael Rudolph gets back on and he buys them. Usually I don't have any leftover cassettes because somebody buys them in the lot, but no one pulled the trigger last night on the lot. I was kind of disappointed. So the last resort for them is putting prices on them and putting them out in the store, and then 6 months from now showing them again. But that's a lot of pretty good cassettes at $4 a piece. And here we go. I'll get all that organized later. All right, now I've got Seth has actually tagged some auctions too. So Seth tries to work on as much miscellaneous stuff. When they get done here keying in stuff and organizing and whatever they do, he does work on it. I've got like 2 full crates of Seth auctions. Laura's got all the premium advertised stuff, and then I've got a bazillion 45s. We might actually do 3 LPs at a time tonight and a 45. I'll see how that goes. That could get a little hectic, but if it works out, it'll work out. If it doesn't work out, you can always punt. And for those that don't watch football, sometimes punting is a lot better than going for it. Well, it depends on what scenario in the game. I've always been like a 4th and long, go for it kind of guy. But I've also seen a few disappointments. Yeah, Laura's trying to walk through the maze. That's okay. All right. That's why I got to clean the place up. There is Japanese stuff tonight, too. Yep. There is Japanese stuff tonight. So speaking of auctions, let me get those a little bit closer. Oh, and there's some pretty good CDs that was brought up here, too. Punkorama Volume 2. And Muse. I see some pretty good CDs there. So let me grab... Is this the stuff? George Strait, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty good auctions, actually. And then there's another half crate over there. So let me condense these and get them a little bit closer to me. And there's a whole crate of Japanese. So we got enough auctions to keep us busy. Oh, my gosh. I mean, this is like 3-4 nights of auctions. Which actually, is there a day? Are you not here tomorrow? Okay, okay. Will you have auctions ready before you, or pulled before you leave? Okay. All right, so that's good to know. If not, I'll hold on to some of these too. Because we got plenty. All right. Here we go. Yeah, there's 2 crates of new vinyl tonight. That's what Laura's working on right now. So let's see what's in these auction crates. There's 2 crates of new vinyl. We're about to show the new vinyl from last night again too. And we were missing, let me put this right here. Okay. All right, nice. Let's get started with Miles Davis. Miles Davis is a 1987 U.S. This is a 1987 U.S. reissue, remastered, with the insert, super clean. This is going to go up for a $20 start. And this is Miles Davis plus 19. Miles ahead. Miles ahead. This is going to go up for a $20 start. The vinyl is exceptionally nice. And I realize my camera is not exactly where it's supposed to be, is it? Nope, let's fix that right quick. Let's do it right there on that. The RL... Oh my gosh, where is that? Let's see. I hope this is it right here. This is it. This is it. It is a VG copy, and I need to let everybody know. Let me actually share that right now. That's a great point. I'm glad you mentioned that. We're going to sell it tonight at 8 o'clock Central Time. It's a VG minus copy. And let's go ahead and find that right now. So, boom, boom, boom. Is this Monarch too? And it's a Monarch. All right, I got that word out. All right, and then the last thing is this flip video. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? That's one of my most important questions of the night for you. Have you hit the like button on Facebook? If not, Chad is already immediately disappointed with you. And this is going to be Tuesday Night's Live. Click. All right, so probably most of you have seen this crate, which the only thing that has sold in here, see, Grateful Dead, Monk, Jocko, Hum, Government Mule, Gary Mulligan, Hot Jam, Rammstein, Dragon Force. That's the only thing that's sold out of here, Rammstein and Dragon Force. So one more quick read through here. We got Highwayman, Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson. Think y'all seen that last night. Yep, this was the crate from last night. So $38.99 on the Highwayman. That's a new sealed music on vinyl pressing. Let's go ahead and introduce the first two hardcore singles of the night. And this is Brother's Keeper by the Grace of God. This is going to go up for a $5 start. There's Brother's Keeper, and we also have this one here, which is Pig Heart. Looks like it says Pig Heart, but I'm not real for sure. That's going to go up for Pig Heart Transplant. It does. Pig Heart Transplant. What an interesting title. All right. If you miss Miles Davis, he's a $20 start. Dragon Force is sold to Matt Shocker. I've got one extra copy, two extra copies. That's called Reaching Into Infinity, a double LP, $38.99. Dragon Force, I've got two left. If you've missed the Pink Floyd announcement, there's my remaining stock of Pink Floyd at Pompeii. Pink Floyd at Pompeii, we got 2, we got 4, we got 6, and I got 8 copies of Pink Floyd at Pompeii left. The newest reissue by Godsmack, Oracle, that's $33.99. And then we did sell Rise Rise as well. That was my last Rammstein record. That's also sold to Matt Shocker. Thank you, Matt Shocker. That's sold to you. And Nirvana in Utero. Nirvana is $36.99. Nirvana in Utero, $36.99, okay? Now, let's go ahead and introduce another auction right quick. Probably sell the Led Zeppelin, like I said, around 8 o'clock. Kind of a random one I pulled out. I haven't had a lot of time to promote it, but it might be a good one to finally slip it underneath the radar for someone. If not, then Chad's about to sneeze. It went away. Then it came back. All righty. So here's our first other auction of the night, a 1982 U.S. Terre Haute original of Janis Joplin. This is a compilation of live Janis Joplin performances. It's called Farewell Song. VG Plus, that's going to go up for a $15 start. Pink Floyd is $46.99. Double LP, first time ever on vinyl. $46.99 there on Pink Floyd. And we got 2 crates of new vinyl. Excellent. With lots of other crates around me. John just delivered 5. So we got a lot of stuff to do tonight. I'm ready. Hope y'all are ready. And this is our newest vinyl that's been shown about a dozen times now. Nirvana, Godsmack, Pink Floyd, Dragon Force, and Highwaymen. If nobody wants anything out of there, I'm going to go ahead and actually this crate right next to me, swap those out with this other crate. But if you do decide you want a Pink Floyd, just let me know. And there is a bid on the Miles Davis for 20 with Troy Robinson. That is a 1987. That is a 1987 U.S. reissue on that. All right, first thing I got is a Logitech mouse. That's not for sale. I wouldn't be able to turn off the feed tonight. Well, I guess I could, but we'd have to figure out a different way. And let's run through some of these right quick, okay? And here's some other stuff I'm looking for. We've sold Greta Van Fleet and Hot Water, Vowels, God is an Astronaut, Hot Jam, Gary Mulligan, Night Lights and Sunny Red, Government Mule, Hum, Grateful Dead, Monk and Jocko Pastorius. Melanie Jennings does want that last copy of Nirvana in Utero. I went ahead and ordered more of those. Nirvana in Utero is a weird record. There's about 3 different versions in print. This is the cheapest and most affordable. The next version goes up by almost $20 for a double LP, so I usually just keep that one in stock. Most people's happy with that one, but if anybody does want that other version, I still can get it. We got Frank Gibbs, sold separately. That's sealed for $24.99. Jocko Pastorius and Rashid Ali, Blackbird, limited edition 1000 on yellow vinyl. This is sold to R.J. Myers. That is Jocko Pastorius, and we still got 1 left. Those are just $24.99. And then Thelonious Monk. This is also sold to R.J. Myers. Genius of Modern Music. Thank you again, R.J. That's sealed $19.99. That's sold to R.J. Myers. And we have 2 of those still left. So 1 Jocko, 2 Monks. We sold one of these late last night, one of the last sales, Idol's Crawler. And I still got 2 left for $19.99. Let's go ahead and end some auctions. I'm ready for all new stuff already. So Pig Heart Transplants, a $5 buy it now. Brothers Keepers, a $5 buy it now. And we have Janis Joplin. And Janis Joplin is going to be a $15 buy it now. It's a VG Plus copy. And if there was no other bids on Miles Davis, I'm going to sell that to Troy Robinson for $20. Let's sell that to Troy Robinson for $20. I'm thinking about selling some of these hardcore singles in lots of 3 and lots of 3 for $10 starts. I don't know if that might move some of them faster. You know, however, every once in a while I'll grab one and it ends up being a $100 one. So I don't know, maybe a way to expedite it, because I did do some math, and if we sell these one at a time, we'll probably be working on them sometime around like Thanksgiving still. And that's if we live stream 6 days a week, 8 hours a night. So I might start bundling some of them together if that's okay. Godsmack, so to Michael Peevler and Mike Bartlett, that is. Mike Bartlett gets Jance Joplin for 15. So the auction block just got cleared. The only thing left are the 45s. I've got 3 copies of Houndsmouth, Little Neon Limelight. That's sealed for $19.99. And Gotham Instrumentals. Gotham is sealed. That's instrumental hip-hop tracks. That's $19.99. And Herbie Nichols Trio. I don't think this one got claimed. A lot of the Blue Note Tone Poets did. I mean, because they're at a great price, $29.99, new sealed. And I think Herbie Nichols is still available. It is more Blue Note Tone Poet there. That's a remaster from Kevin Gray. And then Lonnie Smith Turning Point. Lonnie Smith is still available. That's sealed for $24.99. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on Monday night. I ask that you hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube. Let's go ahead and get some more auctions up. How about we go ahead and put up a copy of, let's see who's paying attention. We'll put up AC/DC Powerage. And this is a 1978 USOG specialty press. Got some hard rock tonight. And this is a 78 USOG. And this is a specialty press. An Atlantic inner sleeve is included. EX or better. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Tuesday night. Thank you, Craig. Any magazines or signed stuff? Tonight is mostly records. We've got about 8 hours of nothing but vinyl tonight. Just mostly records tonight. AC/DC Powerage is a $35 start. I meant to say Tuesday night. Sorry, you are watching the right stream. This is Tuesday night. And I do have quite a bit of surprise auctions tonight. AC/DC Powerage is a $35 start. That is an EX copy. It is a specialty press, a US original, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Tuesday night. Thank you. Do you have an online store? Steve Weaver, this is our online store. So we basically sell everything live right here through Facebook and YouTube. And all of the best and latest and greatest stuff is sold right here every night. We show it, it all sells, and then we do it again the next day. So if you can tune in tonight, that'd be great. You're going to be seeing probably thousands of records, and nobody else has seen any of these before. They're all being shown for the first time. Next auction is Dr. John. Dr. John is a 1974 US PRC Richmond original, another OG record. It's in VG condition, and Dr. John's going to be a $20 start. Dr. John's going to be a $20 start. Also, we have Sunny Red, Out of the Blue. This is sold to Greg Layton. Let's see here. Who do we? Grog. Well, let's sell that to Grog over on YouTube. Grog, thank you. That's sold to Grog over on YouTube. Thank you. Sunny Red is sold to you. And then we have Wax Bodega. Wax Bodega. This is Why Would I Watch? That's sealed for $29.99. Wax Bodega. Still got a couple of those. And we still got Glass Animals. And I'm pretty sure Glass Animals, we sold a couple last night, and now there's several still left. Those are $19.99. And Blue Mitchell Quintet, Down With It. Blue Mitchell Quintet, Down With It. This is unopened for $29.99. So AC/DC is an OG, nice copy, $35 start. Dr. John's a $20 start. That's a couple 2 auctions. And we have Ice Age, Plowing into the Field of Love. Ice Age is $24.99. I've got one government mule left, and that one was sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead, on that. The band is Wax Bodega, is actually Hot Mulligan. Hot Mulligan. Thank you, Laura. I've been trying to figure out, there's a lot of stuff going on in here. Hot Mulligan. Thank you. Hot Mulligan, Why Would I Watch? Appreciate that. And then Hum. This last copy of Hum was sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott. Hum was sold to you. Just started following a few days ago. Thank you. So I'm assuming you found our Facebook ad. Anybody else here new because of the Facebook ad? If so, I greatly appreciate it. And thank you for tuning in. So far as an online store, I've never had one. We've kind of grew this business letting people know if they want to see something that's great and new here at Collectco, they got to tune in to the nightly sales. However, in the last probably year, I've amassed such an incredible inventory of miscellaneous items. The probably most recent thing I'm going to do in the near future for our website is upload some of our high-end records that don't sell, which is very, very little. It's more like unusual, like new stuff that's out of print that we end up having to put on Discogs. Most likely, if we have a website, it's going to be for posters, autographs, and merchandise. So we're working. I started on it last night. We're going to, actually today, last night, whichever. Days are different than y'all's. Have like where you can go to our website and buy merch. Then try to sell it live here so it don't slow down the records. All right, Hot Mulligan. How much was Hot Mulligan? Hot Mulligan was sealed for $29.99. It is purple and white Galaxy, sealed for $29.99. All right, so I'm going to try bundling 3 of these hardcore singles together and see how this does. We got Organized Sports. Also, this one is American Culture, Small Talk, Actual Alien, Emotional Response, and Vanity. And let's sell all 3 of those together for a $10 start. All 3 of those for a $10 start, okay? And thanks everybody for sharing and telling your friends. I have been seeing a lot of names because it confuses me sometimes. I think somebody's buying a record. I've seen a lot of people tagging people in the comments the last week since we've been running this ad. And I'm like, who is James Barge? And I'm like, oh, they're tagging somebody in the comments, which is perfectly okay. Please tag away. Tag everybody in your family. Tag everybody that you know on Earth. And I would greatly appreciate it. But yeah, I've seen names tagged. So, Jim, those are all sticker price right now. Second read through. This is actually the kind of recap from the flip video. Second read through. At some point, I will take some offers on these. Yes. And I know you'll be there, okay? I'll know you'll be there. Natasha said she does want Hot Mulligan. Thank you for telling me who the artist actually was, Laura, or I probably never would have sold that. And Raphael's a brand new customer. He just got his order today. So anybody also out there new, I promise you can buy from us with confidence. We're not here to scam anybody. Orders are guaranteed. If you don't like something happens. We'll get it all figured out, okay? Ben Doggart wants a pack of outer sleeves. Okay, and I can't believe this, but guess what? These are no bid buy it nows. AC/DC's a $35 buy it now. It's a 1978 specialty OG EX copy with the Atlantic inner sleeve. You can pick up AC/DC for the minimum bid of $35. You can pick up Dr. John, the 1974 PRC Richmond original, for the minimum bid of $20. Some minimum bid buy it nows there, Dr. John, and those 3 singles are a $10 start. Let's go ahead and introduce some other stuff here. I actually have a spin clean. I have a couple spin cleans here that we've got in collections. Part of my cleaning up of this back room in the last 3 days, I have found like 3 spin cleans and I think an ultrasonic cleaner, like an older one, but I'm sure it still works fine. And I'm going to try to sell some of that stuff off this week. And then I'm going to look in to see if we can get others. So I don't have 10-inch outer sleeves, no, but I can look into that. Here's our next auction. This is Mick Fleetwood and Friends. Celebrate the music of Peter Green and the early years of Fleetwood Mac. This is a Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 3,000 on green vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. These 345s are a $10 buy it now, and Dr. John did get sold. Let me go ahead and grab Dr. John here. Dr. John did get sold to Christopher S. for $20. So AC/DC still available for $35. That's probably the most unusual thing I've ever seen in my life. However, let's go ahead and finish clearing out this bin. I've got 2 copies of Greta Van Fleet Starcatcher left because one of these have already sold. Greta Van Fleet is sold to Ben Doggart. Thank you, Ben Doggart. That's sold to you. Now there's 2 copies left. We still got Life on Earth, and this is hooray for the riffraff. Life on Earth is sealed on clear vinyl, $19.99. We still got a couple of those. And we have 1 copy here of Joel Ross Presents The Parable of the Poet. That is sealed for $19.99. Mick Fleetwood does have a bin. How much for 12-inch inner sleeves? Those are packs of 50. Packs of 50 are $26.99. Packs of 50 are $26.99 on those. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's the Doors. And the Doors is a 1987 USOG. This is actually a white label promo of the Doors at the Hollywood Bowl, pressed on high-quality audiophile vinyl. The Doors at the Hollywood Bowl. Let's go ahead and put that up for a $25 start. It has a sticker advertised, pressed on high-quality audiophile vinyl, and it is a $25 start. We have Jason Moran. This is sealed for $29.99. Jason Moran, that is sealed for $29.99. And Mulligan, Grog, same person. Grog also wanted, no, that's Gary Mulligan. Okay, never mind. I thought that's Hot Mulligan we sold. Somebody wants Gary Mulligan whenever it comes up. I do know we sold a copy of Grateful Dead to R.J. Myers. Thank you, R.J. Myers. This is Oxo Moxo Oxo, and Grateful Dead is sold to R.J. for $24.99. And we just got a message on Facebook and another message on Facebook. 2 other people asked for a link to our website. Sounds like we're going to have to build a website, John. We get that question every day. People want to go just on our website and just buy stuff directly, which is kind of not what we do here. So it's weird. We just got 2 back-to-back messages. People wanting links to our website. So, but as y'all know, our business model is built around selling live here on Facebook. So, I mean, I bet that's kind of what our business model is. That's why we don't have a website. But yeah, I've been seeing those messages come in. People see that ad and they want to go to a website and see what we have and what we're all about. And I tell everybody, if you want to see what we're all about, you know what you got to do? You got to come here on every night and tune in. Here's our next single, Strung Out. This is going to go up for a $5 start. It's on yellowish, greenish vinyl. Strung Out, that's going to go up for a $5 start. That's called Strung Out, $5 start. But I've told everybody this. I'm telling you, if we just relied on a website and didn't do this every night, we wouldn't be near as successful, okay? It wouldn't even be close. So that's why we don't do that. That's the reason why we wouldn't be near as successful. Larry Drish got a hot jam. Does anybody else want a hot jam? This is $19.99. Strung Out's a $5 start. That's up for bid. The Doors is at $31, and Mick Fleetwood, Fleetwood Mac is at $17, and that's with Samuel Copage. So Patrick Fu, you were outbid on Mick Fleetwood, just FYI, or Peter Green. I guess it's Mick Fleetwood and Friends, either way. Detour Ahead, the music of Billie Holiday, that is sealed on blue vinyl for $19.99. And then we got Pat Metheny, Road to the Sun. I'm having to talk really loud. The birds in here are really chirping right now. They are loud. Thank you, John. We got probably, it sounds like there's 100 birds living in our vents here at the store, and which probably isn't good, but I've never seen one inside of the store, but it's loud. I mean, they are chirping up a storm. This is sealed for $19.99. Pat Metheny, Road to the Sun. God is an Astronaut. Let's go ahead and sell that to John Reed. Thank you, John Reed. I have 1 copy left of God is an Astronaut, if anybody wants that. I've got 3 copies of Hot Water Music by Vowels, and Hot Water Music is officially sold. Hot Water Music is sold to Ben Dygert. I know I'm talking louder and louder, and it's because these birds keep getting louder and louder. You bunch of birds. Quiet down up there. Okay, they kind of got a little quieter. They're pretty good. We've got them well trained. George Sambarez gets Pat Metheny. Thank you, George Sambarez. That's so to you. And we have John Schofield and Pat Metheny. This is a Blue Note Tone Poet. That's unopened for $39.99. Unfortunately, that was my only Pat Metheny, so that one's gone. I've got R&R Now Live. That's a contemporary jazz album sealed for $19.99. And Horace Parlin Quintet. This is with Stanley Turrentine. That is sealed for $24.99. And we have 3 copies here. And this is Conan Gray, Found Heaven, sealed for $19.99. And we have Gary Mulligan. And Gary Mulligan is sold to Grog over on YouTube. Thank you, Grog, on YouTube. And we got everybody's claims out of there pulled, okay? Now, so let's go over here and update what happened. So Strung Out has a high bid of $8 of Robert Warner. Strung Out has a high bid of $8 of Robert Warner. That is going once, going twice to Robert. It is on yellowish, greenish, more like yellowish looking vinyl. Strung Out. And then the Doors, the last bid on the Doors was Rick Hall at $31. Did Ben Dygert go out? Ben Dygert, you are out on this. And then the Peter Green did Patrick Fu. Patrick Fu bid 18, which means Samuel Copage, you've been outbid on that. So everybody's been outbid. Hadn't seen some outs yet, but if you do want to get out, let me know. So the only thing left in here is Conan Gray, Horace Parlin Quintet, R&R Now, John Schofield and Pat Metheny, Hot Water Music Vowels, God is an Astronaut, Southside Johnny, the music of Billie Holiday, Hot Jam, Grateful Dead, also Jason Moran, Joe Ross, Life on Earth, and then those 2 Greta Van Fleet. So those are all available there. and let me go ahead and try to do some condensing here and get everything right here next to me. And I appreciate everybody for tuning in on Tuesday night. I said the wrong night just a second ago, for Tuesday night. So thanks again on that. I'm going to move these right over here in another crate. And we are ready, I think, to get on track for something. How about, what are we doing next? I don't know. We got a couple crates of new vinyl. We usually do those a little bit later. Recalls out, strung outs out. We have some outs. Thank you for letting me know. And let's see what I'm going to do here. I'm going to put this empty crate right here. Let me get this chapstick out of my pocket because I'm going to need it tonight before my lips fall off. That would be bad. I wouldn't be able to talk, or I'd probably sound pretty funny. And now I'm going to take a drink of purple juice. We love purple juice. All right, here we go. Everybody ready? Birds are birds. Birds, we got birds, B-I-R-D-S. I don't think the birds, B-Y-R-D-S, are living in our vents. If so, then, well, a couple of them dead, but that'd be pretty cool if they were. But I would let them out and put on a concert for y'all. To everything, turn, turn, turn. This is sold for $8 to Robert Warner. Thank you, Robert. That's sold to you. All right, and now there is a new bid on Peter Green for 20, and now 21, and it looks like we're done on the doors. That's a final call to Ben Dygert. All right, what's going to be first? I got a plethora. That's your word of the day. If Craig could share the definition, that would be great, Craig. A plethora of records to show you. A plethora. A plethora. That means a lot. I'll go ahead and save Craig some time. And we're going to go ahead and go through some of that right now. Let me figure out which one I want to go through. That is your word of the day. This is a record sale, but it's also an educational experience. It is an educational experience. Let me figure out which crate we want to go through here. There's a crate with the birds in it. We might want to go through that one. Let's try to find a good one. That's all I want to do. I want to find a good one. A good crate. I want to find a good crate. A crate we can go through on sale, discount, something. Let's see what else we got going on over here. Let me step over here and try to find this one. Let's move this box of 45s. Always an important decision. So if it takes like 60 seconds, that's okay. We got to determine what's the next best crate to put up. Could determine. Somebody might make a decision based on this crate if they're going to stay or if they're going to go. So try to keep people staying. How about we go ahead and go through a buy it now best offer crate. Let's go through a buy it now best offer crate as we usually do and try to sell some vintage OG records here. That's what this place is all about. I've got to walk about 20 yards to come over here with the crate, and we've got it. Here we go. Let me catch my breath. We're going to go through this crate, buy it now, best offer. And then we're going to do the new vinyl for tonight. Here we go. First thing we have is the Doors is sold. The Doors is sold. And the Doors is sold to Ben Dygert for $35. White label promo. Thank you, Ben. All right. And then Mick Fleetwood's now at 23. And I feel like the show is about to kick into this extraordinary high gear. Craig calls it turbo mode. Some people call it Chad mode. The next auction we have going up right now is Percy Sledge. Take time to know her. Percy Sledge is a 1968 U.S. Terre Haute original. EX edition, a $25 start. EX Percy Sledge, a $25 start. Mick Fleetwood has sold to Samuel Kopich for $25. That's sold. And now that's a $25 start. The next LP I have going up for auction right now is the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. And this is a 69 US original. It is a best way pressing. It has the inner sleeve. It's in VG condition. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. This is OG, the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. And this, of course, has Gimme Shelter on it. You can't always get what you want. It does have the original inner sleeve, and that is a 69 original VG, a $25 start. Now, Seth graded these, so I bet they're, oh gosh, these are really nice. Seth is probably the most conservative grader on earth. Yeah, this record's really nice. It's more like a VG Plus or better. But I've seen Seth grade records. He's probably the most conservative of record grading I've ever seen. That's such a nice record. Strong VG is what he put on there. $25 start on the Rolling Stones. So, Seth, that's strike one for undergrading that record. All right, first thing we have, wow, great start. Journey, looking to the future, $34.99. That's one we don't get as often. This crate is a buy it now best offer. This has the original inner sleeve. That's an original 1976 album by Journey, pre-Steve Perry. That is $34.99. Great rock music there. $34.99 on Journey. Also, we have 10 Years After, Undead. That looks very clean for a 60s original. 10 Years After has the original Darum inner sleeve, company inner sleeve. $19.99 on TYA. 10 Years After, Bachman Turner Overdrive, $14.99. This is a nice gatefold, very clean. So far, no condition notes on anything in here. BTO's $14.99. Those back two auctions are $25 and $25 starts. $25 and $25 starts. Here's our next two auctions. The first one I have is Men's Interest. I'm not for sure what that is, but that's a $5 start. Men's Interest. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And here, our next single is going to go up for a $5 start, and it's Burden. And Burden is going to go up for a $5 start. At one time, somebody had it marked $25. Looks like it's got some kind of poster insert with it. Let's see. Burden is on orange vinyl. Burden is on orange vinyl, and it has some kind of poster insert. All right, so there's Burden, Year of the Wolf. That's going to go up for a $5 start. So now we're up to 4 auctions. Gary Wellman already goes ahead and grabs the 10 Years After. Christopher Dean goes ahead and grabs the Journey. Those are nice records there, and they're gone. BTO remains. Joe Walsh, you can't argue with a sick mind. That's Joe Walsh live, MCA Records. Everything in here is EX Plus or better. Joe Walsh is $19.99. James Gang has a promo stamp on the back with a WECI radio stamp. And it looks like at one time it was a promotional copy for a radio. Just a normal stock label, but very nice, $19.99. And Santana Borboleta. This is an actual white label promo. So it has timing. It has a timing strip on it, but it also is a white label promo. So Santana is $26.99. Also the Honey Drippers, that is $24.99 on the Honey Drippers. And I want to try to adjust this camera if I can. Give me 1 second. I might go a little bit higher here because my hand keeps bumping into the bottom of it. I know I think we just went up by several inches there, but that's okay. That looks pretty good. I know it's kind of angled, but that's the best way. All right, and now let's do a quick update then. So 10 Years After sold, Journey sold. Patrick, you were second on 10 Years After. Burden has a bid for 5. Stones has a bid for 30. Stones has a bid for 25. Stones has a bid for 30. Stones has a bid for 36. And then Gary Wellman got James Gang. That's sold to Gary Wellman. And then Donna, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Santana for 20. All righty, let's keep rolling here. We got the Super Session. Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, Steve Steels. Very nice, $19.99. James Rayner, Joe Walsh is sold to you for $14. Thank you with that. Santana again, Freedom. This one's a gold stamp promo with a original inner sleeve, $19.99. The original inner sleeve is in there. Santana and Traffic. Welcome to the Canteen. Steve Winwood, Jim Capaldi, Dave Mason, Chris Wood. Essentially Traffic, and that's $19.99. All right, no bid on Men's Interest. No interest in interest. That's a $5 buy it now. Nobody bid on Percy Sledge. He's a $25 buy it now. A 68 US Terre Haute Original EX. He's just a $25 buy it now. First is Santana. That's sold for $14 to Donna. Patrick Lear gets Super Session for $13. And we have another Traffic Shootout at the Fantasy Factory. $19.99. Traffic Shootout at the Fantasy Factory. Who's the high bid on the 69 OG Stones? Christopher Dean, you're out. Robin Glenn, you're out. George Samberes has this for $35. That is a final call. Troy, you out-offered Donna, but I've already sold it to her. And there's only one bid on Burden. We're about to sell that for $5. And then Sherry Darnell does get the Percy Sledge. That's sold to her for $25. Stone's the Best Way. I think he said press well. The Stones is a Best Way press. A 69 U.S. original Best Way pressing with an inner sleeve, a strong VG Plus, and that's very conservatively graded. And that's at $36. That's at $36. I'm liking this bin so far. Point Blank, second season, $19.99 on Point Blank. And the Players Association. That is a gold stamp promo. Vanguard, $24.99 on that. And Peter Frampton, Wind of Change. Peter Frampton is $9.99. And Procol Harum Grand Hotel from WBMB, $5.90 AM. A Procol Harum here, Grand Hotel, $19.99 on that green chrysalis label. Burden is sold to Robert Warner for $5. And let's also go ahead and try to bundle all these hardcore singles in. So we got Men's Interest, we got Vanity, Emotional Response. I'm not for sure if that's the label or the artist. Organized Sports, Brothers Keeper, and Pig Heart Transplant. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, $18 bundle on those 6 no sales. $18 bundle on those 6 no sales. Also, Michael Peveler on PT for Peter Frampton. Or was that something else? Point Blank. Peter Frampton was actually only marked $9.99. There is a new bid on the Stones for $40 with Christopher Dean. So, Michael Peveler, you have been outbid, okay? So, or George Samberez, you have been outbid. Let's jump over here and go ahead and put up another auction. Where's the Japanese stuff? I think David's probably asking the same question. Where's the Japanese stuff? So, let me try to get those a little bit closer. Laura did bring a really good batch of CDs. I think instead of run those maybe for auctions right now, I might go ahead and just save some of those later tonight for buy it nows. Here's the Japanese. Seth said he laid it where I could see it, but he pretty much didn't. He didn't lay it where I could see it. It was hidden in with the other 10 billion crates. Let me try to get these a little bit closer to me. Holy moly. All right, let's see what we got in here without revealing too much. Oh, man, it's a full whole crate. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Nice stuff, clean. Wow, okay. Let's just all remain calm. Everybody, take a deep breath, please. Lower your voices. Here's our first Japanese auction. Incredible. 2001, a Space Odyssey. This is going to go up for a $35 start. This is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is exactly what you would expect, near mint minus and pristine. And what a cool cover. I remember the first time I ever seen this, long before I knew anything about the film. I just looked at the artwork and I was like, wow, I don't know what movie this is, but I want to watch it. Look at the artwork on it. Beautiful gatefold pressing. Of course, this has that famous song, da 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 da. That's my best rendition of it. Let's go back up the top, and the first thing I have is we sold Percy Sledge. The Stones got a new bid for $40. Michael Peveler, he wanted Point Blank. Okay, so Point Blank is sold to Michael Peveler, not Peter Frampton, for $15. Thomas Baumhart got the 645 for $18. Thank you, Thomas Baumhart. The Stones has a new bid for $46. Eric, you were second on the bundle. New bid on the Stones for $50. Michael Peveler got Point Blank for $15. And the Stones is at $54. 2001's a $35 start. Traffic on the Road is $34.99. I think this is a German press. It's a double gatefold. And is this foreign or no? It's a U.S. Traffic, $34.99. That is very clean. These are all buy it now best offer. How about Spencer Davis Group with Steve Winwood, Heavies? Very cool. Two-tone label there, $29.99. And Roxy Music Manifesto, $24.99 in shrink wrap. Now, you probably missed this. We have a no bid over here. AC/DC, a 1978 U.S. original specialty press, Atlantic inner sleeve, a $35 buy now. That is unclaimed. I can't believe it, but somebody wants it. $35 buy now. And how about the Who's Quadrophenia with the book, $34.99. And let's see what label it is. I can tell you as soon as I see it, if I can get it out of here. Goodness gracious. It's on that's about a third label. It's not on track. It's not on the black label. That's, I believe, the third label for this release. So that's $34.99. New bid on the Rolling Stones at $56, and Art does get the AC/DC $35. I figured earlier that would start at $35 and go up $50 plus, like they usually do. But that one, it is gone to Art for $35. Let's go ahead and grab another single right quick. This one is called No Tolerance. It looks like when this was new, it cost $18. It's on red clear with insert. There's the original sleeve. Yep. And I'll leave that original receipt with it from Where? It's been recently purchased. Omega Music in Dayton, Ohio in 2021. This was $17.99. How about we put it up for a $5 start? It looks like it's on red vinyl. That's up for a $5 start, okay? Let's go back to the top and Rolling Stones 56, 35. Will Robinson grabs the Who. Stone 64. All right, and nobody's bid on 2001. Final call. Traffic, John Barleycorn Must Die. One of my favorites, probably is my favorite Traffic album. Freedom Rider, Empty Pages, John Barleycorn Must Die, 1999. And this is an exceptionally nice copy. Mastered by Lee Holko? Is that what that says? No, that's a HH. Sterling. I noticed Sterling in there. That's always good. 1999. The name of the single is No Remorse, No Tolerance. By No Tolerance. No Remorse, No Tolerance. And it's on Young Blood Straight Edge. And that's on red vinyl. I found out last night what straight edge meant in the music world. We have Randy Newman, Little Criminals. Randy Newman's 1999. Cream, live, $34.99, Volume 1. We sold a sealed OG copy of Volume 2 last night. Here's Volume 1. That's the second label, $34.99. Ian Hunter, You're Never Alone with a Schizophreniac, $14.99. Mott the Hoople, Rock and Roll Queen. Mott the Hoople is $19.99. Rock and Roll Queen. The Who's Next. Nice. There is a sticker stuck to the cover. Let's see what label this is on. This is also on that same kind of MCA label, mid-70s, 1977. Yeah, so this one came out in 71, 72, and that's a 77 label, $29.99, but that is a rock essential. Where are we on the Stones? $70 on the Stones. And now the 2001 is a buy it now. First Japanese of the night is a buy it now for $35. Let me go ahead and grab a sleeve. $35 on that. $35 on that. So let me grab this right over here, and let me go ahead and put this in a sleeve. So 35 on 2001 Space Oddity. Who's Next was released 71. Thank you. So yeah, that label is marked 77. So quick educational on let's see here, Decca. This was originally on Decca. So there's a Decca Color Bars label, and then there's a black MCA label. When they went to MCA, it's a black label with a rainbow. Then there's this label for just a short time. And then it goes to that white sky label with another rainbow. So there's about 4 labels that I know of that are 70s pressings. The Decca, the black MCA, the tan MCA, and then the sky MCA. So that's like a third label, still a mid-70s press, $29.99. All right, so let's go back to the top. George got outbid, and now he's back in. And then the first thing we have is No Tolerance, got a bid for $5. Another bid for $5, and then Leslie bid $6. D-Kong does want that copy of The Who, the Stone 74. Rebecca gets 2001 for $35. No Tolerance 7, No Tolerance 8. Also, Uriah Heep, Innocent Victim. Uriah Heep, 1999. Uriah Heep, Innocent Victims, 1999. And Ambrosia, Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. Ambrosia, $9.99. I know some people, I'll be talking about records, and they'll be like, well, I know it's an OG copy. I bought it brand new at the store. And a lot of people probably didn't even realize, like, back then they might have went to a store 6 months after a record came out, and they think they bought an original, but they had already changed the labels, you know, and so it's not really OG. And so I've kind of blew some people's minds before. They've had a record their whole life thinking, oh, I bought this the year it came out. And I'm like, well, you may have, but they could have already changed labels, so it's not really a first pressing. So a lot of people didn't know back then. They wasn't really collecting. They were buying them to go get them and just, you know, take them home and rock out. David Bowie, Tonight, Gold Stamp Promo, 1984 U.S. Winchester Original. This is a Gold Stamp promo. However, there is no white label promo of this album. And look, it's mastered by RL. It is mastered by Bob Ludwig. This is David Bowie Tonight. It has the original on her sleeve, EX condition, $25 start. Those 2 little initials are becoming quite collectible now. I think some people look for it on everything. I don't know if there's really that big of a difference in sound quality between a non-RL David Bowie and a RL David Bowie, but I think some people just like to see those initials. No Tolerance is at $9. The Stones is at $84. And we're going through a buy it now best offer crate, as y'all can tell. Great stuff in here, and it's you pick the price. You can pay sticker, or you can make an offer. If I like it, or if we agree on something, I'll sell it to you. For anybody new that's watching, Alvin Lee Band, Free Fall, $19.99. The Animals on Tour, $24.99. When we price stuff, we got to start somewhere. So we put prices on something. We start discounting bring it until it sells. I think y'all know that. If you don't know that and you're new, we price stuff, it sells. If it doesn't sell, we take offers and mark it down. If it doesn't get an offer and doesn't get marked down, and then we make it half off and it doesn't go half off, then we reduce it down to $7 or maybe a $5 crate, and then eventually goes to our $1 sidewalk sales. But eventually it all gets sold here, typically in the best offer bins and definitely in the half off bins. So just throw something out there, or you can go ahead and buy them. Some people are just like, you know what, I just will go ahead and take it. This is Argent Nexus, orange epic label. That is with the original inner sleeve. Argent's $19.99. And we have Aerosmith, Get Your Wings. Aerosmith is a bar-coded early 80s press, $34.99. No Tolerance. The last bit on No Tolerance is Leslie Silvley at $9. Leslie Silvley has No Tolerance for $9. That's a final call on that. Christopher Dean's out on the Stones. The Stones is a 69 U.S. original Best Way press, VG with the inner sleeve. Always a desirable record. It is OG, it is VG, and we have the Rolling Stones at $84. No bid on David Bowie, looking for a $25 start on that. Now No Tolerance is at $8. What did Greg Preston put? AM5. AM5, that was for Ambrosia. Greg, I'll do that for $7. Greg, Ambrosia for $7. Also, the Alan Parsons Project, $19.99. Animals, the animals here would be $18. I got that one marked $24.99. $18 on that. No Tolerance 8 is Traffic on the Pink Island label. I don't believe so. If you're referring to John Barleycorn Must Die, that would be a UK original. This is the first, that should be the first US label there. That should be the first US label there. Animals is $24.99. $24.99 on that. And Viva Roxy Music, $24.99. Greg Preston's good on Ambrosia for $7. The Honey Drippers was $24.99. Let's go back to this right here. $24.99 on the Honey Drippers. Is that Eye in the Sky? This is the Alan Parsons Project. I am the eye in the sky looking at you. It does have the original inner sleeve, and that is $19.99. No Tolerance is still getting bids. The last bid was Darren Johnson at $10. Rebecca isn't on Bowie at $25. Are we done on the Stones? He went out, and we're done. That's sold to George Samberes for $84. Thank you on that. The Rolling Stones. All right, let's go ahead and grab this right here. And we have Led Zeppelin. Let's go ahead and run a Led Zeppelin 3. Somebody asked for this the other night. This is a 1970 U.S. Shelley. That's one I don't hear often. A Shelley pressing. 1970 U.S. original. VG Plus, a $35 start. This is OG, 4-digit, 1841 Broadway. A true OG pressing of Led Zeppelin. And let's take a look at the disc. It is VG Plus, a $35 start. And now some people will say if it don't have So Mote Be It in the dead wax, that is a pressing, a 70 pressing of a Verret, but not all of them have to have that inscription in the dead wax to be OG. This is a 1970 U.S. Shelley. It does have the Atlantic inner sleeve. It is a gatefold cover, 4-digit Led Zeppelin, and that's a VG Plus, a $35 start. $35 start. And Led Zeppelin already has a bid. Now, Mike Bartlett. All right, so here's what happened. Alberto asked first about Alan Parsons, and that is sold to Alberto. And then Mike Bartlett was second on that. And then Aerosmith is sold to Melanie Jennings for $30. Melanie Jennings for $30. And does Let It Be have the poster? Let It Be. I hadn't shown a Let It Be tonight. Led Zeppelin already has a bid for $35 and another $35. And Rebecca gets David Bowie for $25. Carol, unless I'm dreaming, I'm pretty sure I went over what the Stones was again. If I didn't, I apologize, but I could have swore on a second after I saw your comment, I told the details on the Stones, did I not? I may be crazy. I might have did it in my head, and like I usually do, but I could have swore I announced what the Zeppelin was again, a 69 Best Way Press VG. If I didn't, I'm sorry, but I could have swore I did. And now, who had No Tolerance? Did the other bidder go out? She did. So this is sold to Darren Johnson for $10, okay? And then John Smetzer's thrown out $15 for Traffic. That is sold. Led Zeppelin 40, 42, 36, 40. And we have the Allman Brothers, Enlightened Rogues, $19.99 on that. And James Gang Passing Through, $19.99. 345 bundles. No, I went to a different box. The last two, I think, are better ones. Let's go back to the box. I'll bundle these. I'll do these right here. Let's try to bundle three together. This is Modern Nation, Enola Gay, Atomic Bomb, Nitad, Spraying, Dodens, and we have Mitch Mitchell's terrifying experience, and we have Burst. And we'll sell all three of those together for a $10 start. Just put 45, $10 start. That way I know what y'all are bidding on. 45, $10 start. Y'all got to watch my brain sometimes. I answer stuff in my head thinking y'all can hear me telepathically across the world. We have Run Rig, the Cutter and the Clan, Gold Stamp promo $14.99. And we have Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, $19.99. So lots of bids coming in on Led Zeppelin. Can you put up Buddy Guy Junior Wells? Let me get it on deck. I actually had my hand on another auction back here. Another Bowie, which is a greatest hits. Changes. Turn and face something. And this is a 1976 U.S. compilation. It is an OG tan label. The cover's VG minus with wear, a couple stains, and that's why we're going to put it up for just a $10 start. That is the first label for this. It is a VG copy, and we're going to put it up for a $10 start, okay? And then 45s is at 10 with Robert Warner. I'm going to try to just start selling some of these together like that. $10 on those. Melanie Jennings, 20 on the Honey Drippers. Let's sell that to Melanie. She asked earlier the price, and now she's made an offer. Nice Uriah Heep there. Also, Jan and Dean, Dead Man's Curve, $9.99. We're doing a buy it now best offer bin. Tommy James, Christian of the World. There is some significant spine damage. $14.99 on that. Bowie has bids for 10 and 10. Command Performance, Jan and Dean, live in person. That's in shrink wrap, $12.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park. Bruce is $19.99. Final call on the 45s. There's a bid for $10. I may have to give those, the lots, a little bit more time because now everybody's going to have to look up all three of them instead of just one to figure out if they want them or not. Also, I'm going to be giving away, I don't know how to do this. I have a giveaway. It's been donated by a customer. I'm pulling up his messages right now. About 8 o'clock, I'm going to give away some concert tickets for locals. So everybody stay on the phone and don't go anywhere. I think they've been offered to everybody here. At least Tanner was supposed to ask everybody here. So I'm going to give those away at 8. I don't think the music is of interest to anybody that was here. And then the other people, there was 2 other people that worked here that wanted to go and they can't. So I've got some concert tickets to give away. I guess at 8 o'clock, I'm going to show them and just be like, whoever claims them first. So, but make sure before you claim them, you can actually go. But yeah, so stay on the phone, locals, okay? We have the Best of Jethro Tull Musicians Union, $19.99. Okay, Laura. All right, Laura, let me text you this right quick. Hold the phone, Laura. Let me text this to Laura and see if she wants to go. Tanner was supposed to ask you. Okay, I'll screenshot this and then you text me back and tell me if you want them. I didn't think you would be interested, but you might be. I'll be surprised. It's like VIP though. I mean, I think he paid quite a bit for them. They're VIP. So this is Jethro Tull, $19.99. The Best of Jethro Tull. And Eddie Cochran, Greatest Hits, $19.99. Eddie Cochran's Greatest Hits, $19.99. That's on Liberty. Eddie Cochran. And we have Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band. Deep Purple is $34.99. Laura, we got to get a new group chat. I've got to get everybody in one message again. I mean, everybody that's here, I don't have Jack's number. I don't know if I even have Rebecca's number. Okay, so there we go. Laura's, that's it. So I think Rebecca wanted to go and she can't. She works another job and she can't go. So, but yeah, I think somebody here will want them. So, and then hopefully y'all can make plans because the concert's tomorrow. The concert is tomorrow. So it's going to be tough. $24.99. I'll go ahead and say the concert is tomorrow. The concert is tomorrow, okay? In Nashville. Bad Company's 24. Everybody's probably searching right now. What are the concerts tomorrow in Nashville? We have Rainbow Difficult to Cure, $29.99. I just went through a bunch of killer records. Bad Company, Deep Purple, Eddie Cochran, Jethro Tull Greatest Hits, and Bruce Springsteen. What has happened on the 45s? Were there just one bid? There was. All three of these are sold to Robert Warner for $10, right? He bid $10, and then let me make sure there was nobody else. There wasn't. So they sold to Robert, all three of those for $10. Okay. Now, David Bowie, the last bid that came in on David Bowie was Jeff Halsworth, and he has that for $20. It is a VG copy. He has that for $20, and Led Zeppelin's at $58 with Christopher Dean. All right, and then we have Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. This is on the black label, $44.99. Nice, the black ABC label. That should be the first one for that one. Ricky, don't lose that number. Rainbow is sold to Rod Bryan for $20. Rod, that's sold to you. And we have Dusty Springfield's Golden Hits in shrink wrap, $24.99. That's on the red Phillips label. Wow, is this UK? I don't see that label too often there. $24.99. Nice copy of Dusty Springfield, $24.99. And Zeppelin is at $64 with George Samberez. We got quite a battle going on that. We're about to sell Bowie. The Led Zeppelin Monarch I'm about to sell. The Led Zeppelin Monarch I'm about to sell. Led Zeppelin 2. That's also going to be sold around 8 o'clock. It's a I'm going to say a VG copy. Okay, and when I go to sell it, I'll give you all the information. But it's not high grade, but I'm sure it's rocking. I listened to it twice the other night, and it's rocking, okay? So there's that. I'm going to try to go 3 wide with some LPs. So give me 1 second. And this is a Shelly press. I think Mark's asking about the Led Zeppelin 2 hot mix we're going to be selling tonight. Led Zeppelin here is a 1970 US Shelly original. I'm going to leave Laura's informational sticker with it. And this is at $64 with George Samberez, okay? Let's go ahead and put that back in the sleep. And I think we're sold on Bowie. And I believe we might have a new buyer. And if we do, let me know by saying yes, first-time buyer. And that's Jeff Halsworth. And Jeff, thank you. Bowie is sold to you for $20. Thank you on that. Let's move over Led Zeppelin. That's at $64 with George Samberez. Joe's threw out $20 for Bad Company till the day he dies. And I'm going to sell it to him. That's sold to Joe for $20. Led Zeppelin's up for bid. And now I had a request for a Buddy Guy Junior Wells album. That's Junior Parker. There's Bill Evans. I'm getting close. There's Big Joe Williams. There's Charlie Watts. There's Muddy Water. There's another Bowie, another Bowie, another Bowie, a Bo Diddley, an Albert King, a Willie Dixon, a Sonny Rollins, an Art Blakey. Holy moly, there's a lot of good stuff in here. How about this one? Buddy Guy and Junior Wells, a 1984 US. It is a 1984 US, which is a reissue. It's exceptionally nice, though. $25 star. Welcome, first-time buyer, Jeff Halsworth. And for you and anybody else that's listening, if you make a first-time purchase, all we need is your email address and your mailing address. Your email address and mailing address. That's all we need. And we'll invoice you on Monday. $7 in limited shipping. $7 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy. As much as you want to buy. And that will end on Saturday. I'll be here again tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. Paul will be here Thursday. I'll be at Metallica. I'll be here Friday. Paul will be here Saturday. I'll be at Metallica. Saturday night is when Paul says good night, everybody. The week is officially over. We'll invoice you on Monday. I'll be here Sunday doing a coin, knife, and other collectibles auction. We'll be doing a little bit of everything. Coins, pocket knives, sports cards, maybe some Kiss collectibles. This is Asia, $35 star. You can message us later. Just please don't forget to. I try to make sure people do it right away so we don't lose you or we don't forget about you or you don't forget about us. We won't forget about you. But just make sure you do that before the end of the night, okay? I know you probably don't want to miss any action. It would not be a Japanese night if we didn't start. Well, we already started with 2001. We got to put up an Asia. We've got to put up an Asia. But here's what I'll do. We'll have some fun with it. A $1 starting bid. Asia, self-titled. It was the heat of the moment. Only time will tell. Soul Survivor. First 3 tracks, incredible. $1 star. It wouldn't be a Japanese. It's like we got a christening the ship. And now we're christening Japanese auctions with an Asia. $1 start. There it is. Self-titled with Obi. That was an international sensation when that came out. We get U.S. pressings. We get Japanese pressings. I don't know about UK and European pressings, but man, that album sold about 20 billion copies over in Japan. But it's a killer album. And we have, let's go back to the top. Led Zeppelin was at 70 with Christopher Dean. George Sambaras got outbid. And then we got Buddy Guy at 25, 30, 35. Asia's already got lots of bids. And we got Deep Purple Machine Head, $34.99. Deep Purple Machine Head. That is a second label, or actually a later label. It's actually the third label, early 80s press, $34.99. $34.99. Asia's at 12. Asia's at 15. Everybody on Earth needs to own a copy of that. It looks like they've almost have. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. Now, did George Sambaras say out on Led Zeppelin? I want to make sure I didn't miss a bid or him saying out. Final call to Christopher Dean for 70. All right, we have Steve Miller Band Sailor. Steve Miller Band is $19.99. Sailor, Orange Capital label, $19.99 on Steve Miller Band. The Pretenders, extended play. The Pretenders is $19.99. If you're just joining us, we're going through a Buy It Now Best Offer bin. We're about to go through our first crate of new vinyl tonight with a lot of cool stuff. Argent with Hold Your Head Up. That's an original Yellow Epic label, $19.99 on that. And the hit sound of Dean Martin, $9.99. The hit sound of Dean Martin, Tricolor Steamboat label, $9.99. And the Byrds, Mr. Tambourine Man. The Byrds, Mr. Tambourine Man. That's a very clean copy in shrink wrap, $24.99. And Bonnie Raitt, 9 lives. Bonnie Raitt is $9.99. Asia's now at 20, 21, 22. We're not done on Led Zeppelin. It just got another bid for 78. What about Buddy Guy and Junior Wells? It took off, and then I think it stalled out. Patrick has it for 35. What about Tim Colino on that? Tim Colino, do you want back in? He is. He's in at 40 on that. Next offer is Will Robinson on the Pretenders for 12. Will, you get the Pretenders for 12. Thank you, Will Robinson. And we have Jerry Lee Lewis, The Session in London. Jerry Lee Lewis is $29.99. Jerry Lee Lewis is $29.99. They're still bidding on that. Let's grab another single. This is going to be a single, and this is called Peace Test, Uniform Repression. Peace Test is going to go up for a $5 start. Peace Test is a $5 start. That's up for bid. I've got The Who, The Kids Are All Right. The Who is a double LP, $44.99. The Kids Are All Right. With the book, well, let me make sure. It definitely feels like it. Yes, the book is in there, double LP. That is actually a really nice copy there, which is technically a soundtrack to a film, but it's also a Who's Greatest Hits. Amazing stuff there. All right, so what happened? Asia 20, Asia 20, Asia out, Led Zeppelin 78, Asia 21, Asia 22, Asia 23, Asia 25, and then Bonnie 20, B-O-N-N-I-E. Bonnie Raitt is only $9.99. Now, Sandy, I'm not going to charge you $20. It's only $9.99. You might have misheard me. And then Robert's in on Peace at 5, Asia 32. And what's the label on Buddy Guy and Junior Wells? This is a 1984 U.S. reissue. It is near mint minus, though. Yes, it's phenomenal. It is near mint minus. The last bid on this, Patrick Lear went out, and that is after Tim Colino bid $40. Buddy Guy, Junior Wells, they're still bidding on Led Zeppelin. It's at 82, and now they're still bidding on Asia, which is at 32. The Beatles Story, and this is the Apple pressing. So this originally would have been out on a Capitol Rainbow label. Apple was the second label, and then it kind of went back to Capitol. Pretty confusing, $39.99. The Beatles, nice copy though. Brian Wilson, of course, from the Beach Boys, that's $19.99. Asia is right here. It's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. This should be OG Obi. It is perfect copy, and it has a high bid of $32. Buddy Guy's at $42. And is that Ambrosia Cream Live Volume 1 still available? Ambrosia did get sold, but Cream is still available, Volume 1. Volume 1 Cream should be right here, and this is $34.99. Sandy said she will take Bonnie Raitt. She was trying to give me $20 for it. Let's only charge her $9.99. Also, we have Brian Ferry, Let's Stick Together. Brian Ferry, $24.99. Peace Test just has one bid with $5 to Robert Warner. We have Steely Dan, The Royal Scam. This is the second of Steely Dan records in here that are very nice, $34.99. Asia still getting bids. Led Zeppelin still getting bids. And we have the best of the animals, an 87, $29.99, 1987 pressing, but very nice stuff here. This would be on Apco. This is that same kind of remaster from that like Hot Rocks we had the other night. It's an Apco digital remaster, $29.99. And the last record in here is Styx Cornerstone, $19.99. Appears to be a very nice copy. That was a buy it now best offer, Ben. Some really cool stuff left in there. Jetstream gets cream for $28. And then the Kids Are Alright is $44.99. $44.99. Zeppelin's at $92. What about Buddy Guy? Tim Colino said out. It must have got a new bid with Rod Bryan. Rod Bryan, you have that for $42. Final call. Guess what? They're still bidding on Led Zeppelin. Christopher says he's done, and that's after George Samberes bid $92. It is an OG Shelley press, a nicer VG Plus OG with a accompanier sleeve. The Immigrant Song. We come from the land of the ice and snow. LJ put TYA5 and DM5. I don't think either one of those are left, but I'll make sure and check right quick. Who's the high bidder on Asia? Woody Bishop, $33. All right. Was there an Animals record? Well, we got the best of the Animals. The other one, I think somebody misheard the price. It's called the Animals on Tour. It's $24.99. I told somebody I would do $18 on it. It's around an EX or better copy, which what I would call right on the borderline EX Plus, okay? Peace Test has a sold to Robert Warner for $5. That's sold to Robert Warner. And then what about everything else? I think everything else is done. I'm going to take a drink of purple juice right quick because I'm quite thirsty and I think I need the caffeine. All righty here. Okay. All right, so Rod Bryan, you get this for $42. Asia is sold to Woody Bishop for $33, right? I think it's Woody Bishop, $33. I lost a couple people. Woody Bishop gets that for $33. George Sabares just went out. Okay, wanted to make sure. Thank you. That's done. And I just dropped out. Was the last Bowie changes 1 or 2? That was volume 1. It's gone. And now we can go ahead and sell Led Zeppelin. This is sold to George Samberes for $92. Okay? Here we have it. And let me adjust my neck and back, and I feel pretty good. Let's keep rolling. Next auction is a Japanese pressing of Cheap Trick in color. This is going to go up for a $35 start, and it's now up for bid. Cheap Trick in color. This is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's that. There's the Japanese insert, and there's the cover and obi. $35 start on Cheap Trick in color. That is now up for bid. Also over here, we have Art Blakey, A Night at Birdland. Take a look at this. A 1958. A 1958. It is a Plastilite repress with the company inner sleeve, a VG condition, just a $25 start. That's 1958. Some of these have sold for as much as $170, and that's a $25 start. A Night at Birdland, Art Blakey. All right, there's that. And then over here, I have another Peace Test that looks different. It's let's make this one a $5 buy it now, because it's pretty much just like what I had. Peace Test. This one's on purple vinyl. That's going to be a $5 buy it now. Peace Test. Uniform Repression. That's our next one. And then here's some sort of test press. This is a test press for a $5 start of Sunset. And this is a test press. I don't know what exactly it is. Sunset, I'm assuming is the artist. Swallowing Knives, Destroyer, Red Eye, and Visceral. It's a test press. $5 start on that. We'll go ahead and just make that a buy it now. Peace Test. That's the one Robert just bought. All right, now I'm just going to read the titles left in here. If anybody needs a price, let me know. That was a great buy it now best offer, Ben. We just took a chunk out of it. I would love to take another chunk out of it. So if you hear something and you want to know a price, let me know, okay? Peace Test is sold to Fred Cardinale for $5. And then we have Bachman Turner Overdrive. We have Traffic, Welcome to the Canteen. Traffic Shoot at the Fantasy Factory, the Players Association, Pro Call Harem, Peter Frampton Wind of Change, Traffic on the Road, Spencer Davis Group Heavies, Roxy Music Manifesto, Randy Newman Little Criminals, Ian Hunter, Mott the Hoople, Uriah Heep Innocent Victim, the Alvin Lee Band, Argent Nexus, Roxy Music Viva, the Allman Brothers Band, James Gang Passing Through, Run Rig, Uriah Heep, Jan and Dean, Tommy James, Jan and Dean Live, and let me pause right here at Bruce Springsteen, okay? And the high bid on Cheap Trick right now is $40 with Patrick Lear, and Art Blakey's a $25 start. As of right now, it doesn't have a bid. Now Cheap Trick's at $45. We have the Best of Jethro Tull, Eddie Cochran, Deep Purple Steely Dan, Deep Purple Dusty Springfield, Steve Miller Argent, Dean Martin The Byrds, Jerry Lee Lewis The Who, The Beatles, Brian Wilson, Brian Ferry, Steely Dan, The Animal Sticks, and The Animals. Now there's somebody else, LJ again put TYA5 and DM5. 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 TYA5 and DYM5. Now, I don't see either one of those again, so maybe, I know 10 years after is usually TYA, and then DM, the first thing I think of is Dave Mason. I don't see any of those in there, so either LJ may be on the wrong feed right now, or he's seeing something I don't. Cheap Trick just got a bid for $45 and $50. The test press is at $5, and Art Blakey's a final call to get a bid for $25. The test press is now at $6, and the Allman Brothers is Enlightened Rogues. The Allman Brothers is Enlightened Rogues, $19.99. The Allman Brothers Enlightened Rogues has the original on her sleeve, $19.99. Cheap Trick's now at $50. And I'm going to put this crate right here next to me. If anybody changes their mind and you decide you want something, let me know. The Styx album is Cornerstone. It appears to be original. Most of them are. I hadn't seen too many represses. It's a gold stamp promo. I say that, and there's a barcode on the back, but it's also a gold stamp promo. And it's very nice. It opens up like this. It has the foil sleeve inside. It's $19.99. $19.99 on that. Dean Martin. Okay, DM Dean Martin. Dean Martin right here. That was marked $9.99. I will sell that to you for $7. $1,000,001 come running back. $7 on that. And then info on Art Blakey. It just got a bid for $25. Art Blakey's called A Night at Birdland. Art Blakey, Jazz Corner of the World with Clifford Brown, Lou Donaldson, Horace Silver. This is a 1959 U.S. Plastilite repress with the company in her sleeve. It is in VG condition, and it is got a bid for $25. It does have a bid for $25. Now, the hardcore single here is Sunset. It is a test pressing. That's all it's marked, and it has a bid for $6 with Chris Bryant. The first person that bid $5 was Fred Cardinal. Since then, Fred has not bid again. I did say Brian Ferry, and I'm pretty sure I said Roxy Music as well. Here's Brian Ferry, Let's Stick Together. That's $24.99. Make sure we mark down Troy Robinson. Make sure we mark down Troy Robinson for a pack of inner sleeves, please. Troy Robinson for a pack of inner sleeves. Art Blakey has a new bid for $28. Who is the other bidder on Cheap Trick, and have they set out? Patrick had it for $50. I got to make sure Sandy Villa is out. Sandy Villa has not set out on that. Now Art Blakey's at $30. Now the test pressing's at $7. And there was 2 Who's. We sold 1. And then here's the Kids Are All Right. The double LP with book, $44.99. Now, LJ on YouTube, it looks like somebody else wants Dean Martin. Heath, is that a claim for Dean Martin at 7? If not, then let me know. Or maybe he was just trying to help us figure out what DM was. And there was another Who. Was there another Who? Maybe not. I don't think so. No, there wasn't. No, there was just that one Who album. I'm pretty sure. Yep. All righty. Give me 1 second. All right, we'll make sure LJ doesn't want it for 7. If not, then it's sold to him. I think I got everything figured out. I was trying to decipher some stuff here, but I think I figured everything out. If not, I'll figure it out later. Let's go ahead and grab our next crate, and this next crate should be new stuff. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button over on Facebook? By the way, that was a discount bin. John's already got 5 crates of new arrivals over here. I know Laura's working on stuff right now, and I have enough to go through just there, plus 2 crates of new vinyl. We're going to be busy going through that stuff, and then we'll get back to other discount bins. And tonight is vinyl. Let's figure out where. Actually, you know what? I think Laura brought those crates already closer to me. She did. So let me go find those right quick. Where are those? Here they are. I'm going to have to move some stuff around. There's that. And that was a fantastic crate. That was a very fun crate. Great titles. I guarantee you that when I was reading through that, I was like, I can't believe nobody's buying these. Probably were some of my exact words. Why isn't anybody buying these? All right, let's grab this crate right here. This should have some new releases in it. I think even some new stuff from last week. And let me purge the comments because somebody already said I did miss something. Craig Sticks, I knew I was hunting something, and he does want the Dean Martin. Okay. See, I knew I was like, man, I'm missing something, and here is what I'm missing. These 2 right here. All right, so we got Art Blakey for $28. Art Blakey for $30. Art Blakey, $32. Sandy did go out on Cheap Trick. LJ over on YouTube does get Dean Martin for $7. Tim Colino is out on Art Blakey. Craig Honeycutt got Sticks for $15. And Todd Saw does want Deep Purple Machine Head. Okay? There's a lower crate already up here. There's a lower crate already up here. There is. I forgot. There's a lower crate already up here. Yes. Let's go ahead and do... Let's pull the Deep Purple Machine Head for Todd Saw. Nice. Smoke on the water and fire in the sky. Thank you. All right. Let's see who has the test pressing. This is sold to Fred Cardinale for $7. Final call on Art Blakey. Christopher Dean has it for $40. Kenneth Blair, you've been outbid. Let me know if you want back in if you're done. It is a 58 US Plastilite repress. And then Cheap Trick is officially sold. We're done on this one. And this is sold to Patrick C. Smith for $50. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith for $50. All right, so that's done. And we are ready for more, okay? Oh, let's grab this sleeve, put this right in here, and here we go. So, first thing in here is Winger, and I'm about to go, not go get my laptop. It's already back here, I hope. It should be, yes, and see if there's any waiting list for this crate. But Winger, for sure, I'm going to have extras because I know I didn't have 3 people. I may not even have 1. But Winger is on green vinyl. It is self-titled. It's on emerald green vinyl. Of course, I hadn't seen an OG of that in I don't know how long. It's not like it's a rare record. It's just one of those rock albums from that era that we just never get in. And if we do, it's immediately sold at auction. And Winger, Nico Kapellanis, was on a waiting list. I knew there was somebody. Nico Kapellanis was on a waiting list. I got 2 extra copies of Winger if anybody else wants it. The Art Blakey is officially sold to Christopher Dean for $40. And Cheap Trick is officially sold. And this is sold to, I may have already even said this. This was sold to Patrick C. Smith for $50, okay? And as soon as I said that, David Hoy bid $42 on Art Blakey. That has already been sold. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Charlie Watts Orchestra. Yes, that's Charlie Watts, as in from the Rolling Stones, the original member and drummer of the Rolling Stones. Charlie Watts Orchestra, live at Fulham Town Hall, an 86 Carrollton original, a $15 start. That's up for bid. Winger is $33.99. This was a request late the other night, and somebody said, Chad, you need to order this because I'll take one. And I probably wouldn't have ordered it if they hadn't have told me to. and then somebody else was watching. They said, I'll take one. And then somebody else was watching, says, I'll take one. And when I submitted my order, I actually ordered these live on air for 2 people. And then Patrick's comment came in late, and I was going to have one extra. But if anybody wants to go on a waiting list, these are actually sold. It's Kenny Burrell with Art Blakey on view at the 5-Spot Cafe. It's a brand new Tone Poet, a triple LP. A triple LP. Kevin Gray, $79.99. Blue Note Tone Poet. It is a triple LP. And thank y'all for bringing this up. I think the person who brought it up was Grog. He pretty much told me he would take every Blue Note Tone Poet that comes out every week. And then Chris X said he'll take one. And then thank you, Patrick Lear. So if anybody else wants one, I'll order these kind of on demand, a.k.a. waiting list. Kenny Burrell with Art Blakey, $79.99. So some of our normal jazz buyers went ahead and picked one up. If anybody else wants one, it is $79.99. 3LP never before released tracks mastered from the original analog tapes. That should be pretty good. We looked up the OGs on Discogs that night, and a nice clean OG of that record's pretty rare. It's like a $500 album. Charlie Watts is at $15 with Brent Robley. Let's go ahead and put up Muddy Waters, Sweet Home Chicago. Muddy Waters is a German press. The year is unknown according to Discogs, and we're going to put it up for a $25 start. Muddy Waters, Sweet Home Chicago. German press, that's good. And also the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. So there's Muddy Waters, Sweet Home Chicago. If anybody decides you want in on that Kenny Burrell, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and put up another single right quick. And this is Vax, and this is a $5 start from the hardcore collection here. What a lot of wild stuff, a lot of spoof looking covers or tabloid covers going on. Vax Till Death, VAXXX is on gray vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. Next in here is Vicious Rumors. This recently came out. We had a big pre-order. We sold them all, and I don't think I ever had a waiting list, and that's why I never did reorder it. But that's always been tougher to get. Limited to 1,500 on blue vinyl from Music on Vinyl, and those are $38.99. My first crate of the night's already pretty full, so let me try to swap these out right quick. Let me grab this right here, and let me swap out crates. John's brought me more platter packs. I think has he filled them full of records? A couple of them, it looks like he has. I don't know if we're going to do those tonight, but there's that. I've only got a couple. Vicious Rumors is $38.99. And this is new. I never did get around to posting the pre-order. I meant to. I need to. Train, their debut album on vinyl for the first time. $29.99. And if it's still in stock, you might see a pre-order post pop for it up in a whole lot of records. However, right now, the ones I have are the ones you're seeing. Train is $29.99. We got one for Jerry Stone. There's one for Jerry Stone. This is first time on vinyl. Debut album, first time on vinyl. Train, $29.99. One sold to Jerry Stone, one sold to Brent Robley, one sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And sorry I didn't post a pre-order for that. I'll definitely do that. And because I probably could have sold about 20 or 30 copies of that. Once again, thank you, Jerry Stone, for telling me about it. My distributor didn't have a stock image. And I still are looking. I mean, it's weird. Like sometimes these major labels will put out pre-orders and there's no images or information. And I'm like, how in the world do they expect us to pre-sell this stuff? So I have to like find the SKU, go on Google Images, or just get the artwork from like Discogs or something from a CD release. But I like having the track listing and the mastering information and the blurb. And sometimes there's no information out there. I'm like, what is going on? So Brent, you got outbid on Charlie Watts. I'm going to make sure you don't want back in. ST has it for $17. So Brent, you're outbid on Charlie Watts. Muddy Waters is a final call, and Vax is a final call. Troy Robinson also wants a train. That's so to Troy Robinson. I got 2 extra copies. And Whitesnake live in the Still of the Night. And here's one that I actually already had last week, and now I've posted a pre-order. I think it's got at least one claim. There's 2 people on a waiting list, Rick Hall and Jamie McCord. Rick Hall and Jamie McCord. And let me pull up the pre-order. This came out about 2 weeks ago. They were still in stock. It's another big release I mentioned. I'm going to reach out to one of my distributors and be like, hey, can y'all do me a favor and some of these big releases, you know, make sure there's like blurbs or information, or maybe they put this stuff out and they don't ever, really write it. There's maybe never a write-up with it. But Fred Cardinal somehow just commented he wanted a train. I got a notification right here on my phone, but I don't see it on my screen. So let's give Fred Cardinal a train, and now there's one left if anybody else wants one. Let me pull up this white snake and see if anybody else commented other than Scott Markheim. I know Scott Markheim did. Yep, and let me bump this. So one sold to Scott Markheim here. I'm going to bump it by replying by saying thanks. And this is sold to Scott Markheim. So I'm left with 4 copies. I'm left with 4 copies of Whitesnake, okay? Charlie Watch is still getting bids. I've got 2 copies. Now, the other night, we showed an album from Prince Lasha Quintet, and there was a lot of interest. And this is the only thing I could find in stock from Prince Lasha. The Cry, Contemporary Records Acoustic Sound Series by Kraft, all analog, cut by Bernie Grumman, pressed at QRP. I've got 2 of those. Prince Lasha, $34.99. So the Muddy Waters is a buy it now, no bid for $25. Vax has bids for $5 and now $6. Muddy can be bought for $25 if anybody wants that. Whitesnake is new, 2 LP, $39.99, live in the still of the night. And I also got Prince Lasha there, and we did get a restock of Nico Heroin. I've got I've got numbers 95, 96, and 97. Nico is on green splatter vinyl. These have actually been selling really well, and there is a waiting list. Let me pull up Nico. Fred Cardinal again. So Fred Cardinal got a train. Fred Cardinal gets a Nico, and this is sold to Fred Cardinal. ST gets the Muddy Waters buy it now. That's sold to ST over here for $25. Thank you. It feels like it's early to me because it is. It's only 7:15. I just looked down the clock. Feels like it's... I said it feels like it's early. It is still early. It feels like it's late. It's only 7:15 is what I meant to say. Our next auction is actually a German OG original of David Bowie, Let's Dance. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Cat People, Let's Dance, an 83 German original, $25 start. There's 1 copy of Train left. First time ever on vinyl. That is the OG pressing. That is an OG pressing. Same thing for Whitesnake. First time on vinyl. An OG pressing. And Prince Lasha. What about Vax? Vax is at 7. I got to make sure Shannon Price is done bidding. And what happened with Charlie Watts? Brent, you got outbid. ST bid $19. So ST has Charlie Watch for $19. Woody Bishop gets trained. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know, because I need to post that for a pre-order anyway, as long as they're still in stock. So, and thank you, Jerry Stone, for the note on that, or I would have never ordered it. Bowie has a bid for $25. Who got Muddy Waters? ST over on YouTube. And now Charlie Watch is at $20. Now ST, you've been outbid. Suicidal Tendencies. Suicidal Tendencies. This is on colored vinyl. That's their self-titled debut, $33.99, and they're playing in Nashville Thursday night. They're one of the 2 bands that's opening for Metallica Thursday night. Suicidal Tendencies and then Pantera Thursday night. That's their self-titled debut album on colored vinyl for $33.99. And Meat Beat Manifesto. This is Satyricon. Meat Beat Manifesto, it's $29.99. Satyricon. There might be a waiting list for that. How much is Train? Train is $29.99. $29.99. ST's bid $21 on Charlie Watch. Brant's, you've been outbid. Train's $29.99. There's only 1 bid on David Bowie, and that's at $25. That's a final call. And Shannon went out on Vax, and then somebody just asked what color. Darren, I'm actually going to go ahead and sell it to you. Darren, this is sold to you for $7, and it's on silver vinyl. Okay? That is sold to you for $7. And then Bowie's at $25. Let's check the waiting list for Meat Beat Manifesto. Pat Frat. Pat Frat over on YouTube. Thank you, Pat Frat. That's sold to you. Meat Beat Manifesto is sold to Pat Frat. That is sold. And we have Susie and the Banshees Rapture. $64.99. Limited edition. Transparent blue vinyl. It is an import-only type deal. And there is a waiting list for this. Susie and the Banshee. and Susie and the Banshees, Rapture. Rebecca Howard, Hiram Aponte, and C-Note. So Rebecca Howard, Hiram Aponte, and C-Note. These are $64.99. We sold 3 the other night. We have 3 people on a waiting list, and I've got 2 extras, $64.99. $64.99. Rob Trujillo, to my knowledge, he doesn't come out. I think he's back there with Metallica. I think he's officially no longer like plays with them or anything. To my knowledge, I don't know. Last time I seen Metallica, Pantera opened. The other act was Wolfgang Van Halen, Mammoth. Okay. Charlie Watts, Brent went out. Let's go ahead and sell this to ST for $21. And then David Bowie. I was about to sell it, and 2 people just asked what it was. Sandy Villa has this for a high bid of $25. It's a 1983 German press. A 1983 German press, EX edition, and the high bid on that's $25. It's OG German press, which if you're talking about just overall sound quality, Japanese is up there, and then, of course, German pressings are really good, too. And that's a final call. I'm also going to go ahead and throw up a Japanese pressing, and this one looks really cool. This is Journey Captured. This is a $45 start, Journey Captured. It's a double LP. Very cool. Has the original inner sleeve. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine, and it has the Japanese book with it. Journey is a $45 start, gatefold with Obi, and that's a $45 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Now, Susie and the Banshees, the last thing I showed here, these are $64.99, and that's the only way that's in print. That's the only way I've ever seen it in print, and I know it's a pricier record, but it's kind of like an import-only deal, and we've sold a bunch of them. So those are on blue vinyl, and they're still available. Let's go ahead and grab another single. What's next over here? Might do another 3-bundle deal here in just a second. Actually, the rest of that box might be New Orleans, so let me jump over here to a hardcore crate. Let's try to sell 3 again for a $10 start. So this is the Business, Friends on Benefits, the Meow Meows, and Pig Heart Transplant. All 3 of those for a $10 start. All right, let's read through that crate again. Then we're going to go ahead and go through our first crate of vintage pre-owned, and then probably another crate of new vinyl. There's already a lower crate up here. We got to knock that out pretty soon again. So here is what's left in this bin. Here is what's left in this bin. And I'm about to show it to you right now. So we still got 2 copies of Winger left on green vinyl. That's $33.99. Vicious Rumors is $38.99. Limited edition of 1500 on blue vinyl. Vicious Rumors. And then Whitesnake live at Still of the Night. Whitesnake's a double LP, $39.99. We have Prince Lasha Quintet with Sonny Simmons. All analog, Bernie Grumman, $34.99. We have 2 of those. Nico Heroin, numbered on green splatter to 100. We have numbers 96 and 97. Those are $33. Also $33.99 is Suicidal Tendencies, self-titled. Meet Manifestos, $29.99. Satyricon, and Susie and the Banshees, Rapture, The Rapture, double LP blue vinyl, $64.99. Journey has a bid for $45. The 345s are at $10. There is a new bid on Bowie for $30. Joe DeGaldo, Sandy over on YouTube, has bid $30. And so right there's her bid where my finger's going up and down. So you've been outbid on that. I did not see a poster with Journey. We'll take a quick look, though, and make sure it's not tucked in here somewhere, unless you consider this a, well, no, this is an inner sleeve, isn't it? That's an inner sleeve. There's a disc. This is a Japanese book. There's an inner sleeve. There's a disc. There's a book. There's the Obi, unless it's tucked down in here. I don't know if I've seen a poster, and nor does that one have one with it, okay? And then Chrisman on Suicidal Tendencies. Thank you, Chrisman. Chrisman, that's so to you, and he's out on Bowie. Okay, anybody else? If not, let's go ahead and go through one of our first pre-owned crates of the night. If I can make a path over here to get to it, that would be great. First, let me click on this, and let me see what's going on right here. Okay. All right. Welcome, everybody, from viewers all around the world, specifically United States and Canada, and maybe some people over in the UK. welcome. And let's grab first crate of pre-owned here. I usually try to start with check condition stuff, usually better titles at better prices. And let's go ahead and do this right now. And this is that. And this. And looks like just some great titles in here. We have records galore. We have a lot of stuff in the back. Every day I'm amazed at just how much they can put out and how much we still have back there without having picking up a collection in a while. That's what I try to tell people. I've reminded a few people. I know we hadn't bought a collection in a while because the last couple have been like, oh my gosh, the last couple have been huge collections. Did I look up Meat Beat? Pat Frat? Yeah, okay, I did pull that. And then there's another one sold. I mean, Paul went that one time and bought like, what, 40,000 or something? And Scott, I was about to pull your Godsmack too. So this is sold to Travis Wade. And Scott, I saw your comment on Godsmack. I was about to try to figure out what I've done with those. They're right here. That's the new Oracle album. So Scott's going to grab one. Thank you, Scott. If anybody else wants one, this sold to Scott Smith. So essentially, like, we hadn't like really posted, we quote, bought a collection anytime recently, maybe in the last few weeks, but it's because a couple of these have been so gigantic. I mean, they're putting out stuff every day still from just a couple collections. Our back room is full, but I think Paul's working on some leads right now. We're always buying. You have to in this business. I've had some people say, Chad, why don't you just sell off everything you have? I was like, well, because you would notice a major decrease in quality because we go through the big auction stuff fast and quickly. We're always looking for the rare, expensive stuff everybody wants. Brian Mallard gets the 345s for $10. Now, I was about to sell Journey. Debbie's had it for about 4 minutes for $45, and Peter just bid $45. So, Peter, you're out. Debbie already had it for $45, and now the David Bowie sold to Sandy Villa for $30. So, one of the biggest challenges in this business is constantly buying rare and expensive records that everybody wants 24/7, and that's what we're looking to buy. So, if you have a collection and you're thinking about selling it, give us a call, set something up with Paul, and he'll come out and buy them from you, okay? That's what he does. Here is Willie Dixon, I Am the Blues. Willie Dixon's a U.S. Carrollton. This is a vintage reissue. It's most likely a late 70s pressing. I Am the Blues. There's no barcode on it, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. Any Cody Johnson. I have not seen that album yet. I think I put in an order, but I have not seen it yet. Let's go ahead and go through these. New Arrivals, check condition. Starbuck, this has their cool hit song, Moonlight. Feels Right. VG Plus, $14.99 on Starbuck. Nazareth, Playing the Game. Nazareth is VG Plus, $14.99. Spiral Staircase, more today than yesterday. VG Condition, $9.99. That's on the original Columbia 2i label, $9.99. And BB King, To Know You Is to Love You, VG, $9.99. VG, $9.99. So Journey has a new bid for $48 with Peter Mazzolino over on Facebook. So that means, Debbie, you've been outbid on Journey. Also, we have OJ's Backstabbers, the OJ's, VG Plus, $26.99. Nielsen Aerial Ballet, VG Condition, $14.99. VG, $14.99. Chris Bryan on SS, that's the Spiral Staircase. Donna on BB King, New Arrivals are being sold. And we have a new bid on Journey, and Willie Dixon's a $25 start. It is a probably most likely late 70s reissue, no barcode. However, it is really nice. There's no condition notes on the vinyl, probably about a VG copy. Laura thinks it might even be early 80s. But either way, tough record to get. And we have Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, VG $9.99, and Joe's Garage, Frank Zappa, VG $14.99. Can you come to our storefront? You can. Yes, you can bring records. It's always good to make sure it's a day when Paul's here, and maybe even a day when we're closed. That way it can, you know, just the logistics of it works better. We're closed on Mondays and Tuesdays. Paul could also possibly meet you on a Sunday. He's here on Sunday. Some days he's doing the sales, though. But, yeah, just you can bring in records, or you can just walk in with them. But sometimes you might not see John. If you don't see Paul and John's not here, then it might not be someone here that could take a look at them. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Let's grab another single here. This one's going to be a $5 start. Modern Life is War. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Black vinyl, Modern Life is War. All right, new vinyl, nice. New arrivals, this always sells. Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster, Traveling Down That Road, Frank Vazetta artwork, of course, $17.99. Steve Miller Band, $14.99. VG Plus copy of that. And Nazareth, Close Enough for Rock and Roll, EX $17.99, EX $17.99, and Wet Willie, The Wetter the Better, Wet Willie's VG Plus $14.99, and Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark, Joni Mitchell's VG Condition $9.99. Peter, I've lost you on Journey. Debbie has it for $49. I'm about to sell it. Nobody bid on Willie Dixon. It's a $25 buy it now. $25 on Willie Dixon. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and let me pull one from the surprise bin, and that is going to be right here, Mr. George Strait, Something Special. And we were selling the heck out of his stuff the other night. This is a U.S. original, very nice condition, a $35 start. A $35 start, U.S. original, George Strait, Something Special. What about all the records I bought from you? What does that say? What if all my records are the ones I bought from you? I'll buy them back. I've done that before from people, or they've had to move, or, you know, something more terrible's happened. But, yeah, I'll buy them from you, no problem. Price on OJs is VG Plus $26.99. VG Plus $26.99. I've had some people sell me about 100 records, and they're like, you know what, Chad? I'm selling these 100 records because I bought 100 duplicates from you. I bought 100 duplicates from you, and I didn't realize I had bought that many extras. I'm like, wow. The OJs, VG Plus $26.99. The Return of the Magnificent Seven. That's the Supremes and the Four Tops. VG Plus, $9.99. And the Stars of what? Hee Haw. The Stars of Hee Haw. That's in shrink wrap. EX edition, $12.99. And the Best of Joe Tex is VG Plus, $24.99. Mike Oldfield Tubular Bells, EX edition, $12.99. They are still battling over Journey. George Strait's a $35 start. Modern Life is War is a $5 buy it now. Debbie Winstead gets the Supremes record. That is so to Debbie Winstead. Nazareth, Raz, Anama Naz, VG Plus $14.99, and Scott Smith on HH. That's for Hee Haw. That's so to Scott Smith, classic TV show. We have iRobot, the Alan Parsons. How about the Alan Parsons? The Alan Parsons Project, VG Plus $14.99. Let's go three wide with our auctions, our LP auctions, that is. And the next thing I have is Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin. This is going up for bid right now, a 79 U.S. Specialty C cover with the brown outer bag. It is a $35 start. $35 start. This is Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. The inner sleeve has never been wetted. If you didn't know, you can put water on this inner sleeve and it changes colors. That was never advertised. People just found out back then through word of mouth. The brown outer bag, Laura says, does have some damage. Right here's what she's talking about. Pretty common to see these with some tears and ripples and wrinkles. It's like an old brown shopping bag. And then here is the cover. Now, we called it a C cover. See right there on the spine, there's a letter C. Something else a lot of people don't know about this. There's different covers for this. There's an A, a B, a C, a D, an E, an F. And I think they go up, there's several, maybe 7 or so. So Led Zeppelin is now up for bid. It is OG. It's a specialty press, and it's nice. A $35 start. Journey, the last bid on that came in was Debbie Winstead at $51. Back to Peter Mazzolino. We sold Hee Haw. And then we have Todd Saw has George Strait for $35, and Brian Mallard does get the 45 for $5. That's so to Brian Mallard for $5. Next one I'm going to put up right now. Let's do another lot of 3, and I'm just going to try to show these real fast and we'll figure out what they are. I'll let y'all figure out what they are. We have A Social, Det Beta Salute, and Asphasia, and A Social again. All 3 of those for a $10 start. Next is the Outlaws, Bringing It Back Alive, VG $14.99, VG $14.99. 3 Dog Night, is VG Plus $14.99. Todd, you've been outbid on George Strait. It's at $37. We're about to sell The Journey to Debbie unless I hear back from Peter. Here's the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. If you want to get to heaven, it's actually their self-titled album. VG Plus $14.99 for the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. And we have Bob Seger's Live Bullet. That's a gatefold 2 LP. Seger is in VG condition. $12.99 for Bob Seger. And Rosington Collins Band, This Is the Way. VG Plus $17.99 for Rosington Collins Band. And Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy. VG Plus $17.99. Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy. VG Plus $17.99. 6 versions of Led Zeppelin. Version C here does not have a bid. It's a final call for a $35 start. Not a bad copy whatsoever. Nice jacket, nice outer bag, except for that little bit of damage right there. And then inner sleeve, very nice. Journey is sold for $51. Double LP live here. And that is sold to Debbie Winstead for $51. Let's go ahead and put this in a new sleeve. Thank you. I may need to go get a pack of sleeves or have Laura bring me some because I think I just used my... Nope, I don't. I need a pack of sleeves because I don't have any more to sleeve these Japanese tonight. All right, Todd's out on George Strait. Final call on that. Danny got Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Tim Graham got Bob Seger. Those are all sold and sold. And now we have a final call on George Strait for $37. Wet Willie Mannerisms. That's VG Plus $14.99. And Savoy Brown, Street Corner Talking, EX $17.99. Brian does have the 345s for $10. Kansas Audio Visions, that's EX Edition $14.99. And George Harrison, nice, Living in the Material World. That's VG Plus $17.99. George Harrison. We're about to go through a bin of new releases and then a Laura crate after that. So you probably don't want to go anywhere. Missing Persons is VG Plus $17.99. Oh, nice. 2 mil. Okay, cool. Laura has found another RL. That's like Christmas morning. And did you get those boxes of 4 mil bags I left on your desk, Laura? Yeah, there was like they're like 4 mil. I was going to tell you if you want to start using those for auctions. Okay, yeah. They've been in here forever, and we don't like putting regular records in them. So yeah, they're really nice 4 mil sleeves. And we have MC5. This is censored. VG $49.99. Kick Out the Jams, Mothers and Sisters. Instead of Kick Out the Jams is VG $49.99. The Alan Collins, that was Rosington Collins Band, This Is the Way, VG Plus $17.99. And Scott Beebe got Savoy Brown. And now Brian Mallard gets these 3 records for $10. Nobody got Led Zeppelin. It's a $35 buy it now. And Danny got George Strait for $37. Thank you, Danny. That's sold to you for $37. All right, and now Led Zeppelin can be bought for the minimum bid. A $35 buy it now. And Rick Hall says he'll take the Rosington Collins Band. And that is sold. This Is the Way. And then Led Zeppelin's a $35 buy it now. So we got a no bid on a Willie Dixon and a no bid on a Led Zeppelin. I curse y'all. Not bidding on a Led Zeppelin record? What is going on earth? Let me go outside and make sure, like, I'm in reality and I'm still alive and this is real. Like Jason Bourne said, he told that girl that time, this is real. When they were getting chased in Berlin or wherever. That's a funny part. I love those movies. I'm going to read these titles here. And if you missed something, you need a price. These are all check condition. And let's go ahead and put up some more LPs. And what else do I have over here? Let's see what we got. Let's go ahead and put Marvin Gaye. Let's get it on. Let's try it. Marvin Gaye is an 88 US. This is a Superior reissue. So 88, still in shrink wrap. Always tough to get. Always tough to find one high grade. This is going to go up for a $15 start. VG condition, $15 start. 88 in shrink. And let's go ahead and put up its counterpart. We'll try a Japanese pressing. And this looks really cool. Don't get this too often. The Doors Greatest Hits. A $45 start. A Japanese pressing. Near mint minus and pristine. The Doors Greatest Hits. And it is very nice. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover. and Obi. $45 start on the Doors' greatest hits. If you need a price, just let me know. Starbuck, Moonlight Feels Right, Nazareth Playing the Game, Nielsen Aerial Ballet, Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, Frank Zappa, Joe's Garage, Molly Hatchet, Steve Miller Band, Nazareth, Wet Willie, Joni Mitchell Court and Spark, the OJs, The Best of Joe Tex, Tubular Bells, Nazareth, Alan Parsons, The Outlaws, Three Dog Night, Kansas, Wet Willie, George Harrison, Missing Persons, and MC5. MC5 is on the first label. It is censored. VG $49.99. $49.99. And Christopher Dean is on the Doors. And Marvin Gaye also has a bid. Auctions are getting bids early on those two. So thanks everybody on that. And now let's go ahead and put up another single. I'm trying to figure out where this box transitions back to New Orleans stuff. This one looks very interesting here. Gavin Diavonda. I think that's more of a New Orleans single. That's going to go up for a $5 start. All right, Marvin Gaye has a new bid for 17. Hello, Janet, and Which Outlaws. The Outlaws was Bringing It Back Alive. 2LP VG $14.99. Let's go through a crate of new releases, shall we? New releases. Let's do it. Or I should say new vinyl, which is going to be a lot of new releases. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see what this is here. Yes. Some cool stuff. And some waiting list in here, too. And some waiting list. Let me get this over here. I have no idea how I have... Okay, there's this. Stone single sold for $14,000. Wow. Wow. That's a good one. That's a good one. Maybe, Carol, maybe one day me and you both can own one. Fred, can you hear me? Fred Cardinale. Fred, I don't know what's going on, but I can't see your comments. They're coming through as post notifications. Look, Fred, right here. He's been trying to buy stuff. He's been trying to buy stuff for hours. And Fred, I can't see your comments. So I don't know how you're doing that, but somehow you're commenting and I can't hear it. He's asking, did I get this? Can anybody hear me? Train. I have no idea what he did and did not get right then. So he's going to get the Led Zeppelin. Buy it now. Fred, I don't know how you're doing that, but somehow he's commenting on, he's watching tonight, but commenting on a different stream. How in the world is he doing that? So, Fred, that's sold you for $35. What does his other comments say? His other comments say, did I get a Meat Beat Manifesto? Let's put Fred Cardinale on a waiting list for Meat Beat Manifesto. He says, can I get Heroin 96? And then he wants a White Snake if he's not on a waiting list. And then I just accidentally swapped into his other comments, so I'm not for sure what those said. So, Fred, if you can hear me, something very bizarre is happening. Fred wants a White Snake, so, and then I think what he's saying is he wants Nico Heroin serial number 96. All right, so let's give him a White Snake. If anybody else wants one, let me know. White Snake Live, that's sold to Fred Cardinale. And then Heroin, he wants serial number 96. I'll swap those out. I had him with the lowest, 95, but we'll give him 96. And then I don't think he got a copy of Train. So whoever's tagging, make sure Fred Cardinale got a Train. If he didn't, put him on a waiting list for Train self-titled. And if anybody else, this is OG, because it's the first time it's ever been pressed. This album originally came out in 1998. They were not making vinyl. They were making very little vinyl in 1998. That's why this was never pressed. And then he wants on a waiting list for Meat Beat Manifesto. And Fred, if you're out there, bizarrely, I'm seeing your comments, but I'm not. I went over and I clicked on my phone to wake up the screen, and I saw all of your comments. So somehow you're commenting, but on the wrong feed. And then he says he just commented on something else. Which feed is he on? Fred, you're watching yesterday's stream. How is he doing that? He's watching yesterday's stream, or he's commenting on yesterday's stream, but he's watching us live now. Do you have two browsers pulled up, Fred? You might have two browsers pulled up. You might be, because that's yesterday's show. All right, so if anybody wants Nico serial number 95, I got 95 and 97 now. All right, and then quick update. Sorry for the delay there. Christopher Dean has The Doors for $45. Marvin Gaye 15, Marvin Gaye 17, Marvin Gaye 24, Marvin Gaye 25. Nick Bargeron, you're out on Marvin Gaye. This is a bot now for $5. That's a bot now for $5, okay? Now, first thing we have is Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion. That's a music on vinyl, $39.99. $39.99 for Suicidal Tendencies. And The Cramps, Big Beat from Badsville. The Cramps is $33.99. Chris Ridlings wants the Gavin single. That's sold to him for $5. And I told y'all, we've entered a simulation tonight. We're no longer in reality. Here in a minute, Rod Serling's going to turn around the corner with a cigarette in his hand. And he's going to start narrating my life. Picture of a man, Lebanon, Tennessee, selling records on Facebook. He has now entered a different dimension. We have Dead Can Dance, Into the Labyrinth. Let's see if there's a waiting list for Dead Can Dance. I think somewhere or another there is. Dead Can Dance. And let's pull this up. There's a waiting list for possibly one of them, maybe none of them. I just searched Dead in my spreadsheet, and the only thing that come up was a typo negative from a long time ago that's now no longer available. So that's no good. So this is still available for $39.99. Jerry Stone on The Cramps, and I got 2 copies of Dead Can Dance. Christopher Dean, you've been outbid on The Doors. So that's at $50 with Shane Devers. The Cramps is sold to Jerry Stone. Marvin Gaye, I've got to make sure that Nick Bargeron is done. Lonnie Jolly has that for $25. Now Christopher's right back in at $55. There's Dead Can Dance. I've also got 2 copies of, this might have been something Paul ordered. It is. It's got to be. Haliu Mergia and the Walias. I guarantee this is something that is impossible to get an original of. That must be really good. Because I didn't order. I bet Paul ordered that and they got back ordered. And they just came in with my stuff. $29.99. And Beetlejuice is $34.99. There is a waiting list for this. Beetlejuice. But Fred's still talking to me, but he's on a different feed. So he is still talking to me, but he's on a different feed. I can see him. I can see what he's telling me. I've got yesterday's show pulled up. And I'm just watching his comments come in. He says he's going to reboot. Who was on the waiting list for Beetlejuice? At least one person, maybe 2. Rebecca Howitt, you was on a waiting list for Beetlejuice. So, Rebecca, that's so to you. And we have Natasha also on a Beetlejuice. And now there's 2 Beetlejuice left if anybody else wants one. I unfortunately lost Nick Bargeron. Sometimes I lose him like Fred Cardinale. I'll lose them for about a half hour and then they'll be back on. Lonnie Jolly gets this for $25. And now we have The Doors at $60. I have The Doors at $60, okay? And we have 2 copies of Cramps, A Date with Elvis. That's $33.99. And another Dead Can Dance. That one's self-titled, $34. Nick's out. Okay, I'm glad you were. I lost you there for a second. That is $34.99. And I'm having trouble with this crate because of this gigantic box set right in the middle, which I'm about to show. But first, let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And our next auction is going to be Thelonious Monk Crisscross. And Monk is a 1963 U.S. Terre Haute. This is an original mono press in VG condition, a $25 start. It's a Columbia 2i. It is VG. Monk, a $25 start. The Doors is at $65. Shane, it goes back to you. Another Suicidal Tendencies, still Psycho after all these years. That's $39.99. Another Suicidal Tendencies. And the Metallica Ride the Lightning Super Deluxe Ultimate Box Set, $349.99. $349.99. Metallica Ride the Lightning. 6 CDs, 3 LPs, DVD, the original album, a double live, Creeping Death EP picture disc, live CD, live CD, live CD, interview CD, demo CD, DVD, lyric book, 3 posters, 72-page book, $349.99. And Metallica just announced today they're doing the next album in their box set series, the Load box set, will be up for pre-order very soon. So they've done them pretty much all in order The last one, of course, being the Black Album, and now they're doing Load, and I'm sure the next one will be Reload. So here's Ride the Lightning. I never see that in stock. I've got about 10 of them back ordered, and that's $349.99. Ride the Lightning, Super Deluxe. I'm going to put that right over there to free up some space in my crate. And the only bid, the Willie Dixon, is I Am the Blues, a U.S. Carrollton reissue, most likely late 70s, early 80s, $25 on that. Thelonious Monk is getting new bids. The Doors is getting new bids. Let's go ahead and put up another single right quick. Let's do another lot of 3 hardcore. Let's grab 1, 2, 3 here and see what we got. This is, I'm just going to try to read you whatever I can see. We have the Murder. This is called The Murdered. Let's see here. The Murder 2. The Demos, Judd, the Demos, and Neurosis. And that one's called Aberration EP. All 3 of those for a $10 start. All 3 of those for a $10 start. There it is. And we have, not requesting, but checking lag, Metallica No Purchase. Fred, are you wanting the Metallica box set? It's $349.99. Glad to see you're with us. Here is a new release. Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comet, Live Plus One, the expanded version. Ace Frehley's $44.99. This is one that I did post a pre-order for. I'm glad to have it in because I was worried I would have missed it, and I didn't miss it. I've got them, and let's go ahead and see who gets a free. You know why I didn't notice this? People tell me about these Ace Frehley albums, and I always mess up. If I search Ace Frehley, these don't come up. You got to put in Frehley's Comet. This technically isn't Ace Frehley. It's Frehley's Comet, of course, with Ace Frehley. But I always miss these because I search. People's like, hey, are you getting a new Ace Frehley? And I'm like, oh, it's Frehley's Comet. It's Frehley's Comet. So this is on Burgundy. These don't, by the way, these don't come sealed before somebody gets it and is like, hey, why did you open my Ace Frehley? Like it happens all the time. This is actually just Friday music in a loose baggie. So Frehley's Comet is $44.99. The pre-order was Jackie Ray, Jen Cast, David Polkey, and David Campbell. So I've pre-sold 4 Ace Frehley. Live Plus One, the expanded edition. Friday music on colored vinyl. I've got 2 extra copies if anybody wants one. Ace Frehley is $44.99. All right, now here's what happened. The Doors have had quite a battle, and that was between Shane and Christopher Dean. Christopher Dean has it for $75. Shane, it goes back to you. Monk got put up for a $25 start, and those have bids for $25, $25, $28, $30, $30, $32, $35, $36, $38, $40. The 45s have bids for $10, $10, and $10. Robert bid 10, Darren Johnson bid 10, and Shannon Price bid 10. So Robert Warner has them. Darren, you're out. Shannon Price, you're out. And now Monk is a final call for 40, and now the Doors is a final call for 75. There's 2 Frehley's Comic left. Willie Nelson, his newest album, Oh, What a Beautiful World, $33.99. This is his 154th album total, and I think as a solo artist, like his 90th or something. Willie Nelson sings Rodney Crowell, the new studio album. Willie's interpretation of 12 timeless Rodney Crowell songs, $33.99. That's new Willie. I think that's his, I think the blurb said 154th album as an artist. $33.99. New and sealed Willie Nelson. Incredible. Rose Tattoo, New Year's Day, 1980. This is on red marble vinyl. Limited edition, only 350 copies made. Rose Tattoo, $34.99 on that. And 2 copies of The Roots, the music roots of the Rolling Stones, a musical rockumentary, $33.99. The Roots of the Rolling Stones, $33.99. These are rare recordings, golden pieces of songs and pearls of the individual Stones musician recorded in the early years from Mick Jagger, Mick Taylor, Keith Richards, Charlie Watts, and Ron Wood, the roots of the legendary group of the Rolling Stones. $33.99 on that. All right, so we can go ahead and sell the Doors then. The Doors is officially sold to Christopher Dean. Beautiful copy of that. absolutely pristine for $75. That is sold. Let me open this new pack of sleeves that Laura brought up here. And yes, I do plan on selling a Led Zeppelin RL tonight. Laura just actually brought me another one. Of course, y'all know I have several, but I always make sure they're cleaned and test played and thoroughly gone through before we sell one for 500 plus. In the meantime, this is sold. Let's get this in a new sleeve. These are like Mylar top sleeves. I kind of like these. They're kind of like Mylar. And let's put that right there. And then up at the top, the hardcore singles. Well, actually, Monk was a final call for 40. The hardcore singles, 11, 15, 16, now 20. Jerry Stone got Willie Nelson. Thank you, Jerry Stone. Hendry Smink wants a rose tattoo. So does Fred Cardinale. And Darren's out on the 345s, okay? Here is Hollywood Roses, Dope Snake. Something else I've seen. I saw Rose Tattoo, and then I saw Hollywood Roses. These are all new releases, by the way. Featuring Mick Taylor of the Rolling Stones, Phil and Tracy Guns of LA Guns, Danny Nordahl and Chad Stewart of Faster Pussycat, Teddy Zigzag and Gilby Clarke, formerly of Guns N' Roses, Pat Travers, Chris Reber, and that is Hollywood Roses, $34.99. I've got two of those. Monk is sold to ST for $40. That is sold to ST for $40. The 45s are about to sell, and that's to Shannon Price for $20. All three of those being sold together. The next auction, we sold something like this earlier, but here's a more expanded version. Mick Fleetwood and friends celebrate the music of Peter Green with the early years of Fleetwood Mac, and I think this is a double or triple LP. I think it's a triple. It's a $35 star, all with custom inner sleeves. Yeah, 4 LPs. Wow, 4 LPs. A 2021 UK original. Mick Fleetwood pays tribute to Peter Green, and that's a $35 start. Rose Tattoo. No, wait a minute. RS. That might be for. Is that for? Let's see. What just happened here? He put ESRS. I bet he wants the musical roots of Rolling Stones, right, Glenn? And then Hollywood Roses is sold to Fred Cardinale and Bass Kickin' One. So those are sold and sold. And then that's a quadruple LP. Wow. $35 start. I've got 2 copies of Dead Kennedys. Gimme Convenience. That's $24.99. Another Cramps, Stay Sick. The Cramps is $28.99. And the Cramps again, Smell a Female, $24.99. $24.99. All right. And let's see what else is going on here. Welcome, everybody, to Collectco Tuesday Night Show. We're going through new stuff here very quickly. And the first thing I'm going to do is make sure I have not missed any waiting list over here. I checked on my phone. Let me check over here. The other stuff is going to be in tomorrow's order. Tomorrow's order should be another 2 to 4 crates of new vinyl. I did order a lot of new mini guitars. Those could possibly be here tomorrow. Cranberries, new order. That's all in tomorrow's order. Cramps, Weekend on Mars. Yep. All right, so that pretty much knocks all that out. Let's read through those one more again. Bill Keenum, Mick Fleetwood's a $35 start. These are all sold, and these are sold to Shannon Price for $20. Those are sold to Shannon Price for $20, okay? Now, let's read through those again. Let's read through those again, not before I put up another auction. And the next auction I'm going to put up is right now, and that is, let's see what's going on with this Bill Evans. Let's see what's going on with Mr. Bill Evans. Always a desirable artist. Further conversations with myself, Bill Evans. Bill Evans is a 1967 U.S. original with the company inner sleeve, EX edition, a $25 start. Bill Evans, further conversations with myself. Bill Evans, a $25 start. $25 star. Further conversations with myself, Bill Evans, a 67 U.S. original. That's EX, a $25 start. $25 star, Bill Evans. Further conversations with myself, okay? That is a 67 U.S. original, company or sleeve. That already has a bid with Donna. Mick Fleetwood, I got to make sure Bill Keenum actually bids 35. Bill, if not, I'm assuming you didn't want to bid. Maybe you thought it was a bite now on that. Shipping should be good to go. They should be pretty caught up. But, Scott, I think one of your orders might have got mistagged. I'll have Ed reach out to you, but I think a couple of your records might be somewhere in a loophole of shipping translation. Now, what exactly does that mean? I don't know, but if he hadn't messaged you today, he probably will by tomorrow, okay? So I got word on that like the other day. So nothing's really wrong. It just may be a slightly, your order's out, but it may be taking longer to get to than normal. But they have stayed relatively caught up on shipping. Let's go ahead and put up another single right quick. And let's do Golden Pelicans. We might be back into New Orleans stuff here. I don't know. Golden Pelicans. It's numbered. It actually says New Orleans. Burn everything. Maybe not. Hell's Bucket. That sounds pretty hardcore. That's going to go up for a $5 start by itself. That's going to go up for a bid for a $5 start, okay? I done bid 36. Actually, you didn't. It just says Mick F. You didn't actually put a number. So now I'll say you're at $36, okay? You forgot to put the numbers when you hit send. Let's go through these one more time. Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion, $39.99. I've got 2 of those. The Cramps, Big Beat from Badsville, $33.99. Dead Can Dance, Into the Labyrinth, $39.99. 2 LP. We have Holly Murgia. That is $29.99. That's available. And we have Beetlejuice for $34.99. Cramps, A Date with Elvis for $33.99. Dead Can Dance, self-titled, $34.99. Suicidal Tendencies is $39.99. Ace Frehley's $44.99. Willie Nelson, Oh What a Beautiful World, $33.99. The Music Roots of the Rolling Stones, $33.99. Dead Kennedys is $24.99. The Cramps, Stay Sick, $28.99. And the Cramps, Smell a Female, $24.99. The Cramps, Smell a Female, $24.99 on that. Okay? Now, I'm going to condense the other crate of new vinyl that was shown tonight in with this one. And if anybody decides you want something else in there, just let me know. If not, I'm going to go ahead and grab this crate that Laura has marked and read through those, okay? So we have Winger on green vinyl for $33.99. Vicious Rumors is $38.99. Whitesnake Live, $39.99. Prince Lasha Quintet, $34. We have Nico Heroin for $33. Suicidal Tendencies self-titled for $33. And Susie and the Banshees, The Rapture, $64.99. As you can see, a lot of Cramps, a lot of Dead Can Dance, a lot of Suicidal Tendencies, a lot of artists I've been selling out of, and now I've got pretty much a full restock there, okay? Let's go ahead and put up Bill Evans. We have Bill Evans at, well, let me go back to the top. So Bill Keenum bid 36 on this. If there's no new bids when I get to the bottom, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Bill Evans 25, Bill Evans 25, Bill Evans 27, Bill Evans 28, Bill Evans 30, Bill Evans 32, Golden 5, final call to William Drugovich, Bill Evans 35, Bill Evans 38, Bill Evans 40, Bill Evans 42, Bill Evans 45, Golden another bid for 5 of Chris Bryant. You tagged William, Bill Evans 46, and then Mick Fleetwood just got another bid for 35. So Bill Keenum already had bid 35. He actually put 36. He said he meant to put 35, and now Debbie's bid 37. Debbie Winstead has this for $37. Bill Keenum, you're out. 2 people's tied on Golden Pelicans. Now Rod's at 6. Chris is out on Bill Evans. Donna has it for 46. Final call on that. Hiram, you did get a Rapture. Let me make sure. I'm almost positive you did. Yes. Rebecca Howitt, Hiram Aponte, and C-Note. And then we sold 1 live, and I have 2 left. I've got 2 left. And I was reminded it is time to sell Led Zeppelin. It is, isn't it? It is time to sell Led Zeppelin. Awesome. So let me go ahead and put this crate behind me. Let's put up Laura's crate. I'll make sure Bill Keenum doesn't want to bid again. He just bid 40. How about we go ahead and sell Bill Evans in about 30 seconds, and then I'll put up Led Zeppelin. Let's grab this here. All right. And let's click on this. All right. Oh, here we go. Golden Pelicans at 7. Here we go. Let's go here. All right. Oh, and then the 2 no bids was Willie Dixon. We still got that for $25. And then technically from that last crate is the Metallica Super Deluxe box, $349.99. Bill, you're the high bidder. Now I'm waiting on Debbie Winston. Now I'm going to see if Debbie Winston wants to bid more than $40. Bill is bidding over on YouTube, and he's bid $40. All righty. There we have it. Chapstick is on. I'm ready. Here's the Lore Crate Hype sticker. Wow, that's a great Garfield. That's a great one there. We got Garfield with a little bit of some dancing around, some music notes there. Pretty cool. I wonder what he's listening to. It looks like he's listening to Ricky Don't Lose That Number. That's what it looks like, but I don't know. Mick Fleetwood has a new bid for $41. Let's go ahead and sell Bill Evans. Bill Evans is sold to Donna Turner for $46. And now let me grab a record over here called Led Zeppelin 2. Let me make sure this is the right one first. Let's see here. Yeah, this is it. All right. Here we go. Awesome. So we have up for bid a Grail. This is Led Zeppelin's second album. This is Led Zeppelin 2. This is a 1969 U.S. original RLSS Robert Ludwig Hot Mix OG first pressing. And it's a Monarch. So this is... when I see that font, it's kind of a darker green, 4-digit. There's the Monarch. I'm going to grade it visually as usual. I usually like grade these lesser, and then the playback's always higher, right? So I would grade this visually somewhere borderline between VG and VG minus. It's got a pretty, I mean, it's got some visual scuffs. I mean, y'all can see that right there, right? And then that's side 1. Here's side 2. Scuffing, marks, it's VG, VG minus. And then playback, of course, is like this. If you're listening to the loudest part of Whole Lotta Love, it sounds incredible, like VG plus or better. If you're listening to the quiet part of What Is and What Should Never Be, or the quiet parts between songs, it sounds like you're listening to a VG minus copy because there's quiet and there's no noise. I think y'all know how that is. But it's cut so hot. You've heard people say before, I've said it before, VG, even lesser grade copies are still exceptionally, they play exceptionally well. So no skips. I've listened to it twice all the way through. No skips. That's an important part. And then here's the most important part of the whole record. RLSS, both sides. A true first press from Monarch. It has RL for Bob Robert Ludwig, Robert Bob Ludwig. SS means Sterling Sound, where it was mastered. And then MO right next to that for Monarch. And it's also on the label. And that is the best of the copies are pressed at Monarch. So out of all the RL cuts, the Monarchs are the best. This is going to go up for a $375 start. The last copy we had, I graded it VG plus or better. I think we sold it here for over $3,000. I'm going to put this up for a $375 start. If you're buying not to be surprised, be it as if it's VG minus. If you want to buy it based on my review, at best, the best times it plays at VG plus. That's at the best parts of Heartbreaker and Moby Dick. It's up for bid. A super duper collectible now. The true first pressing. RLSS both sides. That is the one to get. That would be the one to get. Now up for bid. No skips. Oh, and then the cover. The cover is probably VG or the cover is VG minus because of the seam splits. There is seam splits on top of the jacket. 2 complete, nearly complete seam splits. So probably, it might even be less than that. You might want to call it G plus cover. It does have some tape residue there and just a generic inner sleeve. All right, there it is. a Monarch. I'm starting it off at $375, and we already got a lot of bids. Now this thing is going to do an air horn and more, so we'll just sit back and see who's the high bidder. Who got Mick Fleetwood? Mick Fleetwood, Bill Keenum bid 45, Debbie bid 41, and Debbie, you're back out again. He still has this for 45. And then what about Golden Pelicans? Golden Pelicans, the last bid on Golden Pelicans was a tie. William Drugovich bid 7, and Chris Bryant bid 7. So, Chris, technically, you're out on this. William bid first, okay? The first person to claim something in here gets the Laura Crate Hype sticker. And all of a sudden, we went from about 230, 240 viewers all night. All of a sudden, Led Zeppelin's up. It's 8 o'clock, and we got over 300 people watching. Everybody's tuned in to see where this thing goes. MT Matt has it right now at $425, and now Carol has it for $450. The jewel of the night. We have, first in the bin, Laura Jane Grace, a Laura record in the Laura bin. This is the vocalist from Against Me. It's sealed on hot pink vinyl, $14.99. I have 2 of those, of course. Or actually, no, this is Carolina Polachek. I almost said Charlie XCX. I don't know why. Laura loves Caroline Polachek. It's on Tiger's Eye colored vinyl with poster. That's $24.99. And we have Shirley Scott, Queen Talk, live at Left Bank, a 2023 Record Store Day exclusive, unopened for $24.99. And I've got 2 copies here of Hotline TNT Cartwheel, and that is sealed for $19.99. All right, so Golden Pelicans, William Drugovich, that is yours for 7. Bill Keenum, you've been outbid on Mick Fleetwood. The quadruple LP's at $46. Led Zeppelin's at $450 with Carol Puckett. It goes back to MT Matt, Janet Gray, and who else is bidding? Danny Czar. So lots of bids already on that. Natasha gets LJJ, Laura Jane Grace, maybe. Yeah, Natasha, that's so to you. And you're also going to get the Laura Crate Hype sticker, the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable Laura Crate Hype sticker. That's so to Natasha Pickett. Shannon Price, you're second, so I'm going to give you the other copy. XCX and, oh, they're friends. There we have it. The Metallica box is what's over here on the left. That's Ride the Lightning, $349.99. $349.99, and there's Willie Dixon. All right. Also, we have 2 copies of Green Day, American Idiot. This is sealed for $29.99. Green Day, American Idiot. 2 copies of that. And I Prevail, debut EP, Heart vs. Mind, black vinyl sealed, $19.99. MT Matt, anybody want back in? Carol has it for $450. I've already got to move this thing to a final call. No one else has bid. I haven't heard back from anybody. Final call on Led Zeppelin, $450 to Carol Puckett. Final call, a 69 U.S. original RLSS both sides Monarch. Nobody else has bid. Final call. Visually looks like a VG minus. We're about to sell it. And then Bill Keenum is in on Mick Fleetwood at 50. Debbie, you're back out bid. Terry Gearhart gets Green Day. That's so to Terry Gearhart. We have Brandon Lack on I Prevail. That's so to Brandon Lack. I really don't want to drop the hammer on Led Zeppelin when 3 people hadn't set out, and I haven't heard back from anybody. I don't want to do that on a record like that, but I'm going to have to. Clock is ticking. 1 person set out, and then price on Green Day is sealed for $29.99. Might be the fastest ever auction on a Led Zeppelin 2. Could be done. And Matt's out. Carol, it's looking better for you. Night Train, the Oscar Peterson Trio. Janet's out. Carol, it's looking real good for you. Christopher has bid $460. We're not done yet. $460. I was starting to get nervous. Night Train, the Oscar Peterson Trio, unopened acoustic sound series, $24.99. Keep in mind, the last one I sold for over $3,000. The high bid is $460 right now. Debbie Winstead, MF51. They're still bidding on Mick Fleetwood, and Tim Colino gets the last Green Day. However, let me make sure that Kristen Barnett doesn't want it. If not, it's sold to Tim Colino. Next is Freddie Gibbs, Mad Lib. This is sealed, $29.99. The note from Laura says Killer Gangsta Rap. Killer Gangsta Rap, $29.99. Led Zeppelin's at $460. That's an OG 69 Monarch, RLSS, both sides. Carol's out. It's looking really good with Christopher Dean, $460. Fred Carnell gets Oscar Peterson. I'm going to make sure Kristen Barnett doesn't want this, and she said she does. Oscar Peterson is sold to Fred Carnell. Green Day is sold to Kristen Barnett. Unfortunately, that was my only other copy of that. So whoever's next, I'm sorry, that's gone. And then we have 2 copies of Freddie Gibbs and Mad Lib, 2 copies, and Sons of Kemet. Sons of Kemet, African Cosmology, a Record Store Day exclusive, sealed for $9.99. And another Hot Mulligan. I know who this is now. Hot Mulligan is on green and white split vinyl, sealed for $19.99. All right, are they still bidding on Mick Fleetwood? The last bid was Debbie Winston at $51. I have not heard back from Bill Keenum. Before I sell this to Christopher Dean, let's do one more look at it since it's such a big record. It's a final call for $460. All right. The first thing I have is the disc, the most important part of this entire thing. This is Led Zeppelin 2, 69, U.S. Original Monarch, RLSS, first press, phenomenal. VG minus, that would be what I would slap on it. Someone's like, what, that record's grade? VG minus. That's what I would grade it. If we want to get into details, the details on it is sound quality. Usually I can say in the loudest parts are VG plus or better. It's just a loud cut. It's called a hot mix for a reason. It's at $460, and I'm about to sell it. Now, Pat Fratt put 25 on Asia. I think the problem is Pat Fratt's not watching live because we don't have Asia up anymore. John Dodd wants Sons of Kemet. That's sold to John Dodd. My crate's almost full over here. And now they're still bidding on Mick Fleetwood. Now it's at 54, and now Debbie Winston, you've been outbid. We have full, this is George Russell. This is New York, George Russell and his orchestra, an acoustic sound series, Preston QRP jazz album, and that is sealed for $24.99. $24.99. Debbie, you're back out on Mick Fleetwood. Let's go ahead and put up a single right quick. Make sure but somebody might be ready to send that bid. They could have their finger on the button. They might have just sent it, and they're ready to bid. We have Buzzkill, Meat is Dinner. Buzzkill is going to go up for a $5 start. The name of the first song is F Your Band. Buzzkill is a $5 start. Mick Fleetwood back to Debbie Winston. They've had quite a battle on that. Next record in here is No Other Love, Chuck Prophet. No Other Love is on white and red splatter. That is $14.99. And Grateful Dead, Reckoning. The Dead Come Alive on the historic recording. 2 LP, Grateful Dead is sealed for $39.99. Buzzkill already has bids for 5 and 5. Okay. Any Buy It Now 45s? Not at the moment, possibly later tonight along with Buy It Now CDs. Wayne Shorter, Schizophrenia. Wayne Shorter is unopened, $29.99. Wayne Shorter, that is $29.99. Terry Gearhart wants a Grateful Dead. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make Grateful Dead the last record in this crate so I can swap that out. Thank you, Terry Gearhart. Let me put this one right over here. And it looks like Led Zeppelin's done. So let me put up a new crate, and I am officially dropping the hammer on Led Zeppelin at $460. No bids. The auction has concluded, and this is sold to Christopher Dean for $460. He's been waiting for one to pop up for quite some time, and there it is. That's sold to Christopher Dean for $460. Actually, if he hadn't have asked me last Wednesday, last Thursday, last Friday, last Saturday, and yesterday when this was going to be put up for sale, we probably wouldn't have even sold it tonight. So thank you, Christopher, and congratulations as always. I don't like letting these things go. My stock is starting to get now into like all VG minus copies. Every once in a while, I'll have, a nice one pop through. Those are rare, and Led Zeppelin sold. That might be the first one I've sold in the last, year that hadn't sold for less than $500, probably in the last 365 days. So congratulations. Maybe at some point you can find an upgrade, but you might be happy enough with this one. You might be happy enough with this one. So that's so to you. I'm going to put it over here in the crate, and congratulations, Christopher Dean. All right, somehow they're still bidding on Mick Fleetwood. Now Debbie has it for 55. I hadn't heard back from Bill Keenum in a couple minutes. Debbie Winston has it for 55. Buzzkills at 7 with Brian Mallard. Final call on that. All right. Now, we might even sell another one tomorrow. I don't know. Laura just brought me one. She just brought me one she found in the back in a crate. So, I mean, they still pop up, and I still got a stash. But be aware of counterfeits. I showed y'all what I think is a counterfeit last night. So be aware of those counterfeit copies. If you missed my details last night, there are some out there. I think people are starting to counterfeit. So buyer, be aware of those. I think you can scratch initials into the dead wax. I don't know. I'm going to get some other opinions, but I think this one here has RL like just scratched into the dead wax. So I would be aware, since these things are so valuable now and they could kind of be counterfeited. I'd be very careful, okay? So before you pick one up anywhere else. Hey, look what I got. Led Zeppelin 2, the deluxe edition. That's a great price. That's about $15 below retail, just $34.99. $34.99 on that. Buzzkill. Buzzkill is official sold to Brian Mallard for 7, and we are done on Mick Fleetwood, $55, quadruple LP, and that is sold to Debbie Winston for $55. All right? That's sold to Debbie Winston for $55. So that is sold. All right, let's put that in there. Now we're ready for all new auctions, and it looks like we got a lot of people on all of a sudden, and here we go. All right. There's that. There's that there. Okay, Thomas Hujar gets this Led Zeppelin, and Danny Thomason was second. Let's go ahead and introduce some new auctions right quick. The next new auctions I have for you, we just did Led Zeppelin, so let's do Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is OG, a 1979 U.S. Pittman original. It does have the updated inner gatefold with the corrected credits, and this is original inner sleeve, a $35 start. $35 start. So this is Pink Floyd, The Wall. This is EX, a $35 start. There's one LP, there's two LP. We have one inner sleeve, two inner sleeves with the lyrics. Awesome, of course. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Here it is. Comfortably Numb. Hello, is there anybody out there? Just nod if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? We're talking OG Wall, and it's nice jacket. Run. Hey you, it's up for bid. And Mr. Sticker Mania is why the way to detect counterfeits, you can't counterfeit the dead wax because it's just, that's what makes that thing unique. So one way to know, I got two other CTH pressings. I still got two more RL CTH pressings, and I measured the dead wax. And I like literally put a ruler. I took some photographs to archive this, some pictures, and I measured the dead wax. So the reason, what we're talking about, the reason you can know this part right here is really thin on an original, because that's what makes it such a loud cut. The grooves, there's a lot of information. It's been mastered over more material, over more vinyl, over more medium, which gives it a louder, more dynamic sound. And so that's something you cannot replicate. They can't replicate it here in 2025. That's why the originals sell for what they do. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Sonny Rollins Jazz Classics. This is with Thelonious Monk and Art Blakey. This is a 1967 U.S. reissue, previously released under the name Moving Out. So sometimes they reissue these jazz albums and they give them different titles. VG Plus, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Let's also get back to the new stuff here Laura's marked. And this is Bobby's Motel. Welcome to Bobby's Motel by Pottery. Pottery is on yellow vinyl. That's a garage post-punk. $14.99 on that. And Goat Girl of All Fours. And this is sealed $14.99. Laura's got a note. This is a really good song talking about Sad Cafe, Sad Cowboy, and Goat Girl of on All Fours. That is sealed for $14.99. All right, let's go back up the top. And Pink Floyd had bids for 50, and then 55, then 57, and then 60. What color was the Hot Mulligan? The Hot Mulligan was on green and white split for $19.99. And we have Sponge Wax is Static. And Sponge is on gold vinyl for $29.99. Sponge Wax is Static. Let's grab another single over here for a $5 start. And this is the Wiggins. And the Wiggins is called Feed the Ghost. And we're going to put that up for a $5 start. The Wiggins, Feed the Ghost, $5 start on that. Pink Floyd is a 79 U.S. original. Does have the updated gatefold. It is nice EX and nice jacket. We got two people tied at 60. And the Jazz album's a $25 start. 67 U.S. reissue. Back to the lower crate. Jaco Pastorius, Invitation. Music on vinyl press. That's unopened for $24.99. And God Bless the Go-Go's. First time on vinyl. Limited edition blue vinyl. The Go-Go's is sealed for $24.99. The Go-Go's is sealed for $24.99. All right. We have Fred Cardinale on Sponge. That is sold to Fred Cardinale. Pink Floyd 60, Pink Floyd 60, Pink Floyd 61, and Sonny Rollins 25. The Wiggins is a $5 start. Mike Torrey's on the Go-Go's. He put the GGs, but I know he wants the Go-Go's. That's sold to Mike Torrey's. That's sold to Mike Torrey's. Give me 1 second over here. Okay. All right. Fred Cardinale was second. And let's pause right here on Orzik Tentacles at the Pong Masters Ball, $24.99. Pink Floyd has a new bid for 70. And the Wiggins is no bid. That's a buy it now for $5. Did Sonny Rollins get a bid? It did with Kenneth Blair for $25. All right, so Kenneth Blair has that for $25. Pink Floyd 65, Pink Floyd 70. The Go-Go's, Fred Cardinale was second. And Brian Mallard gets the Wiggins for $5. Danny has Pink Floyd for $75. I feel like there was another question in there. Maybe not. Nope, I answered everything, okay? Jaco Pastorius is a buy it now, $24.99. Yes. And we have this here. This is Parannoul, P-A-R-A-N-N-O-U-L, After the Magic. This is on magenta magic colored vinyl shoegaze, $29.99. Orzik Tentacles is sold to Fred Cardinale. And now let's grab another single. Some of these may not be hardcore. This might be mixed between New Orleans and hardcore. I don't really know. I'm about to put three up together for a $10 start. Let's do three together for a $10 start. I know Steven Sanchez isn't hardcore, right? Until I found you, Steven Sanchez. This is Crush 'Em All, Child Hulid, and Boy Sets Fire. And this is Reason of Insanity on clear vinyl. Reason of Insanity on clear vinyl. So those 345s, we'll put 45s, $10 start. And then John Dodd asked about Jaco, and Bill Keenum already asked, and he got it. Pink Floyd's a final call to Danny Czar for $75. And we have John Schofield, ECM. I think that's the label. It's called Electric Guitar and Looper. John Schofield, $29.99. And we have Para from Fred Cardinale, and that was Parannoul. That's sold to Fred Cardinale. Thank you, Fred. And then Sonny Rollins, just one bid on that, $25. That is sold to Kenneth Blair for $25. Let me read y'all some of the auctions we have. We have Diz and Bird in concert, Stan Getz and J.J. Johnson, Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Warren Zevon, Junior Parker, Big Joe Williams, Captain Beefheart, Fleetwood Mac, Chocolate Watch Band, Snooky Pryor, Peter Tosh, Mississippi Fred McDowell, David Bowie, Young Americans. We have Grant Green, Bo Diddley, Electric Prunes, Albert King, Baby Breeze, Chet Baker, Lee Morgan. And then I have Japanese, which I hadn't touched in like an hour. And then I have a surprise bin. Not all these I'm going to run tonight, but listen to some of these titles. Van Halen, Van Morrison, Nirvana, Thelonious Monk, Hawkwind, Jimi Hendrix, Jimi Hendrix, Jimi Hendrix, Judas Priest, Judas Priest, Judas Priest, Judas Priest, Judas Priest, Judas Priest, John Lee Hooker, U2, Lightning Hopkins, Van Halen, AC/DC, The Doors, The Rolling Stones, Rolling Stones, Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, David Bowie, John Lee Hooker, David Bowie, Black Sabbath, Kiss, David Bowie, Slipknot, Roger Waters, U2, and Led Zeppelin. And then in the Japanese bin, I've got Loudness, The Beatles, Chicago, Rocky III, Elvis Presley, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Whitney Houston, Peter Frampton, Grease 2. I'm going to put that up right now. Night Ranger, Great White, Doobie Brothers, The Doors, The Beach Boys, REO Speedwagon, The Eagles, Fabulous Thunderbirds, Duran Duran, T-Rex, The Go-Go's, Queen, Eric Clapton, The Eagles, Cheap Trick, Boz Scaggs, Howard Jones, Mark Allman, Nina, Boz Scaggs, The Doobie Brothers, The Beatles, The Doobie Brothers, Lone Justice, The Beatles, Culture Club, Hall & Oates, Howard Jones, Men at Work. Wow. That's what we got to sell. Sounds like I better go get some more purple juice. Here's our next Japanese soundtrack, or our next Japanese record, Grease 2. This is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Grease 2, with Obi, Gatefold, Extremely Nice, a $35 start. $35 start. These 345s got one bit of Debbie Winstead. Those are sold for $10. And then Pink Floyd is officially sold to Danny Czar. Thank you, Danny Czar. That is sold to you for $75. That's sold to Danny Czar for $75. Beautiful copy there. Thank you on that. Now Danny has become comfortably numb. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and put up Loudness. Grease 2 is a $35 start, and we have Loudness. Loudness is self-titled, 1986, Japanese pressing, Near Mint Minus, and absolutely pristine with Japanese insert, cover, and obi, a $35 start. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. We had a request for Chet Baker, Junior Parker, Van Halen, Hawkwind, Loudness, Mississippi Fred McDowell, Chicago, Frampton. I'll get all those on deck. Almost accidentally said something else. Glass Animals, Zaba. Glass Animals is sealed, $34.99. The note on from Laura says spectacular album. Glass Animals, $34.99. And Perfume Genius. Perfume Genius is on silver vinyl, $19.99. This is called Immediately Remixes. Perfume Genius, $19.99 on that. Those two auctions are $35 and $35. There you go, David. Back-to-back Japanese. And we have Houndsmouth from the hills below the city. Houndsmouth is sealed for $19.99. We actually got two there from Houndsmouth. Speaking of purple juice, I'm going to take a drink right now. Chad needs it, and Chad wants it. Whew, that's basically just like pure caffeine concentrate. Whew. Here we go. All right, here we go. Sorry. Oh, I knew I was forgetting something because Seth just sent me the Metallica tickets. Okay. Now here's how this is going to work. I have a giveaway. Here's the rules. You got to be a pre-existing Colectco customer. So if you're watching for the first time, you can't claim these. You got to be a pre-existing Colectco customer, but a longtime customer who's recently moved told me he has tickets for a concert, Ali Venable, tomorrow at 3rd and Lindsay. This is like a VIP type deal. Let me read you what he sent me. If you want them, the tickets are for tomorrow night, free concert tickets, VIP table with 4 chairs. VIP table with 4 chairs. Ali Venable, Money and Power Tour, tomorrow at 3rd and Lindsay, 7:30, Nashville, Tennessee. Whoever claims them, just make sure one thing, you can go, because he can't. I don't think he's even living here still. And if anybody wants them, it's 3rd and Lindsay, Nashville, Tennessee, tomorrow night. We can get them transferred to you easily. 4 tickets, VIP table, tomorrow night in Nashville. Free concert tickets. Allie Venable. And I've sold a lot of her records. Everybody always speaks very highly. 3rd and Lindsay, tomorrow night, Nashville. All you got to do is tell me you want them. Free concert tickets. VIP table, 4 chairs. For anybody in Nashville or for anybody that wants to drive in tomorrow, 3rd and Lindsay. Schofield. We have Schofield. John Schofield is sealed $29.99. That is available. There's one left. Grease and Loudness. Fred, you're outbid on Loudness. Danny Czar has it for $40. And then Tom Colino got Hounds. Tom Colino got Hounds. I hadn't pulled that yet. Thank you, Tom. And now we're back, okay? Also, we have Aaron Parks, Invisible Cinema. Aaron Parks is sealed for $29.99. And Gorillas, Cracker Island. Gorillas is sealed. There is a note from Laura. Laura loves Gorillas, a 4-star rating, $19.99. $19.99. And if nobody claims them by like 9 o'clock, I probably need to make a post and try to get these things. This guy's just like wanting somebody to go, okay? So he's just wanting somebody to go at this point. We asked everybody here. A couple people that wanted to go here couldn't go. So Mike Torres, you get Grease for $35. Mike Torres, you're the only bidder on Grease, $35. So Michael, I don't know if you're watching. Those are from Mr. Michael Nath. So y'all probably have heard me call his name, Mr. Michael Nath. So free concert tickets tomorrow, Allie Venable. All right. No, I'm not going to give away my Metallica, but I think you can get tickets. I saw a friend on Facebook today. He was trying to sell 2 tickets this morning. And then about 3:30 today, I saw where he said, I'm just going to give these away. And then he commented on the post about a half hour later. He's like, nobody wants to go to Metallica. And he was having trouble giving away. Metallica tickets. I was like, what in the world? What? And then somebody finally claimed them. I was like, free Metallica tickets. It took him all day to try to get rid of them. Loudness is at $45. This is Loudness self-titled. $45 with Patrick C. Smith. $45 on that. It's called Loudness by Loudness. Ryan Eaton wants Gorillas. So we got 3 Gorillas. Thomas Hujar gets 1. Ryan Eaton gets 1. And Carmen Schartiger gets 1. Jeremy, your bid on Grease came in late. And then Jeremy Gallagher on Hound's Mouth. So did Jeremy Gallagher's, okay? So, and Loudness has a new bid for $50. That was a great crate from Laura. Let's leave that again. But one more call. If anybody wants Allie Venable tickets tomorrow, VIP and reserve table. Sounds like you got your own little private deal. I think that's how that venue is. There's this like little... There's like certain part, there's like tables, right? It's like your own, you're not kind of crowd rushed. You're not cramped. You're at like your own table. That's for what I understand. So sounds like a pretty cool deal. Let's go ahead and put up some stuff that was requested. So earlier I did a read through of every auction that I have over here. And there was some questions. The first one was Junior Parker. So let's go ahead and do this. Junior Parker is a 67 US original. Company inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. Junior Parker, like it is. A 67 US original. Junior Parker with company inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. $25 start, like it is. Junior Parker. It does have an original Mercury inner sleeve. It is a VG Plus copy. There he is. There she is. $25 start. Loudness is now at $55. Danny, you're out. Let's grab another single. I'm either going to do 1 or a lot of 3. We're about to find out right now, chipping away at some of these singles. This is probably ones we might just do 5 and 5. We have the Gene Drayton unit. The Gene Drayton unit, a $5 start. And Regulations. And Regulations is a $5 start. There we have it. Not for sure where those came from. Let's through these one more time. And then I've still got, I repeat, 4 crates of new vintage stuff from John over here. Holy moly, that's a lot. 4 crates. So let's go ahead and run through these one more time. These are $5 and $5. I'll do a lot of 3 from the hardcore basket next. So Carolina Polacek, Tiger's Eye colored vinyl, $24.99. Also, Shirley Scott, Queen Talk, live at Left Bank. That's unopened for $24.99. Shirley Scott. We have Hotline TNT, Cartwheel. That's sealed for $19.99. Junior Parker, final call for $25. About to go 3 wide with LPs for the rest of the night, probably to get all this stuff sold. There's a lot. I've got 2 Hotline TNTs. I've got 1 copy left of I Prevail, $19.99. Loudness has a new bid for $70. Freddie Gibbs and Madlib, sealed $29.99. I did not see any 12-inch singles. Not at first glance, but I'm about to actually look through them as soon as this crate's over for the first time. Hot Mulligan is still available for just $19.99. That is on clear vinyl. George Russell still available for $24.99. Also, Chuck Prophet, No Other Love. White and Red Splatter, $14.99. Grateful Dead Reckoning is sealed. Double LP, $39.99 for Grateful Dead. Wayne Shorter, Schizophrenia, a Blue Note Tone Poet for $29.99. Thomas Sujar does want the Mad Lib here. Loudness, $75. The free concert is Allie Venable. Free concert is Allie Venable tomorrow in Nashville. Free concert. I've got a customer trying to give away tickets. So technically, this is a Coletco giveaway. I'm giving away free concert tickets that belong to somebody else. We have Welcome to Bobby Motel by Pottery, $14.99. Junior does have a bid for $25, so that is going to sell. Final call. We have Goat Girl on all 4s, sealed for $14.99. 2 copies of John Schofield, Electric Guitar and Looper, $29.99. Glass Animals is sealed for $34.99. Perfume Genius was $19.99. It is open on silver vinyl. And Aaron Paris sealed for $29. These are no bids, so Regulations and Gene Drayton Unit are $5 and $5. Loudness is at $75. Patrick, you're out. And Junior Parker is a final call for $25. Mike Massey did get Goat Girl. That's sold to Mike Massey. Tim Colino wants that last Freddie Gibbs and Mad Lib. That is sold to Tim Colino. And Loudness has a new bid for $85. All right, let's swap out crates. But as promised, here are 3 singles from the hardcore crate. These are definitely hardcore here. This is the Headless Kings. This is, don't know on this one. Hierophants, and it's also another Hierophants. So Hierophants and Hierophants, and it looks like the Headless Kings on Emotional Response. 45s, $10 start. Lot of 3, $10 start. All righty, so let's swap out bins. And we've already went through 1 John check condition, and then we went through new vinyl, then the lower crate, and then new vinyl, and or something like that. And let's see what else is over here. These are new arrivals that's never been shown before. New arrivals that's never been shown. Let's do a quick flip, and I'm going to try to go through these as fast as possible. Okay, I'm going to try to read through these exceptionally fast. That way we can go ahead and get into discount stuff sooner than later tonight. I might even pause tonight and try to figure out where all the other items that I wanted to go through tonight are, like the other discount bins and stuff. And that way maybe we can go a little bit later. Or I'll just do it as normal and we'll go straight on till 1:30 a.m., which is probably what I'll end up doing anyway. Okay. Here we go. And I got to really clean up these sleeves. I got a trash can back here, and then I forgot to bring back a trash bag. So guess where my trash can is for old sleeves tonight? The floor. And it's almost like I'm walking on slippery. I almost fell right then. I'm gonna have to take a 10-minute break and go get a trash bag up front and clean up all this trash. Oh my gosh. We got a dump trailer, like a dump truck parked in the parking lot. And over the last 2 days, we've almost filled it up full of trash, old boxes, old tubs, stuff in the store that we just don't need, shelving and all kinds of stuff, old white BCW boxes that have got ripped and teared and missing limbs. Tanner's like, man, we've almost filled up an entire dump trailer, and we've got 2 other parts of this store that I hadn't touched yet. So I know Paul just throws all of his trash on the floor too. I'm going to go buy Paul a trash can tomorrow. Paul's real bad about that. We should post a picture of his workstation, shouldn't we, Laura? He would be embarrassed. He would be embarrassed. All right, we have loudness 85, loudness 90. The 345's 10, the 345's 11, loudness 95, 11, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 10, 10, 10, 11, 11, 11. Junior Parker is sold for $25 to Dennis Jackson. Thank you on that, Dennis Jackson. We got to get trash cans in the store. There are 5 that I know of, and they're always full, and we're always hauling off trash. It's incredible. So as I heard somebody say, there's big money in trash. That's why all these companies are constantly got these big giant dumpsters outside of their place. We need one here. We could fill it up about every day. The boxes we go through, simply amazing. All right, here's our next auction. Sorry, I've been walking in circles and talking to you. And now we'll go ahead and put up this. Seth's workstation, he is an absolute neat freak. He actually will come in and like clean and unnecessarily for hours before he starts working. Night Ranger, Dawn Patrol's a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. The 45s are Hierophant, and the Headless Kings. And the high bid on those are $12. Fred Cardinel's out. Loudness is at 95. We're not done. Danny Czar's out. We are done. Final call for 95. And we have the best of Jennifer Warren's, $9.99. Seth doesn't have a workstation. I don't have a workstation. Tanner doesn't have a workstation. Laura definitely does. Paul does. John doesn't. John, you'll come in some days and John will be like just squatted down like on his knees cleaning records. And I'm like, dude, let me get you a desk. And he refuses to have a desk. He kind of has a table back there, but there's records just stacked up 6 foot tall on his desk. So I don't know how he works, but he does. Dionne Warwick is $9.99. Nick Lowe, pinker and prouder than previous. Nick Lowe is $19.99, gold stamp promo. Ray Parker Jr., Sex and the Single Man. Ray Parker's $14.99. Another Nick Lowe, or is that the same one? That's the same one, okay. John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did, $14.99. Judy Garland at the Grove, Judy Garland, $9.99. Robin on Jennifer Warren's, that sold. Night Ranger is at $37 with Carmen Schartiger. Final call on that. Final call at that. Robert was actually cracking a joke. He's like, oh, wait, Seth doesn't have one because he's fired. That's true. These 345s are sold for $12 to William Drugovich. Those are sold. Thomas Hujar on NL for Nick Lowe. That is sold. And Loudness is sold for $95 to Patrick C. Smith. 95 on that. Yeah, Tanner has he'll put up a desk kind of here and there. Tanner's got a table over here he's been working off of. I'm about to actually clean it off and take it down tonight. So he'll have to put up another one because I got to work in that room tonight. So there's that. Have a cardboard recycling. We do. They used to come and pick up for us, and they're out of business now. So we used to keep our cardboard by the back door, and a company used to come through, and they have stopped. They're out of business. So we accumulated. We accumulated a cardboard out the yin yang, and we had to basically have a dump trailer brought down, which we own it. It belongs to us, but we keep it stored somewhere else just for this purpose. Let's go ahead and put up Chet Baker, Baby Breeze. Chet Baker is a 65 US mono, and the book is inside the gatefold. It is a VG copy. It's on the Limelight. It's a 65 US mono. It's a VG copy for a $25 start. $25 star. Baby Breeze by Chet Baker. I don't know if I've had this one before. A $25 start. $25 start. Got a really cool like die cut book here inside the gatefold. How cool is that? Chet Baker is going to go up for a $25 start. That's now up for bid. All right, and then Night Ranger is sold. Let's go ahead and roll that to Carmen Schartiger for $37. Then we need all new lots of everything. Nobody on the free concert tickets for tomorrow. Nashville, Tennessee. Allie Venable. Tomorrow in Nashville, if anybody wants free tickets. All right, back to the crate here. We have O Positive Live, $19.99. O Positive Live, $19.99. Next is Blue in Heaven. It says explicit material, $9.99. Also, Neil Diamond, Touching You, Touching Me, $12.99 for Neil Diamond. John Cougar, self-titled, is $19.99. And Peter, Paul, and Mary, Late Again. Peter, Paul, and Mary's $9.99. The Bell Star, Slick Tricks, The Bell Stars is $9.99. The Bell Stars, $9.99. Hawkwind is called Live. Hawkwind Live 1979. This is a 1980 UK original, super nice, EX++ near minus, live on their winter tour in 1979. Hawkwind is going to go up for a $25 start. That's now up for bid, $25 start. Chet Baker has bids for $25, now $28. We have Terry Gearhart on Neil Diamond. That's sold. Tim Graham on John Cougar. That's sold. New vintage arrivals here. Price is marked. New arrivals. Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, $14.99. Also, Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere, $9.99. The Golden Hits of the Everly Brothers in shrink wrap, $12.99. Also, Bell Stars, that is sold to Robert Carmen Schartiger. This was asked about by Robert, but Carmen claimed it first. Hawkwind has a bid for $25. Chet Baker, $29. Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed, $19.99. We've got 1, 2, 3 singles here to put up for a $10 start. We have Hashed, a Morality EP, another from maybe Hashler. What does that say? And Head First, Back in Control. Does anybody know what those are? $10 start. Next is Sherbs, The Skill. Gold Stamp promo, $9.99, 1980. Sherbs, The Skill. Edwin Starr, Clean. Edwin Starr is $19.99. The Safaris, Live. The Safaris is $19.99. And Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century. Steve Miller has the original on her sleeve, $19.99 on Steve Miller. Lionel Richie's $9.99. And Back to Earth, Rare Earth, Back to Earth is $14.99. And Roger Daltrey, this is called Best Bits, which is like a greatest hits of his solo career. As of right now, Hawkwind only has one bid with Thomas Hujar for $25. I'm about to sell it to him. He's the only bidder. And now Chet Atkins is at $29. Michael Obrick, you're outbid. Terry Gearhart got Steve Miller. Thank you, Terry Gearhart. That's so to you. Chart Stoppers, 20 Chart Stoppers. Looks like a compilation. That is sealed, unopened for $19.99. Scotty Moore, What's Left for $34.99. And James Burton, this is $44.99. The hype sticker says, the solo debut album of James Burton, premier country and rock guitarist of the world, friend and player to Elvis, Haggard, and Jennings. $44.99. $44.99. These singles here, let's show the first one. This is Hassler. I think that's an R. Hassler. I think it's Hassler. 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 Immoral, Trainwreck, Retaliation. That is some of the singles. And then there's another one from Hassler. And the third one is from a band called Head First. So Hassler, and Head First. All three of those $10 start. Hawkwind has a new bid. Chet Baker has a new bid. Hawkwind has another new bid. Also, Donna Summer, A Love Trilogy. Donna is $9.99. The Chart Stoppers has artists such as the Stylistics and B.J. Thomas and the Bells and Magic Lanterns, Jim Stover, Lobo, Neighborhood, Manfred Mann. There's some deep cuts on there. Manfred Mann, Lobo, where did I leave off? Glass Bottle, Jim Stover, Lobo, Mel and Tim, Morning Mist. Also, Genesis, Selling England by the Pound. Genesis is $19.99, Selling England by the Pound. That's a lot of bizarre tracks on a Chart Stoppers. I think that's more of like deep cuts. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. This is in shrink wrap. It is on the first label. $44.99 on Dylan. And George Harrison, Dark Horse. One of George Harrison's original studio albums here. Harrison's $24.99. Chet Baker is sold to Michael Obrick for $30. Thank you on that. Michael Obrick, that's sold to you for $30. Speaking of 30, Hawkwind just hit 30. Hawkwind's now at 30. Let's grab a new auction right quick. The advertised stuff, I still got half of a crate plus the other crate. And we have next is Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin. This is a 77 U.S. specialty. So 77, that would be technically a reissue. The OG came out in 73. This is a 5-digit. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. All the 5 digits begin SD19. And this is a 77, but it's very nice. Nice jacket. The Rain Song, no quarter, $35 start. Jackie Reynolds on Donna Summer. Let's pull that for Jackie Reynolds. Hawk wins between two people, Thomas and Fred. and Chris Bryant, you bid at the most perfect time. I'm going to say all three of those for $10. Thank you. Those are sold to Chris Bryant for $10. The British Invasion, 1983, $39.99. A retrospective of 64 through 70. Premier Radio invites you to join forces. Some kind of British Invasion, British artist compilation. Interesting. With book from NSBA. Interesting. Radio spot promos. This is $39.99. The British Invasion. I don't know if that's music or radio. John says radio spots. $39.99. Is that selling England by the pound? This is Genesis selling England by the pound. Yes, $19.99. Led Zeppelin final call. If anybody wants to bid, it's a $35 start. Let's grab three more singles right quick. We have 1, 2, 3. Give me 1 second. I'll put these up. But first thing I have is Rotary Connection, Dinner Music. Rotary Connection's $34.99. Cadet, Rotary Connection, $34.99. Dinner Music, $34.99. Raphael on Genesis, that's sold to Raphael. Thank you. Also, Julian Lennon Velotte. Julian Lennon is $9.99. And Frank Zappa, Hot Rats. Frank Zappa is $49.99. Hot Rats. That's a very nice copy, too. Hawk wins now at 40. Fred's out. And here's our next three singles. We have first Sterile Mind, and then we have Warthog Speak, Sterile Mind, Warthog Speak, and Humiliation. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Hawk wins now at 41. Next is Pete Townsend, Rough Mix. Pete Townsend and Ronnie Lane, that's $14.99. Rainbow Label, $14.99. And Tommy Shaw, Girls with Guns. Tommy Shaw, you may know him from a band called Styx. His solo album, $14.99. Nobody bid on Led Zeppelin. That's a buy now for $35. Those 345s are a $10 start. Bob Welch is $9.99, and Night Ranger is $26.99. Hawk wins at 42, now 45. Thomas and Fred are battling over that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Big Joe Williams, Tough Times, on our Hooley, a 1960 U.S. repress, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. Big Joe Williams, Tough Times, $25 start on that. Also, John Cougar Mellencamp, $19.99. Tommy Shaw is sold to Carmen Schartiger. Thank you, that's sold to you. Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter. Double LP on that one. Gatefold, $29.99. Steve Miller, Abracadabra. Steve Miller Band has the original on her sleeve with it. Very nice. $19.99. Big Joe Williams, a $25 start. Also, Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66, Look Around. Sergio Mendes is $12.99. And Nazareth, Malice in Wonderland. Nazareth is $19.99, and Molly Hatchet, No Guts, No Glory, $24.99. Fred, you are out on Hawkwind. Terry Gearhart got Steve Miller Band. Let's sell him that very nice copy of Abracadabra. And we have the History of Country Music, Volume 6, with Dorsey Burnett, Patsy Cline, Marvin Rainwater, Jerry Wallace. That is $9.99. And the Austin All-Star Sound with Willie Nelson, Pure Prairie League, Bobby Bear, Tom T. Hall. This is a Levi's Shoes and Boots promotional record with Willie, Pure Prairie League, Tom T. Hall, and Bobby Bear, $14.99. All right. First is Big Joe Williams. He's a buy now for $25, a 1960 U.S. repress. These 345s are a buy now for $10. And Hawkwind is sold to Thomas Hujar for $47. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's Mississippi Fred McDowell Delta Blues. This is a 1965 U.S. repress. EX edition, a $25 start for Mississippi Fred McDowell Delta Blues. EX, $25 start. The John Cougar was $19.99. $19.99. Judy in Love, Judy Garland is $9.99. And Wet Willie, Keep on Smiling, $19.99 for Wet Willie. The Supremes was $14.99. Another Place in Time, Donna Summer. Another Place, boy, I've never seen that before. $19.89, $9.99 for Donna Summer. And John Lennon's Double Fantasy, $19.99. Mississippi Fred McDowell is now up for bid, a $25 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Fleetwood Mac, Black Magic Woman. Fleetwood Mac is a 1980 UK original, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. Delta Blues has a bid for $25. Hendry gets Donna Summer. I don't recall ever seeing that one before. Then Debbie, then Jackie. Also, Gary Lewis and the Playboys. This is $9.99. Very cool cover here. It looks like a matchbook. See if I can get it to open. Looks like a matchbook here. Gary Lewis. Kind of a uni-pack design with that flip open cover. Gary Lewis is $9.99. So Donna, and Mississippi Fred has one bid with Melanie for $25, and now Fleetwood Mac has a bid for $25. We also have Donna Ross and Supremes. That's $14.99. Let the Sun Shine In. Very nice copy in shrink wrap. Mississippi Fred Medall has a new bid for $26. Let me get this back in its inner sleeve. Oh, I see what's going on. There we go. That's sold, or that's available. Hopefully it will sell. And the History of Country Music Volume 5. So here's Volume 5. Volume 6 is also in the crate. That's $9.99. And Country Love, that's $14.99. That's another compilation. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits Volume 3 in shrink, $24.99. Donna Ross is sold to Debbie Winstead. And we have the Best of Country Crossovers Volume 2, $14.99. And the Thompson Twins is $14.99. Here's to Future Days, $24.99. Excuse me, $24.99. $24.99. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. I think I've got one here, a couple here to run individually. This is My Stupid Life and Volk. So first is My Stupid Life. This is going to go up for a $5 start. The Mr. T Experience and Taping Up My Heart. And then we got Pop Songs, Volk, Singer's Ball. And Volk is going to go up for a $5 start. Final call on Fleetwood Mac, just one bid for $25. And I'm just going to read the titles left in here, not tell prices. So if you do need a price, let me know. That way I can go ahead and go in straight to a new crate. Straight to a new crate. So here's what's left. If anybody needs a price, let me know. Dionne Warwick, we had Ray Parker Jr., John Cougar, Judy Garland, O Positive, Blue in Heaven, Peter, Paul, and Mary, the Doobie Brothers, Rita Coolidge, Golden Hits of the Everly Brothers, Glenn Fry, Sherbs, Edwin Starr, The Safaris, Lionel Richie, Rare Earth, Roger Daltrey, Scotty Moore, James Burton, Bob Dylan, Chart Stoppers, George Harrison, British Invasion, Rotary Connection, Julian Lennon, Frank Zappa, Pete Townsend, Bob Welch, Night Ranger, Joni Mitchell, Sergio Mendes, Nazareth, Molly Hatchet, The History of Country Music, the Austin All-Star Band, John Cougar, Judy Garland, Wet Willie, Donna Ross, Gary Lewis, John Lennon, History of Country Music, Country Love, Hank Williams Sr., Country Crossovers, and Thompson Twins. Volk is on black vinyl, and so is My Stupid Life. Fleetwood Mac just got one bid for $25 to Natasha. That's sold. Patrick's out on Mississippi Fred McDowell. That's sold to Melanie Jennings for $29. And now let's go ahead and put up two other LPs. Diaz and Bird in concert. This is Dizzy Gillespie and Charlie Parker. A 1959 U.S. original mono press. VG Plus, a $25 start for Diaz and Bird in concert. A $25 start. $25 start on that. Also going up for auction is Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. This is also going up. This is going to be a $35 start. It's a 1987 U.S. Carrollton original. It's the first print jacket indicated by the cover photo not having a black frame around it. So this is the first print and first print jacket. EX Plus, a nice Pink Floyd, a $35 start. Learning to Fly, Momentary Lapse of Reason. What was the Joni Mitchell? That was Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, and that was $29.99. Don Juan's Reckless Daughter. Dizzy is at $25. Dizzy is at $25. Okay? All righty. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's bring over another new crate. First, let me figure out where to put this one. I think I'm going to start moving the new stuff. I know exactly what I'm going to do tonight. I'm going to move this table so I can walk through here. And I'm going to get rid of that table. And y'all might see a post. Y'all might see a post tomorrow with me selling off some old record tables like we used to have bins, because I don't have room for them. I don't know if anybody local needs those. We paid a lot of money. We had them like made and the bins made. But I have a, I like folding tables for like an operation center because I can stack them and move them. And these fixed tables are, of course, great for records because they're well made and you can put 5,000 pounds on them. However, they're kind of in the way. I've got about 3 or 4 I need to get rid of. We don't have anywhere to put them here. They're very, very much in the way. I think I'm just going to stack them over here against this wall. So, but if anybody's interested, you might want to let me know. I don't know where to put them. Space issues here, big time. We've closed off pretty much our entire store, and I don't know. At this point, I could use the front part of the store now. So, hey, I see a few 12-inch singles in here. Not many, but there's 2 or 3 right in the middle of this crate. And let's go ahead and go through this crate. Let's go through this next crate here and see what we got. We got 3 more crates of like new arrivals type stuff. Let's do that right now, okay? So what happened on these singles? The singles did not get bid. So these are buy it now for $5 and $5. My Stupid Life and Volk, those are bids for $5 and $5. And then, let's see here. Yeah, that lady wanted this table, this old white farm table. People go crazy over white farm tables. Oh my gosh, there'd be some women, they would literally try to fight each other for some old white farm tables. And I was like, lady, I can't sell it. Wes Wilt, you're going to have to go somewhere else. Wes Wilt's at $40 on Pink Floyd. This is an 87 true OG first pressing. Original under sleeve, EX++. It is very nice. Final call on that. All right. And then Diz and Bird concert. Diz and Bird. Chris X got outbid. That's after George Sambares bid $30. Chris X over on YouTube, you've been outbid. That's at $30, okay? And let's go up to the top and see what else I missed. Does Wet Willie have Keep On Smiling? Yes. What do they look like? Those stands, these record tables, they are stained brown. They hold about 3 record bins on top. And they have kind of a bottom shelf. I don't know if I can't really turn my camera to show you. Maybe I could take a picture of one and maybe try to show it to you. They're right here next to me. So here's what it looks like. Here's what it looks right here next to me. It's like a table. And we got colored matching bins. And it's got a shelf. These are posters I keep, and that's all of our auctions tonight. That's what's right there next to me. I don't know if you could see any of that or not, but yeah, it's just like a table. But man, I've got to get rid of them because these folding tables, like Sunday when I do a coin sale, I basically got to take all this and move it on the other side of the store and then bring in shelving and tables to put all of our coins on. So it's kind of like I got to constantly change our studio around. Records and stuff like that's not easy to move quickly, so that's why we stay. Wet Willie, and let's go ahead and keep rolling here. All right, new arrivals. Here we go. So this is sold to Chris Ferrara, and here we are. First thing we have is Pink Floyd's at 45, Bird is at 35, and our next is Bruce Springsteen, The River, $34.99 for Bruce Springsteen, The River. George Thorogood is $19.99, Maverick. Joe Tex, I Gotcha, $24.99. 38 Special Tour de Force, that's $24.99. And Mike Oldfield, 5 Miles Out. Mike Oldfield is $19.99. These are new arrivals. Quick read through, the first read through. Hank Williams Jr. Strong Stuff, that's $24.99. And the all-time greatest hits of Roy Orbison, 2 LP, $29.99. I'm going to try to go ahead and bundle all the no-bid singles. So we had 5, 5, 5, and 5, and these were technically already 33 1/3 each. So we'll get those down another $1 at 3, or basically, yeah, 3 each. So we'll do another $1 off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. $21 for the 45 bundle. So $21. That gets them all down to $3 a piece. $21 on the 45 bundle. Next in the bin is Sweethearts of the Rodeo. $14.99 on that. Also, we have Dan Seals on the front line. Dan Seals is $9.99. Also, Jim Stafford. This is $14.99, Jim Stafford. and Outlaws Plan to Win. Outlaws is $19.99, and Wild Choir is $9.99. Why can't you put a large board on the vinyl crates and coins? I do for this table. That's what we do. I have a piece of cardboard I have cut to put here. I'm talking about over here next to me, these other bins I can't really move as easy. This is Tom Wopat, right? Yep, Tom Wopat, a little bit closer, $14.99. Fred takes the 45 bundle for $21. Those are sold to Fred for $21. Bruce Springsteen's $19.99, and it looks like it's time to sell some auctions. Orleans, too. Orleans is $9.99. Pink Floyd is sold to West Will for $46. Beautiful copy of that. First press, first jacket. And Bird is sold to George Samberes for $35. All right, our next auction right now is Stan Getz and J.J. Johnson, a 1960 U.S. reissue. It is in VG Plus condition, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. Stan and J.J. at the Opera House, $15 start on that. $15 start on that. And then our next auction over here is the Chocolate Watch Band. And this is called what is this called? I'm Not Like Everybody Else. A 2015, limited to 500 on red vinyl, contains several tracks from the Inner Mystique. It's a compilation, the Chocolate Watch Band, a $25 start, as in the Sock Band, a Chocolate Watch Band, or the Chocolate Watch Band. Also, Gilbert O'Sullivan, I'm a Rider, Not a Fighter, $9.99. ODW, Our Daughter's Wedding, $19.99. Our Daughter's Wedding. QE2 by Mike Oldfield, Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. And Billy Thorpe, East of Eden's Gate. That's another Gold Stamp promo. I've had a lot here lately. Billy Thorpe, $19.99. Every time I see this label here, I think of Quiet Riot. I think it's Quiet Riot that's on that same label there. Billy Thorpe is $19.99. Poco Legend has a sticker. Property of Aaron. Naughty Moore. Right now it's property of Coletco, and it can be property of yours for $9.99. And Todd Rundgren. This has a promo sticker from Warner Brothers Records. Warner Brothers says for in-store use only. This was sent out as a promo. Todd Rundgren is $19.99. Let's put up a couple more singles. First we have is The Chisel. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. The Chisel, Deconstructive Surgery. $5 start there on The Chisel. That's our next single. Also, we have Todd Rundgren's Utopia, another live, $19.99. And Gunsmoke's Festus. This is a 68 press. It has a promo stamp, $39.99. Talks about Dodge City and stuff. I don't know if I've seen that one before, even in Fred's collection. $39.99. And Three Dog Night, Cyan. Three Dog Night is $19.99. And Style, The Assassinator, $24.99. 12-inch single, Style, some sort of rap, possibly, The Assassinator, $24.99. Christum has Chisel for $5. Stan Getz is Soda Donna for $15. What happened to Chicago and Frampton? I guess they're right here next to me. Our next Japanese pressing is Chicago, and this is Chicago 10. It's a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Chicago, $35 start on Chicago. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. There's the other Japanese insert, and the cover is very nice with Obi. It actually might have a little bit of discoloration writing here, it looks like. $35 start on Chicago. That's now up for bid. $35 on that. Chocolate Watch Bands at $35. Chisel's a final call. This is called I'm Not Like Everybody Else on the Chocolate Watch Band. It's a limited edition of 500 on red vinyl. Excuse me. Man. Chocolate Watch Bands at $35. Next is Salt and Pepper Expression. That's $19.99. That's a 12-inch single. And we have Dizzy Rascal. That's a 12-inch single from 2004. Dub, $14.99. And Muhammad Ali, The Greatest. Muhammad Ali is $24.99. I think that's a soundtrack. It is. And Surface 2 and Wave, Gold Stamp promo, $12.99. Bob Riger has Chicago for $35. Chocolate Watch Bands at $37 with Fred Cardinale. And we have another bid on Chocolate Watch Band for $38. Christum gets the Chisel for $5. Christum Darren, thank you. That's sold to you for $5. The Killing Fields, Mike Oldfield. That's a soundtrack he did. $19.99. And Wet Willie Dixie Rock, Wet Willie's $19.99. Final call in Chicago for $35. Let's go ahead and put up another LP. I'm about to sell Chicago, and the other LP I have for you tonight is, let's try this Trout Mask Replica. This is Trout Mask Replica, Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band. This is a 2019 reissue, limited edition red vinyl. Misprint. Beefheart is spelled Beefheart, H-A-R-T, on the labels. They did. They misspelled Beefheart on the labels. This is a Rhino reissue, not the Third Man, that had a vault package. EX edition, a $45 start. Red vinyl, Captain Beefheart, $45 start on that. Chicago has another bid for $36 and now $38. So all of a sudden, new bids on Chicago, and there's Trout Mask Replica. Also, John Waite, No Breaks. My voice is wanting to cut out, which is not good. This has their hit song Missing You on it. It also has the original on her sleeve, but also Dave wrote his name on the cover. $19.99 for John Waite. We have Bobby Sherman's Greatest Hits, $14.99. And The Seekers, Gorgy Girl, or Gorgy Girl. The Seekers is $9.99. Surface 2. This is $12.99. Tracy 2 put H-E-E. And H-E-E for Tracy was something. We're about to find out, possibly The Seekers. Stephen Bishop, Careless, that's $9.99. So now Chocolate Watch Band's at $41. Now Chicago's a Final Call to Robin for $39. And Captain Beefheart's a $45 start. We'll go ahead and wrap some of those up so we can go ahead and go right into more new auctions. But first, let me go ahead and show you Janie Freaky. Janie Freaky's $14.99. Donna said she will take Surface. That's sold to Donna. We have an out on Chocolate Watch Band. So I think it's between Fred and Thomas. I don't know if Thomas got out. No, I think Brian joined the bidding, and now Thomas says he's out too. So looks like we have found our high bidders on both auctions, and about to make Beefheart a buy now. Spirit is $29.99. Spirit. And the Spinners, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. The Spinners is $14.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, has the original on her sleeve with it. Bruce is $19.99. Has an original on her sleeve. Sometimes it has a lyric insert tune. Not on this one, though. Does have an original on her sleeve, though. That is Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. Let's put that back in there. Let's do that. And now, let's see what's next. I see another Bruce coming up, but here's Rick Springfield for $14.99. And here's, of course, the live Bruce Springsteen box set. 5 LPs with book, no condition notes Bruce, Epic Live Box, $49.99. All right, the first thing I'm going to do, because it's on top, is make Captain Beefheart a buy now for $45. 2009 Rhino reissue on red vinyl. That's kind of surprising. And then Chocolate Watch Band is sold to Fred Cardinale for $45. And Chicago is sold to Robin Glenn for $39. So let's put that away. Let's put up at least one more new Japanese. And we have a request for a few Van Halens. I'll get into some of those too. But first, let's put Chicago away. Okay, that's sold. And now the first thing I'm going to grab over here is Peter Frampton. This one's called Frampton. It's going to go up for a $35 start. It is a Japanese pressing. It's called Frampton by Peter Frampton. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert with it. There's the cover and obi, and Peter Frampton's a $35 start. The first Van Halen I have here is a 1980 US. This is an original club copy, and it has the poster. The vinyl is near mint, and it does have the David Lee Roth poster. $35 start. $35 start on Van Halen, Women and Children First, and The Cradle Will Rock. The poster is in excellent condition. Don't know if we even want to open it fully, but I'll take a quick peek at it. This is the David Lee Roth Chained to the Fence poster. There's David Lee Roth. That was originally included, and it's in there. The vinyl is exceptionally nice. It looks like it's been stored in a polyline bag, and there they are, Van Halen, $35 start. I used to have one of these autographed. Who bought that? It was signed by all of them on the back. No, it was signed here, and then David Lee Roth had signed the front. Whoever, is anybody watching that bought that? I wish I had it back. I just seen where somebody had a Eddie Van Halen receipt, like where he was at a restaurant and he signed it and said, "To Tim and Jill, rock on." And I think that just sold for like $3,500, which seemed like a lot. But his signature has become very valuable as of late. Van Halen already has a bid for 35. Rob and Glenn wants Rick Springfield. And then Robert wants the Salt and Pepper 12-inch single. I'm going to go ahead and show the last few records in here. We have Boz Scaggs' Greatest Hits for $19.99. Van Halen has bids for $35.35. Fred Carnell gets Captain Beefheart for $45. He grabs that for the buy it now price. Nice pickup. Also, we have Kojak. We sold one of those the other night. There's another one. Story record from Peter Pan Records. Kojak, $24.99. Jewel of the Nile. Jewel of the Nile's $19.99. More American Graffiti, $24.99. I feel like we sold one of those the other week. And Nice, Live and Let Die. It was sold at Tower Records. Has the original Tower Records price tag. Paul McCartney and Wings doing the title song. This is a early 80s press. $19.99. Live and Let Die. Roger Moore's first film as James Bond. Van Halen 36. Van Halen 38. All righty. And then there's Peter Frampton. And it's a final call for a $35 start. We'll go ahead and throw something else up. David has locked in a bid on Frampton at $35. Let's go ahead and put up a third LP. And this is Albert King, I'll Play the Blues for You. And Albert King is a 1972 Sonic OG pressing. EX condition, a $35 start. Albert King, a 72 US original. VG Plus cover, EX vinyl, a $35 start. Time for another new crate. I'm just going to read what's left in here one more time, okay? Let me do that right quick. And if anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know. All right. Jetstream gets Bond. That is sold to Jetstream. Thank you, Jetstream. Live and Let Die. Bah. Live and Let Die. Okay, first thing we have. Quick recap, if you just missed these and you need a price, let me know. We got Bruce Springsteen, The River, George Thorogood, Maverick, Joe Tex, I Gotcha, 38 Special, Mike Oldfield, Hank Williams Jr., Roy Orbison's Greatest Hits, Sweethearts of the Rodeo, Dan Seals, Jim Stafford, Outlaws, Wild Choir, Tom Wopat, Bruce Springsteen again, Orleans, Gilbert O'Sullivan, ODW, Mike Oldfield, Billy Thorpe, Poco, Todd Rundgren, Gunsmoke's Festus, Three Dog Night, Style, Dizzle Rascal, Muhammad Ali, Mike Oldfield, Wet Willie, John Waite, Bobby Sherman, The Seekers, Stephen Bishop, Janie Freaky, Spirit, Spinners, Bruce Springsteen, Boz Scaggs, Kojak, Jewel of the Nile, and American Graffiti. So here's the bids. The beautiful OG Club Van Halen with poster has a high bid of $40 with Chris X. Frampton is a final call, one bid, $35. Albert King just got bids for $35 and $35 with Samuel and George Scherer. Chris Sheridan, there's three Bruce Springsteens in here. There's Born in the USA, Darkness on the Edge of Town, and The River. So let me know which one on those. Price on OL, and then price on Three Dog Night. Okay, what was OL, and then we have the two remaining 12-inch singles. This one was $14.99. It's a double. No, it's a triple. No, it's a double. ABCD, yeah. That's a 2 LP deal. Dizzle Razzle, 2004, and Style, The Assassinator, produced by the Hollywood Impact from the album In Tone We Trust. $24.99. Chris, and then Three Dog Night Susie was $19.99. Okay, he wants River and Darkness, so he wants the ones back here. River should be right in here. Whoop, I must have passed it. I must have passed it again. Where are you, Bruce? There's Bruce, and then the River is like the first record. All right, thank you, Chris, sharing on that. Those were very nice copies, too. Anybody else on anything in there? The Jewel of the Nile soundtrack is right here with Hop sticker. This is $19.99. Billy Ocean, Ruby Turner, Hugh Muscella, Houdini's on here, Jack Nitzsche and the Nubians, Precious Wilson. And Susie on Three Dog Night. Susie on Three Dog Night. And let's go ahead and pull Shambhala for her, a.k.a. Cyan. Albert King has a new bid for 30. Let's go ahead and sell Frampton to David Johnson for 35. And Robert asked me, hopefully you'll be watching, I know you will. We might do a recap on some of these later tonight, and we'll work on some prices. Right now, I've got to keep everything in here sticker price to follow suit. But a little bit later, I will definitely, without a doubt, work with you, okay? And Robin Glenn just asked me again later, usually when it's time for recapping. And then Outlaws, okay? And then Robin does want the Bobby Sherman here. Let's tag that for Robin Glenn, all right? And then we have Outlaws. That was OL, Outlaws. And that was Outlaws playing to win. Michael Peveler, $19.99. Are we done on Van Halen? It had a new bid. No, that's the same bid, 45, I think. I'm going to say this one more time because the auctions are very close in price. I want to make sure I didn't misspeak. Van Halen's at 47 with Chris X. 47 with Chris X. Albert King just got a bid for 55. Debbie said she bid $36 on Peter Frampton. She did. I knew something. I knew somewhere or another I was bound to screw up an auction tonight. David Johnson. She did, in fact, up here, right here, bid $36. I never did call it out. Peter Frampton is still up for bid. David Johnson, you're out. Debbie Winston has it for $36. In the back of my mind, something was telling me, Chad, you've missed something. Chad, you're about to miss something. Or Chad, you've messed something up, and I missed a bid. So in that situation, it goes back up for auction. As long as I can find it, as long as I can see it. And it was on my screen. All right, let's go through another crate right quick. Let's see what these last couple look like right quick. Oh, man. I have squatted down. Whew. I don't know if I'll be able to get back up. I was supposed to end the show early, go home and get some rest, and I pretty much did not do that yesterday, so I apologize. I think my brain's been working pretty good tonight for still not getting the sleep I needed to get. There's a new bid. Debbie, you've been outbid. All right. Here we go, and Albert King's at 60. All right, let's move along. New arrivals, priced as marked. Poco delivering, $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, hasten down the win. Linda Ronstadt, $9.99. David Lee Roth, Skyscraper. David Lee Roth has the original on her sleeve, $34.99. David Lee Roth, $34.99. Robert Plant, $19.99. The Principal Moments, the hits of Sonny and Cher, as advertised on TV. So Van Halen, 50. Chris X, you've been outbid on Van Halen. Albert King's at 60 with George Samberez. George Scherer, you've been outbid. And now Peter Frampton has awoken from the dead. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. I bet the next bid's 40 from Debbie Winstead. We have England Dan and John Ford Coley. Some things don't come easy. Debbie Winstead's bid $40 on Peter Frampton. England Dan's $9.99. The Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. The Captain and Me. Also, we have Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile. You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet. $12.99. And Linda Ronstadt is $9.99. Simple Dreams, Ted Nugent, State of Shock, $14.99. And music by Mark Knopfler, Local Hero, $14.99. And Daryl F. Zanuck's The Longest Day soundtrack. I haven't seen that in a while. $19.99, The Longest Day. And Red Box, The Circle and the Square, $19.99. Chris is out on Van Halen. Definitely about to sell that then to Tim Graham for $50. George Scherer is back in on Albert King for $65. And now Peter Frampton has a bid for $45. This is Mike McGreer. Mike McGreer, Paul McCartney's brother. This is from the C.R. Crowley collection. $19.99 on that. John Parr, $14.99. John Parr is $14.99. And Music for Millions, Dusty Springfield. Unfortunately, from the Connery collection, there's some writing, but that does have Son of a Preacher Man on it, $19.99. And Tina Turner in Shrink and Hop sticker, we advertised in What's Love Got to Do with It, $24.99. And Carole King, Rhymes and Reasons, $14.99. Samuel Kopech on Local Hero. Thank you, Samuel Kopech. That's Mark Knopfler. And now the Van Halen pristine copy with poster. That is sold to Tim Graham for $50. Thank you, Tim Graham. That's sold to you. Peter Frampton's at $47 with David Johnson. They have awoken that auction, and now Albert King's at $70. Now Albert King's at $70. We have Chet Atkins in Hollywood, $14.99. Very nice, very cool cover. Chet Atkins, $14.99. And Calendar Girl. Who is this? $24.99. Calendar Girl. Julie London. Yeah, Julie London. What an interesting one here. I don't recall seeing that one too often. Red label there, $24.99 for Julie London. $24.99. And we have REO Speedwagon, $19.99. REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble. And we have the Rolling Stones Some Girls. That is the original cover there, $49.99. We sold a promo copy the other night. The Rolling Stones Some Girls, $49.99. And The Doors, Absolutely Live, double LP, $39.99. The Doors, Absolutely Live, $39.99. Albert King, $37. She's out on Peter Frampton. This is sold to David Johnson for $47. It's John Parr's Man in Motion, St. Elmo's Fire. I think that's a different one here. Let me run down the tracks here. Naughty Naughty, Magical Love Grammar. Yeah, those tracks, that's on a different album. Samuel Kopech on the Julie London. What an interesting one there. George Scherer was second. That's sold. Also, we have DeBarge, Rhythm of the Night, $14.99 DeBarge. Also, Chicago 16 in shrink wrap, $9.99. So they're still bidding on Albert King. George Scherer has that for $75. George Scherer has that for $75. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Peter Tosh Bush Doctor. Peter Tosh is a 1978 U.S. Presswell original. This does have a hole punch on the cover. It's EX edition, and Peter Tosh is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on that. He's out on Albert King. Melissa Bailey on DeBarge. Chris X was second on DeBarge. And we have Loverboy Live. This is a promo only, white label with the sticker, gold stamp promo. That's $19.99. And Renaissance Azor Dior. Renaissance is $9.99. And Leo Sayer here. Leo Sayer is $9.99. A soundtrack, He's My Girl. Soundtrack, gold stamp promo, $19.99 on that. So the Albert King gets sold to George Scherer for $75. He's the high bidder on that. Peter Tosh has a bid with Shannon Price for $25. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's David Bowie's Young Americans. It is a 1979 U.S. reissue. There's no condition notes on the vinyl. It is a nice jacket as well. David Bowie's going to go up. That's also a $25 start. Young Americans, that's up for bid. And then our next Japanese pressing is another Chicago, and this is Chicago 17. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Chicago 17. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the LP. There is the insert. And there's the cover and Obi. $35 start. Also, what's the name of the Dusty Springfield record? Dusty Springfield is right here. It's called Music for the Millions. Music for the Millions, $19.99. So it's a compilation that is available. Corey Ross on Loverboy. Loverboy Live, that sold. Chris Ridling's just asked to track, but that's already sold. Fresh Air 4 is $14.99. Fresh Air 4. And Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. Robert Plant has the original on her sleeve, extremely nice, $19.99 on that. And General Public, All the Rage, $24.99. So Peter Tosh, final call for $25. David Bowie, final call for $25. Chicago, final call for $35. Bachman Turner Overdrive 2, that's $12.99. Frida, Something's Going On. Frida is $9.99, and Jethro Tull is $24.99. Jethro Tull, that's called This Was, second label, but very nice, $24.99. And Aretha Franklin now is $24.99. 4-digit Aretha Franklin, no condition notes, very nice. Clifford Umstead on Robert Plant, that's Pictures at 11. We still have his other one in there as well. Any Black Sabbath or Ozzy, that stuff is typically sold on Thursday night. That's when we sell Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, Metallica, Megadeth, Iron Maiden. We sell, all that is sold at auction typically on Thursday nights. There's people that show up just on Thursday nights to bid and buy on all that. We will have it. We'll auction it one at a time. They'll all be gone, and there's no leftovers. All the metal is sold on Thursday night, and there's usually nothing left whenever it's there and put up for auction. So what I'm trying to say is make sure you tune in on Thursday. Be prepared to bid, and be prepared to stay all night. We sell all that stuff on Thursday nights. I do have a couple Black Sabbaths over here tonight that I might run tonight, though. Elton John on the first label, $36.99. Freeze, $24.99. This Is Your Song. What a nice jacket. That's nice. And the Beatles 65. And this is an 88 pressing. Check this out. Purple Capitol label, $44.99. Do you ever get the Osmonds? Yes, the Osmonds. Those come through occasionally. I'm still looking for those. I've told John I need an updated list. We've had requests for more Carpenters, the Osmonds. Who was the one the other night? More Pure Prairie League and more Dan Fogelberg. I can't believe it, but that's like 5 requests I've seen quite often. The Osmonds, more Pure Prairie League, more whoever I just named off. Quite amazing, but yes, we have a lot of requests for those. Chicago 17, that is a buy now for $35. Chicago 17 is a buy now for $35. So John's always looking for stuff. Sometimes he's like, they ask for what? They ask for who? And I'm like, yep. And he's like, you've got to be kidding me. And John Denver, yep. And the ones I've seen pop up lately have actually sold. David Bowie is sold to Chris X, just one bid for $25. That is sold. Chris X, $25, thank you. And Peter Tosh, just one bid. That's sold for $25. And Peter Tosh is sold to Shannon Price for $25. $25. Yeah, somebody was just complaining because they say too much, Dan Fogelberg. He must be living in a different reality. We were talking about that earlier. So next auction is the electric prunes, the new improved electric prunes. This is a 69 U.S. Terre Haute, a $35 start. 69 U.S. Terre Haute, $35 start. We do something a little bit different than most stores. We're here selling stuff live, and we're selling stuff to people that are shopping from their house, that don't go to record stores, that don't really care about going to record stores. They want to buy from their house and from us. So we sell a lot of stuff that no one else can sell. And that's what makes us very unique. We sell a lot of stuff that no one else is capable of selling. I hear it from other people who sell at like shows, and people who sell at conventions, and people who own record stores. They tell me all the time, Chad, you sell stuff that no one else is able to sell. And I'm like, that's what I'm best at. The Electric Prunes album is a 69 U.S. Terre Haute, a $25 start. It's a 2-tone reprise, new and approved Electric Prunes, a $25 start, okay? And now the last 2 records in here was Josh White. Josh White is $19.99. And we have Jackie Wilson for $24.99. Also, Tanya Tucker, Here's Lonesome Love. Tanya Tucker is $14.99. Tanya Tucker, $14.99. The way you sell records like that is you explain to people how much they need them in their life. And then when you explain it to them and you're showing them to them, and then a lot of people realize that they had them when they were younger, or somebody they knew used to have them, they're going to want them, okay? So that is, and then of course we sell a lot of stuff that, like Robert just said, that is very tough to get anywhere else. So, here we go. Lee Morgan, Delightful. We got that one guy. I don't usually share a lot of customers' names, but he's up in like Iowa, and his closest record store is an hour and a half away. And they have, like, he said, 4 bins of records, and they're open on the weekends. So obviously he's going to be shopping online, and he watches our shows almost every night. And we bring him stuff that otherwise he'd have to get on eBay and Discogs, and he'd rather watch me show it and sell it. He can see the condition. He knows where it's coming from. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of stores just have stuff sitting in the bins. They're not really trying to actually sell it. They're waiting for somebody to come in and buy it, I don't think they're sometimes actually trying to sell it. Lee Morgan Delightful, a 1970 U.S. reissue, VG++/EX. Lee Morgan's going to go up for a $25 start. Lee Morgan Delightful, $25 start. That's a 1970 reissue, VG++EX. So we got the Electric Prunes for a $25 start. We got Lee Morgan for a $25 start. And what else do we have here? We had a couple questions. The first question was from Fred Cardinale. Fred Cardinale wants to know the info on General Public. This is called General Public All the Rage, $24.99 for General Public. And if you want that, Fred, let me know. If not, Chris Farrar wants it. And then also, we had a request for something else. What is the condition of Aretha Franklin? Aretha Franklin is $24.99. There's no condition notes on the vinyl, and the jacket is really nice too. Aretha Franklin, $24.99. It is very nice. That is underpriced in my opinion. For that kind of condition of that record, that is pretty much underpriced there. All right, and for some reason, we just got a message, and 3 people have commented they want Bowling for Soup. So I'm not for sure what that is, but let's make a note to order Bowling for Soup, because whoever is weird. Somebody just sent us a message too, not the other 2 people. Somebody might be watching the feed and just went ahead and sent us a message. So Bowling for Soup, interesting. Bowling for Soup. I love soup, and occasionally I go bowl in very odd occasions. Like, I don't know, I probably hadn't been bowling in 5 years. All right, Fred Cardinale does get General Public, so you were second. And Andrew does get Aretha Franklin. All right, Lee Morgan just has 1 bid for $26, and we're about to sell that. Let's go through another new arrivals bin. We have filled up a whole nother crate here of sold records. Let's swap those out, and let's keep going. Let's go ahead and bring over another one. And then we're going to get into some discount bins, okay? As soon as I clear my throat. All right, so let's go ahead and bring this over here. There's Electric Prunes, there's Lee Morgan, and it's Lee Morgan is Van Gelder in the dead wax. Let's see what's going on here. Is this in the dead wax? It is. Van Gelder is stamped on the dead wax. Another Van Halen. I'll get another one on deck in just a second. Let's go ahead and swap out bins and bring over another one. Lee Morgan has a new bid for $30. All right. Let's do it. Let's see here. Let me take a quick peek. All right. Let's run through these. All right. Here we go. The time is now. Let me go grab a new empty crate. Phantom Canuck wants Frida, okay? Let me bring this over here. Frida Payne. I never did see that. Phantom Canuck wants Frida Payne. I don't think I read through those a second time. I probably should have. So the next time we go through them, it'll probably be the adventure of a lifetime. All right, here we go. This is sold to Phantom Canuck, Lee Morgan 28, 31, 32. Electric Prunes is a no bid, 69 US Terre Haute. Electric Prunes is a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on Electric Prunes. Lee Morgan 31, Lee Morgan 32. Let's see what's over here in the Japanese bin, but also we had somebody say they're very much interested in bidding on some Von Holland. This is a German press. This is a German press. We have Van Halen, a German copy, 1981, with poster. Interesting. Let's see what's going on here first. He says, not Frida Payne. Frida, there's something going on. Frida, just Frida. This one here. Yeah, it's not Frida Payne. Okay, there's that. Now, let's see what's going on here with Van Halen. This is some sort of German press with poster. Definitely a German label. Yeah, the vinyl is EX++ near minus. It's a pristine copy. It has a inner sleeve, a very nice inner sleeve. And then some kind of WEA Top 30 import solicitation. I'll take them all. Look at all these great albums. So that's got an insert. This is a German press. And right now, there's none for sale in the United States. This particular version, none for sale in U.S. A $35 start on that. There is a misprint on B2 label. I don't have what it is, but there evidently is a misprint on B2 label. It says push comes to shove. I found it. Push comes to shove, not shove. They put shove instead of shove. That is an exceptional copy. It's a $35 start. $35 start. That's now up for bid. And it is 81. It is 81, okay? Now, the last thing was Lee Morgan 32. Brent got the electric prunes for 25, and Samuel, you were second. So Brent got one, and then Samuel was second, all right? Now Lee Morgan's at 33. Van Halen is not a bootleg. No, this is an official 1981 German original pressing with inner sleeve and insert, solicitation insert. Lee Morgan's a 1970 U.S. reissue, and that's at 33 of Jared Inc., which means David Hoy has been outbid. Let's go ahead and get a third auction going from the Japanese crate. And the Japanese crate is REO Speedwagon's High Infidelity, a classic album. This is going to go up for a $35 start. This is REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover and obry REO Speedwagon, okay? Now, this is New Arrivals priced as marked. Chicago 17. We just had a Japanese pressing. Here's a U.S. original with the original inner sleeve. Chicago is $14.99. Ted Nugent. The name of the album is Nugent. $14.99. The Best of Bachman Turner Overdrive. $12.99. The Outfield. Unfortunately, it's got a name written on it. This is Play Deep with the original inner sleeve. Josie's on a Vacation Far Away. The Connery collection will have a name written on the front, the back, the inner sleeve, and the gatefold. There is names written on it. England Dan and John Ford Coley, $9.99. This has their hit song, I'd Really Love to See You Tonight. Also, Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred. That's in shrink wrap for $19.99. And Linda Ronstadt's Living in the USA. That's a picture disc, $26.99. Pete Seeger is $9.99. Archive of Folk Music. Boz Scaggs and Band is $19.99. Son of Spirit, that's $19.99. Son of Spirit. Joe South's Greatest Hits is $9.99. Kenneth, the Outfield is $34.99. If you don't want it, it looks like Patrick does. What about Van Halen? I see Tim Graham at $56. Chris X, you're out. Lee Morgan, Jared Ink's out. That's after Neil Reigler bid $35 on Lee Morgan, and now he tied David Hoy, and now Neil bid $37. So Jared's out. David, you've been outbid. Neil has it for $37, and REO Speedwagon's a final call for a $35 start. Son and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You, that's $14.99. Clifford wants another Robert Plant, and this time Shaken and Stirred. Kenneth Jenks says he was take Outfield. I mean, this guy's collection, this Connery, everything's beautiful. If you can get by the name writing, such a great album here, too. I hadn't seen an OG that in a while. That is sold. Also, we have Spinners. Happiness Has Been with the Spinners. That's $14.99. Let's put up 3 records for a $10 start for all 3. A lot of 345s. Boy Racer, one side of the Boy Race. Saturday Looks Good to Me. No Reaction, No Reception. And we have Lower Ice Age. Burning Hand and Arrows. Those 345s are going to go up for a $10 start. Van Halen still getting bids. Lee Morgan still getting bids. And the Ozark Mountain Daredevils, the best of Ozark Mountain Daredevils, $24.99. I said Patrick can take it. Oh, Patrick, take it. My bad. So sorry. Kenneth said Patrick, take it. This is sold to Patrick C. Smith, Outfield. Thank you. Make sure that goes to Patrick C. Smith. I misread that. Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Todd Rundgren represents the ever-popular Tortured Artist effect. Todd Rundgren is $19.99. And Orleans. Orleans is $9.99, self-titled. And 10 Star, Somebody's Dream. 10 Star is $9.99. And the Outlaws, $19.99. The Outlaws is $19.99. And Dan Seals, San Antone. Dan Seals is in shrink wrap, $9.99. And Sweethearts of the Rodeo, that is $14.99. All right, no bid on REO Speedwagon, so I'll go ahead and make that a buy now for $35. That is high infidelity. It's now available for $3.5, a $35 buy now on REO Speedwagon. $35 buy now on that. I'm going to put it over here. I'm about to go through all the no bids tonight. Lee Morgan was down to a couple people. Are we done? David did bid 38, so that means Neil Reigler, you were outbid on Lee Morgan. Now Van Halen's at 65. It's between Tim and Thomas. I have a feeling Thomas isn't done, but in case he is, final call on that. Whoops, almost dropped my phone here. And let me open this up over here and see what's going on. And what happened here? Okay, sorry. All right. Sorry, I had to take care of something over here. All right, so REO 35, and that's sold to Patrick Smith. Okay, so that's a bot now. Sorry, I got distracted. Had to reply to something right quick. Very important. Very important. And that's sold to Patrick for 35. Oso was second, and then Lee Morgan has a new bid for 39. Is Thomas Hujar done on Van Halen? Tim Graham has it for 65. Final call. If anybody wants these 345s, they're a $10 buy now. Okay, back to the new arrivals. The Roy Orbison way. Roy Orbison's in shrink wrap, $24.99. Roy Orbison, $24.99. And we have Mike Ofield, Earth Moving. Mike Ofield is $19.99. George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone. George is $19.99. And Tanto Metro Devante, Everyone Falls in Love. That's a 97 dance hall, $14.99 on that. Nice, Houdini. In shrink and hop. Thank you. I was about to ask you to actually get me one. Laura has ESPN. She can read minds. Let's go ahead and take a drink of Dasani water. I'm very much needed this. Yeah, speaking of writing, Fred Goodwin was big about writing his name on records. Fred would write where he bought it, when he bought it, etc. I think that's pretty cool. Maybe nowadays keep it on a sticky note, but these old vintage records, people, I had a Elvis Sun record one time. Of course, y'all know how rare those are. I had an Elvis Sun record. I've had about 7 or 10 since I've been a record dealer, and somebody wrote the date they bought it, which I thought was incredible. They bought the first Elvis single, and they wrote the date on it, which was most likely the day to purchase it. And I thought that was so incredible. I can't believe someone hadn't already claimed Houdini. We never get these in. And it's in shrink wrap, and it's in hop, and it's $19.99. Lee Morgan, David Hoy had that for $40. Neil Reigler's out. We have Orleans, that's $9.99. And Gilbert O'Sullivan is $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. This time, speaking of Elvis Presley, we have an amazing Japanese compilation here. This is beautiful, too. This is Elvis Presley Rock and Roll, which is a fantastic compilation. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's one LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the Japanese booklet. There's the gatefold cover with Obi. And Elvis Presley is a $35 start. Elvis Presley, a $35 start. Chris X on Houdini, that's sold to Chris X. And then Van Halen has a high bid of $75. Any autographs? No autographs tonight that I know of. I'm going to have to work on something tonight for tomorrow. I was trying to do nothing but strictly vinyl tonight. I think I have not shown anything but vinyl tonight. Just doing strictly vinyl tonight. I've made a commitment to do nothing but vinyl tonight, and autographed albums would be an exception, and I should have more tomorrow. This is a 1981 original German pressing, beautiful with inner sleeve. It's a top copy from Germany. It's a beautiful OG copy, and it just got a bid for $77. Lee Morgan just got a new bid for $43, and that's a phenomenal Elvis compilation. The high bid on that is a starting bid of $35. $35 on that. We have the Pinups. The Pinups is a gold stamp promo, $9.99. And Ozark Mountain Daredevils, the Car Over the Lake album, $14.99. And Outlaws Ghost Rider, $19.99. James Hicks wants the Ted Nugent track listing. I will give it to you. We have No, 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 Bound and Gagged, Habitual Offender, Fighting Words, Good and Ready, Ebony, Don't Push Me, Can't Stop Me Now, We're Gonna Rock Tonight, and Tail Gunner. Now, James, I don't ever mind reading track listings, but also if you're looking for a certain song, be sure to let me know, because I can probably tell you faster if a song's on an album rather than leading the track listing, or I can tell you what song album it's on in the future. Alex Kane got Pinups. That's sold to Alex Kane. Also, Roy Orbison Mystery Girl, $29.99. And we have The Guru. The Guru is a 1969. This is sealed. That's a soundtrack, $26.99. And Judy, that's entertainment. Judy is $9.99. And a Milestone, Jagat Singh and Citra Singh, some kind of Indian record from 1980, $49.99. And Ray Parker Jr.'s Greatest Hits. Ray Parker Jr. is $14.99. And the Supremes sing Rogers and Hart, $14.99. The Supremes sing Rogers and Hart. Also, Bob Welch, French Kiss. Bob Welch is $9.99. And Scotty Moore, Elvis's original guitarist. Scotty Moore plays the big Elvis Presley hits, $19.99. Van Halen still getting bids. What about Lee Morgan? Lee Morgan's at $45. It goes back to David Hoy, and Elvis is at $35. Elvis is at $35 with George Sambaris. So that does have to be a great compilation there. Great compilation there. Bill Keenum on RP, and RP was for Ray Parker. Is that right? If so, that's sold to him, his greatest hits. Also, Peter, Paul, and Mary is $9.99. John Mellencamp is $19.99. Lonesome Jubilee. Molly Hatchet Beating the Odds is $19.99. Donna Summer's greatest hits, $12.99. That's some kind of international deal. Steve Miller Band Rock Love is $24.99. And we have Gary Lewis and the Playboys, $9.99. Regina wants the Scotty Moore Elvis guitarist record. No surprise there. Now Van Halen has hit 90. Now Lee Morgan's at 46. And I'm about to sell Elvis to George Sambaris for $35, unless there is another bid. And I think it's time for us to get into some discount bins. I figured, based on new arrivals quantities tonight, I would be ready for discount bins about 10 o'clock, and we're basically right there, especially after I read these titles one more time. Probably go ahead and introduce some auctions. We're about to probably, for the last several hours tonight, do nothing but discount records, which I think a lot of people have been asking and waiting on. So the first thing I'm going to do is Jackie Reynolds on Donna Summer, DS. That is sold to Jackie Reynolds. And Phantom Canuck, you just missed it. Nobody else bid on Elvis. Nice pickup there, George. Thank you. That's sold to you for $35. Welcome all first-time buyers. Some of y'all have been here every night for the last several years. Some of y'all are probably watching for the first time. Regardless, we sell vinyl and other collectibles every night. It's not technically just a record sale. We do sell other stuff here every night, but mostly records, 95% records every night here on CollectCo Live on Facebook. And we do that every night, $7 unlimited shipping. They're still bidding on Lee Morgan, and they're still bidding on Van Halen. Let's put up another Japanese pressing while they battle that one out. Lee Morgan is a 1970 U.S. reissue, VG++ EX. Van Gelder is stamped in the dead wax. Neil has it for $48. It goes back to David Hoy. Tim Graham and Thomas are already well aware what Van Halen is. It's an 81 German press, phenomenal top copy, high quality, and that is now at $97. I'm about to go ahead and put up a new Japanese pressing, and that next Japanese pressing is T-Rex, and this is greatest hits from T-Rex. This is going to go up for a $35 start. T-Rex is a $35 start. Greatest hits. The vinyl is exactly what you'd expect. Near mint minus and pristine. It has a Mark Bolan T-Rex greatest hits book, cover and Obi, a $35 start on T-Rex. All righty. There we have it. There we have it. Let's see. What else do I got going on here? That and that. And now, Lee Morgan's at 50. Lee Morgan 52. Van Halen 98. T-Rex 35. Let me swap out crates and let me figure out Ooh, I've got a lot of stuff here around me. Let me try to figure out how to get to the next deals, which means the buy it now best offer crates. Now, the only way possibly Paul Nordstrom on autographs is for part 2 tonight. The last part 2. I do have stacks of stuff that is technically unprocessed, and we are about to try to start going through some of that tonight. If not, then I'll do them tonight after the show. They'll be advertised and sold tomorrow. Let me move this cart out of the way. There's John's cart. Thank you, John, for rolling up the records, but I'm going to take your cart back out of my way. And the Kid Rock guitar is $575. It's still available. Kid Rock is still available, $575. It is still available. All right, let me move this around. There's that. What else do we got? There's this. Let me see what the next trick is. The next trick I'm about to do is probably a half-off crate or buy it now best offer. We got 80 packs of 45 outer sleeves delivered today. Tanner's like, we are out of outer sleeves, and we try to put all of our 45s in outer sleeves, so there's that. There's this. All right, now what's next? I'm about to bring over the next crate, which we're probably going to do BINBO or half off or something of that realm. Let's see what this crate is. This one looks excellent for best offer. Oh yeah, there's way too many good titles in here. So let's do this one best offer, and let's move that record. Let's move these 2 records to the front to catch your attention of some of the great titles that's in here. And let's bring it over. And I'm going to start reading through these, which are going to be buy it now or best offer. All right, give me 1 second, please. I literally cannot continue the show until I do this. So let me take care of it right now. All right. Now, when I walked away, they were in an epic battle for Van Halen and Lee Morgan, and I introduced T-Rex. So Van Halen was at 98, Van Halen 105. David Hoy bid 55 on Lee Morgan. Thomas went out. T-Rex is a $35 start. As of right now, there's no bid. Chris Knapp put T-Rex. Chris, it is a $35 start. Generator is not plugged in. How's our battery? We almost got a full battery, but I'll go ahead and plug it in. Thank you for the reminder. I'm out of breath almost for everything I just did. We're good to go now. Holy moly, so much stuff around me still. Let me move all this right quick too. All right. Now, and then Lee Morgan. Is Neil Reigler done? He is. We're about to sell those, and let's go. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. This is Bob Dylan's Blonde on Blonde. Second label. Beautiful copy, though. $49.99. $49.99. That is Bob Dylan, $49.99. Blonde on Blonde. Dwayne Allman, an anthology, Volume 2. That is a gatefold, Capricorn Records. That is everything Dwayne Allman played on other than Allman Brothers recordings. Wilson Pickett, Otis Rush, Ronnie Hawkins, Aretha Franklin, Hourglass, Arthur Conley, Delaney and Bonnie. There is a couple of Allman Brothers on here, though. Johnny Jenkins, Boz Scaggs. Really cool compilation. Dwayne Allman. Also, Dave Edmunds, Tracks on Wax. Dave Edmunds is $19.99. Nat King Cole Story, Volume 3. Nat King Cole is $19.99. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works is $19.99. Now, the good thing about this crate, it's a buy it now or best offer. Or best offer. Let's go ahead and sell Chris Knapp T-Rex for $35. Sorry, I had to go get a new crate and basically play cleanup back here behind me. This is sold for $35 to Chris Knapp. Thank you. Lee Morgan sold and Van Halen sold. Those were some great auctions, and guess what? There's more on the way. Lee Morgan is sold to David Hoy for $55, and the superb Van Halen here is sold for $105 to Tim Graham. All right. Now, let's go ahead and read a couple more records. Lou Gramm, Ready or Not, $19.99. And Ramatam is $19.99. Kenneth Jank said he would do $35 on Bob Dylan. Sold. Bob Dylan is sold to Kenneth Jank for $35. Mark Fournier, Monumental Funk is $19.99. Next auction's going up right now. It's old Chuck Berry, and this is his greatest hits, and it's a OG mono. This is a 64 US OG Monarch original. It is in mono. Unfortunately, it's VG minus like most of them. A $10 start on Chuck Berry. The first compilation, Dwayne Allman, $34.99. This is a buy it now best offer bin. I'm waiting for y'all to buy them or make best offers. That's what we do here. This is a 73 Winchester original, a 73 US Winchester original of Pink Floyd, a nice pair. The Piper at the Gates of Dawn and Saucer Full of Secrets. This is super clean. That's the note from Laura. Super clean, original, uncensored cover, a nice pair, Pink Floyd, a $45 start. Now, those two are up for bid. Also, we have Rockets Live. That is $19.99. Rockets Live, Black Oak, Arkansas. That's their self-titled album. $19.99 for BOA. And Deep Purple Machine Head. We sold one of these earlier tonight. Here's another one. This one's on the first label. $34.99 for Deep Purple. And Pat Metheny Group Travels. Pat Metheny Group is $39.99. And Ronnie Montrose Open Fire. Ronnie Montrose is $19.99. And John Mayall recorded live from the Roxy in Los Angeles. $26.99. Also, Junior Walker and the All-Stars Home Cooking, $29.99 for Junior Walker and the All-Stars Home Cooking, $29.99. Chuck Berry does have a bid for 10. Pink Floyd is at 45. And that's going once, going twice. No bid on that. And our next auction is going up right now. Eagles, the long run. This is a beautiful copy. And I think this is a little bit later Japanese pressing, which makes it look even more just absolutely incredible. It's got actually a barcode on the obi. The vinyl is pristine, near mint minus in pristine. That is a $35 start. Here is the Japanese insert as well, the long run, and just an absolute phenomenal jacket. Beautiful, $35 start on that. Next comment is Brian DeLeon. DP27, that was Deep Purple, sell that to Brian DeLeon. Alice Kane gets Rockets Live, that's sold to Alice Kane, and that is sold to Alex. Thank you, Alex. Also, Charlie Daniels, Uneasy Rider, $24.99, and The Birds, Fifth Dimension, $24.99 on the Birds 5th Dimension. Really nice copy there. Danny, I will sell you BOA for $15. You offer 10. The Best of Sam Cooke. This is an early 80s pressing. Awesome compilation, $29.99. You got to have that. Oh, my goodness. Peter Gabriel sold for $34.99. What kind of crate was this? Can y'all believe we've actually gone through this crate before? Holy moly. BTO is $14.99, and BOC, Some Enchanted Evening. There is so much great stuff being shown right now, and it's buy it now best offer. And Chuck Berry only got one bid. That's sold for $10, and that is sold to Robert Barnett. And Pink Floyd had no bids. It's a $45 buy it now, a nice pair. Right now, here's our current no bids. This is Pink Floyd, $45 if anybody wants it. It's a buy it now, no bid, $45. I also got Chicago 17 for $35. I got Big Joe Williams for $25. Unbelievably, I got Led Zeppelin for $35, and I got Willie Dixon for $25. That's our no bids tonight. And if anybody does want a Metallica box, I did get another one in. Metallica is $349.99. I'm going to go ahead and put that over here with the other new vinyl from tonight now that I have the space. Metallica is $349.99. That is the deluxe edition of Ride the Lightning. That is available. So that's tonight's no bids. And one more time, Willie Dixon's a late 70s pressing of I Am the Blues, $25. Led Zeppelin's a superb 77 press, $35. Big Joe Williams was a 60s pressing, $25. Chicago Japanese, $35. And Pink Floyd is sold to Mike Owen. Curtis was second, then MT Matt. Final call on the Eagles. There's one bid on that for $35 with Davey Winstead. Now, the next comment is Brian DeLeon offered $27 for Peter Gabriel sold. And Danny, if you're passing on Black Oak, Arkansas, George there said he'll take it for $15. Next is Jerry Lee Lewis. That's $9.99. We have the original Jerry Lee Lewis, so that's a compilation on Charlie Records. $19.99 for Jerry Lee Lewis there. The Led Zeppelin sold out of the no-bid pile. That's sold to Scott Markheim for $35. I was about to say, can't believe that's still there, but that's sold to Scott. Mike Owen wants Chicago, the Japanese pressing, for $35. Now that's gone, and right now we just have Willie Dixon and Big Joe Williams. There's that, and there's that. Todd was next on Led Zeppelin. Black Oak, Arkansas is sold for $15, and that was to George Scherer. All right. Now just a couple in the no-bid piles. We now have a Snooky Pryor. Do it if you want to. Snooky Pryor is a 73 U.S. Terre Haute OG, out of print ever since this original pressing. Snooky Pryor is a $25 start. And I can't believe Led Zeppelin didn't get a bid earlier. Can you believe that's been over here in the no-bid pile for about 2 hours? Tangerine Dream, Underwater Sunlight. That is $24.99 for Tangerine Dream. Pacific Gas and Electric, Are You Ready for $19.99? And the Standells Classic, Dirty Water, an original mono press, $39.99. Todd, you were second on Led Zeppelin. He already got it. Any buy it now 45s. If I can get to them, they're currently right now for me to get to the box I'm looking at is going to require me to move about 12 crates. So hopefully in the very near future. Over here is a new Japanese pressing. It's the Beatles live at the Hollywood Bowl. It's a Japanese pressing, absolutely pristine. And the Beatles is going to go up for a $35 star. This is the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. Near Mint Minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the original under sleeve. There's the book. There's the cover. There's the Obi. Here's the gatefold. It's the Beatles. It's a $35 start. Over here is Rod Bryan on Big Joe. He takes the Big Joe for $25. That just now leaves in the no-bid pile Willie Dixon for $25 or best offer at this point. Next is Vanilla Fudge Mystery. Vanilla Fudge is $19.99. Donovan, Sunshine Superman. There is some writing. Jim Fuqua wrote his name on the cover. $14.99. Season of the Witch. Yellow Epic Label, $14.99. Little Richard, his greatest recordings. Specialty. These are the original recordings from Specialty Records. $26.99. And Deep Purple, $34.99. Burn. Deep Purple Burn, $34.99 on Deep Purple. So the Eagles is sold for $35, and that is sold to Debbie Winston, just one bid. Snooky Pryor, final call, and Beatles, final call. There's that, and there's that. Highlight of the night was we sold a Led Zeppelin RL press earlier, I think for what, $475? Is that what we sold it for? $475 maybe? Thanks for everybody that tuned in and bid on that. I may have one up sooner than you think. Not tonight, but maybe very soon this week. I'm going to go ahead and put that in a new sleeve for her. Matt offered 30 for Deep Purple sold. Danny offered 18 for Little Richard. Danny, I'm going to go ahead and take that. And even though you're making my chest hurt. And we have next Lonnie Mack, the Wham of the Memphis Man. That's in shrink wrap for $19.99. And Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits, $14.99. That's on his custom reprise label. Also, Aretha Franklin After Hours, $19.99 on that. We have Snooky Pryor. That is a buy it now, no bid for $25. That's sold. The Beatles does have a bid for $35. That's a final call. And we have Alice Kane gets the Standells. Very nice mono press. That's sold to Alice Kane. Rod, you did get Big Joe. And here's the Big Sound of the Drags. That's $19.99, the Big Sound of the Drags. Next auction right now is Bo Diddley in the spotlight. Bo Diddley is a 1960 US OG Deep Groove Mono VG copy, a $15 start. Bo Diddley in the spotlight, a 1960 US OG Deep Groove Mono VG condition, a $15 start. Danny says LM $14. Lonnie Mack. I'm going to sell that to Danny Thomason for $14. Also, Joe Cocker by Joe Cocker. Technically, Joe Cocker exclamation mark, not that's an explanation mark. How about an excitement mark? What's going on over here? Okay. What's next? We got Billboard Top Hits of 1960. Sexy. Boy. It might be time for my 10 o'clock V8. I just slapped myself a couple times. 19sexy and exclamation marks. All right, let me touch my toes for a second. Oh, good stretch. Good hamstring stretch right there. Touching my toes. Oh. Okay. Everybody still with me? I just completely shut down there for a second. All right, so there's Billboard Top Hits of 1960, $12.99. The Rolling Stones Between the Buttons, $34.99. Blue London label, $34.99. Now, B.O., is that an offer for, or is that a bid on Bo Diddley? I think Denise has bid $18 on Bo Diddley. The Beatles has new bids for $40, $41. Bo Diddley, $18. And then we got Robbie Woods on the Top Hits of 1960. Robbie, thank you. That's so to you. Next auction is going to go up right now. And the next auction I have right now, without further ado, this is something you've been waiting on. This is a moment you've all been waiting on. Here we go. Here it is. I don't really know, but it's John Lee Hooker. This is John Lee Hooker, a 1979 U.S. original. Side one's about VG Plus. The other side's VG Plus Plus EX. This needs to be about a $35 start. John Lee Hooker. It is a pretty nice copy. One's VG Plus Plus. The other one's VG Plus Plus. And it's in shrink. And John Lee Hooker is live in 78. What an awesome looking Les Paul there. $35 start. I wonder where that's at. Wouldn't we like to know? We have Pat Travers, self-titled. Pat Travers is $24.99. And the Who Hooligans. The Who Hooligans is $34.99. And Bad Company, Rough Diamonds. Bad Company is $19.99. Speaking of collections, I'm sure some of y'all have just absolutely insane record collections. I've seen people with insane comic collections, record collections, coin collections. But man, some of these musicians that collect guitars, they have these storage buildings just absolutely full of guitars. I think that might be the most impressive thing ever. These people who have just incredible stacks, walls and metal shelving full of like incredible high quality guitars just lined up. Some of these, you know, wealthy musicians is just absolutely incredible. Moth the Hoople, this is $19.99. Moth the Hoople Live Cream Volume 2, $34.99. Live Cream Volume 2. That's an original yellow Atco label. That's $34.99. and Robin Trower, Take What You Need. Robin Trower is $19.99, and Aretha Franklin, Love All the Hurt Away. Aretha Franklin is $19.99. So the last thing to happen was BC, $12. Bad Company is sold to Danny Thomason for $12. John Lee Hooker has a bid for $35. Bo Diddley, the last bid on Bo Diddley that came in was $18 with Denise Offendahl. Denise, that's sold to you for $18. And now the last bid that came in on the Beatles was George Samberez for $46, and Debbie went out. That's sold to George for $46. Now we're ready for more. Let's do it. More, more, more. All right, so there's that. There's that. And let's put that away and get it in a new sleeve. All righty, there we have it, folks. Boom, boom, boom. John Lee Hooker has one bid, $35. Let's show a couple more records. The new auctions, The Best of Frank Sinatra, $14.99, and Deep Purple, The Book of Taliesin. Deep Purple is $34.99. Deep Purple, The Book of Taliesin, $34.99. John Lee Hooker is got one bid for $35. Next is Warren Zevon, Sentimental Hygiene. This is an 87 U.S. specialty OG. It's never been reissued either. Warren Zevon has never been reissued. Sentimental Hygiene, that's going to go up for a $15 start. Warren Zevon, and we have Grant Green Live. This is a 1972 Blue Note U.S. 72 original with the company inner sleeve, and Grant Green's in VG condition, and we're going to put it up for a $25 start. Grant Green Live, company inner sleeve, $25 start on that. Next is Otis Redding and Jimi Hendrix. That's in shrink wrap, $44.99. Very nice copy in shrink wrap. Otis and Jimmy. One side's Otis Redding Live. The other side is Jimi Hendrix Live. Bluest Occult, Tyranny and Mutation, $26.99. The Bluest Occult, Tyranny and Mutation. Original inner sleeve, $26.99. Peter Gabriel, The Rain on the Car album, Salisbury Hill. This is $34.99. Peter Gabriel, Atco label, $34.99. It's the second or third label on that one, but still very nice vinyl. Wishbone Ash Pilgrim. This is an early 80s pressing. Very bizarre. The reissues of these, they took out the word Pilgrim. It used to be written there on the cover, right? Wishbone Ash, and they used to call it Pilgrim or Pilgrimage, but no more. So first thing we have is Grant Green has a bid for $25. Todd Saw, Warren Zevon is a $15 start. And then Mike Owen said $25 on Peter Gabriel. I will sell this to you for $25. Sell that to Mike Owen. John Lee Hooker is sold for $35 to George Scherer. Thank you, George. That's sold to you for $35. So that's gone and that's gone. Warren Zevon, make sure you put a numerical next to your bid, Todd. That way I know and you know and I know and everybody else knows that you're bidding on that. And we have Grant Green 25. I have watched Norm's Rare Guitars, yes. I took time out of a Sunday about 4 weeks ago to watch that, a month ago. Quicksilver's $19.99. And my jaw dropped when they went to the secret warehouse where he's got all those guitars stored. Holy moly. I mean, there's tens of millions of dollars stored in there. Unbelievable. I mean, he's got like shipping crates. They opened up the lid of one of those shipping crates and it's like full of like 60 Stratocasters in mint condition. I mean, just insane. That would be the equivalent of like somebody opening a shipping container and say these are all sealed 60s rock originals that's never been opened before. We have the Lemon Pipers Jungle Marmalade. Lemon Pipers is $14.99. And Zappa, you can't argue with a Sick Mind sampler. Zappa's a double LP, $39.99. Warren Zevon, $15, another $15 bid. So Todd bid first. Luckily, he got his bid in. Then Chris bid $15. Then Grant Green, $26. Grant Green, $26 again. Grant Green, $28. Warren Zevon, $16. Manaheim Steamroller, Saving the Wildlife, $19.99. And we have the Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager, $14.99 on the Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager. Let's go ahead and add a third auction right quick, which is going to be a Japanese pressing. And this is a soundtrack to Rocky III. This is a soundtrack to Rocky III. This has the Obi, has the gatefold, or has the Obi. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. And this is a $35 star. There's the insert. The insert has some of the humidity discoloration on it. There's the cover and Obi, $35 start. If you're just joining, this is a buy it now best offer bin. I was expecting like everything in here to at least get an offer. That's my expectation every time. Everything to get an offer and sell. As of right now, there's still a lot of fantastic titles in here. We have Grant Green at 30, Grant Green at 30, Scott Markheim on Deep Purple Taliesin, or you can go ahead and claim them. I prefer that, actually. If you want to really make me happy, just go ahead and claim everything in here. Brian Ferry, Boys and Girls, that's $24.99, and Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose, Nat King Cole is $9.99, and Charlie Daniels Band, High Lonesome. Charlie Daniels Band is $24.99. Also, The Byrds, Younger Than Yesterday, $24.99. $24.99. The Byrds, Younger Than Yesterday. Okay, so Warren Zevon. Todd went out after Chris bid $16. So, Chris, you Todd bid 15, you bid 15, you bid 16. He says he's done. So that's sold to Chris for $16. Grant Green's now at $38 of John Dodd. Rocky just got put up for a $35 star, Japanese pressing. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Nirvana. Happy Halloween, live at the Paramount Theater. This is a live Nirvana concert. They played in 1991 on Halloween night, and it's on orange Halloween vinyl. It's an unofficial for a $25 start. Nirvana is now up for bid. Nirvana is now up for bid. Back up at the top, Grant Green was at 38, Jared Inksout, and Andrew Shaw offered 10 on the Lemon Pipers. I don't remember reading that one off. Andrew, that's sold to you for $10. Thank you. Grant Green 30. Now Grant Green 40. Now Grant Green 42. The Rascals, Search and Nearness. The Rascals is $14.99. Blue Oyster Cult self-titled. BOC is $24.99. That is their self-titled album with City on Flames, with Rock and Roll. Moody Blues is sold to Jeff Hallsworth for $10. Thank you, Jeff. That's sold to you. Rocky's a no bid. We'll go ahead and make that a buy it now for $35. The Rocky 3, and if you get over the top, I'll be on the lookout for it. Usually these Rocky soundtracks sell. We're about to find out right now if this one's going to sell. Is it going to sell? It could. Nirvana already has a bid with Robert Vladorchek for $27, and I'm going to put Rocky over here. If anybody decides you want to grab it for the BIN price, it's $35. Another Japanese on deck. Grant Green still getting bids. Nirvana is at $27. Next in the bin is Deep Purple Powerhouse. Deep Purple is $29.99. Powerhouse. Aretha, Who's Zooming Who? Aretha Franklin is $19.99. And James Gang Thirds. It looks like at one point there was some writing on the cover, and maybe somebody tried to remove it and it didn't work too well. $17.99 on that. Peter Frampton's Camel is $9.99. And Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Traffic is $19.99. Low Spark of High Heel Boys. And another Traffic, when the Eagle flies. That one's $19.99. Also with the original under sleeve, Traffic. All right, Grant Green, Grant Green, Grant Green. GG, 50, now 52 with Neil Rogler. Neil Rogler. All right, let's put up a third auction from the Japanese pile over here. Rocky's still available. Well, let's try Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. Pictures at an exhibition. This is a pristine Japanese pressing. This is a $35 star. ELP. Pictures at an exhibition. There is the disc. There's the Japanese insert. Fantastic cover and obi, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Grant Green. The condition details. Grant Green was a 1972 U.S. original VG. 1972 U.S. original VG copy on that. VG, 72 U.S. original with the company inner sleeves, which should be Blue Note. Should be Blue Note company sleeves here. Yeah. All right. And Mr. Vladorchek, you were the only bidder on Nirvana. Very surprising there. Orange vinyl, that's sold to you for $27. And then Scott's offered $19.99 for Deep Purple Powerhouse. That is sold to Scott for $19.99. Probably because he bought something earlier at full price. Let's jump over here with that. Peter Frampton's Camel have the poster. I'll check. But I don't know if I've ever seen this record with a poster before. If so, it's very scarce. No poster. Very nice vinyl, though. But, yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen that record with a poster before. Okay, so let's pull something. I have another jazz album here, Monk, Thelonious Monk, and it's a 1970s press. Most likely 1970 or later. It is a solid VG+. I always love this cover. Solo Monk. Solo Monk. It's a Columbia Terre Haute 70s pressing. A $35 start. A $35 start. All right. I usually keep up with like who buys maybe something a sticker, maybe something else a sticker, and then somebody might make an offer on something, and I'll go ahead and take it, maybe without even countering. And I'm like, well, you know, they probably technically could have made an offer on the last 2 records, so I'll go ahead and take their first offer on this. And basically, you can average it out and say all 3 of them were at a discount. Now, so Scott, you can just say that everything, you can average it out. I guess at the end of the day, it's just the bottom line, right? How much you end up spending. But I kind of think, well, he bought that one at 30, no offer. He's offering $10 less on this one. He probably could have offered 5 less and 5 less. So, you know, that works for me. But also trying to keep up with all that is a brain challenge. Final call on Emerson, Lake and Palmer for $35. And Monk is a $35 start as well. And yes, if you're watching new for the first time, make sure you have followed us on YouTube. We're almost at 20,000 over on YouTube. That would be a big mile mark. Facebook is closing in on 40,000. It's, I think, and then, I don't know. I don't even look anymore. I used to really worry about that stuff, but after you get to a certain point and you got the business built up, you don't have to worry about that. So you don't have to worry about that as much. I would like to have 1 million, but could y'all imagine? Look how busy it is with us having, you know, a little less than 20,000 subscribers. Imagine if we did have 100,000 and we tried to go live. Oh my gosh, I think it'd be hard to run the show. I'm going to run through these titles one more time. And if you need a price on anything in here, just let me know. If you need a price on anything in here, just let me know. If not, we're going to go ahead and bring up another bin. All right. And then there's an offer on Junior Walker. I'll find that in just a second. And we're about to do some buy it nows. Okay, so we have Dave Edmonds, Nat King Cole, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Lou Graham, Ramatam, Mark Farner, also Dwayne Allman, Pat Metheny, Ronnie Montrose, John Mayall, Junior Walker. We're pretty far apart on this one, LJ. This one was priced at $29.99. If you want that, I'll do $25 on it. Charlie Daniels, Fifth Dimension by the Bird, Sam Cooke, BTO, BOC, Jerry Lee Lewis, Tangerine Dream, Jerry Lee Lewis, Pacific Gas and Electric, Vanilla Fudge, Donovan, Frank Sinatra, Aretha Franklin, The Big Sounds of the Drag Strip, Joe Cocker, The Rolling Stones, Pat Travers, The Who, Mott the Hoople, Live Cream, Aretha Franklin, Robin Trower, Frank Sinatra, Otis Redding, Jimi Hendrix, BOC, Wishbone Ash, Quicksilver, Frank Zappa, Manaheim Steamroller, Brian Ferry, Nat King Cole, Charlie Daniels, The Byrds, The Rascals, BOC again, Aretha Franklin, James Gang, Traffic, Peter Frampton, and Traffic. All right, now we have Bill Keenum on Sinatra for 10. I think that was back here with the Sinatra Greatest Hits. Sinatra Greatest Hits. And that is right here. That's sold to Bill Keenum for 10. And then Phantom Canuck on Sunshine Superman back here for Donovan. Let's find that right quick. And Donovan, what happened to it? Let's see here. Okay, let me go back to this front part here, because now there's a couple other questions. What happened? There it is. Gosh, usually I'm pretty fast on that. All right, that's sold to Phantom also for $10. And then Lou Graham. Let me find that. I think it was more back here. Lou Graham. Jeff, I'll do that for $12 if you want it, okay? And Monk is a no bid, surprisingly, $35 buy it now. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Japanese is a $35 buy it now. And then Grant Green, let's go ahead and sell GG here. Grant Green, that's sold to Neil Reigler for $60, okay? That's sold to him for $60. Now, Jeff Hallworth says he will take Lou Graham. As soon as I said that, Jared Inc. wanted the information. And then 2 people just asked about Vanilla Fudge. That was Vanilla Fudge Mystery. And Chris and then Alex asked, this is $19.99, Vanilla Fudge Mystery, original or sleeve. That's an 80s album they did, $19.99. And these are no bid. Emerson, Lake and Palmer is $35, and Monk is $35. All right. Jeff, you technically have dibs on Lou Graham, but it's totally up to you. I usually just give it to the person who has dibs. Lou Graham, of course, the lead singer of Foreigner, and they just announced that they were about to go back out on tour. All right, and then Monk is a $35 buy now. Kind of surprised that's there. Monk, where's all of our jazz? They probably thought it was all done for the night. I try not to bring out any jazz that's hadn't already been told we were going to have it, because some of those guys and gals hang around, and then I think when they realize, because they'll ask, any more jazz? Any more jazz? But we just sold a Grant Green, so I'm kind of surprised that's still there. Let me take a drink of water right quick. Oh, and then drag strip. Chris Knapp asked about the drag strip record. Let me pull that before I mute my mic and take a drink of water. Very cool cover, The Big Sound of the Drags. That's $19.99. Okay, but yeah, that's the drag strip record. And Chris, if you want vanilla fudge or want to make an offer on vanilla fudge, it's totally up to you. All right, let's find another one. I love going through vintage records. And Greg Murray says Rascals 10 and Aretha in the white dress. First, let's sell Drag to Chris for $15. Aretha for $10. He's wanting the one here. Let's find that for him. This one here. Sell that to Greg Murray for $10. And also the Rascals. That was Search and Nearness. I'll go ahead and take that and that. Yeah, let's sell those to him for 10 and 10. No problem. 20 for the pair. And new auctions. I've got Japanese, and I got some of this other stuff back here behind me too. And let's see, what do I want to show next? I don't know. We're about to find out. Vanilla Fudge. Sold to Chris Ridlings for $13. John Smetzer gets Peter Frampton for $7. Man, maybe I should read through this crate again. We can sell some more. We're still chipping away at them. Boom and boom. Bing and bing. Boom, bing, pow, bang. Let's move these over here. And these over here. I've already shown those. Best offer. These need to go up front then. All right. All right. Jason says Junior Walker, $22. That was back here. LJ thought it was a different price. That's okay. No problem, LJ. This is sold to Jason for $22. Jared Inc. gets Monk for $28. All right. Now I'm going to take this crate away. If you change your mind, it's going to be a few steps away from me, but I have a pile over here of records that are been gone through. Buy it now, best offer. They're going to go up front on our sales floor here, actually in our store. And we now have all pre-owned records in the store. If you come in our store and shop, all of the pre-owned records are always 25% off. Because I've probably showed them here, buy it now, best offer, where I've given people opportunity probably to offer more than 25% off. So if you come into the store, they're always 25% off. We've been selling a lot more doing that. It's pretty much a sale every day of the week on all that. I think it's time to go through maybe a half off bin from that same day. So the same night we showed those records, I have a half off crate, and I think it's going to be really good. And that way we probably will sell out a lot more stuff, and hopefully all of them. And let's go ahead and do that right now. So another half off crate, and let's go ahead and do that right now. Another half off crate. And is anybody, I tried to give away some tickets tomorrow. I tried to give away some concert tickets for Nashville tomorrow. Allie Venable, a customer, has some tickets. He said, here, if no one at the store wants to go, you can use them as a giveaway promotion. And as of right now, no one has claimed them. It's for 3rd and Lindley 3rd and Lindsay, 3rd and what's that place called? But it's tomorrow in Nashville. Alley Venable, 4 seats, VIP table, and they're free. All you got to do is just let me know if you want them, and we'll transfer. So any locals, or maybe if you're right out of town, and you're like, hey, you want to go to Nashville? We got tickets for a concert. I will send them to you, okay? Nashville, Alley Venable, 4 VIP tickets, free. Free! The only thing free in life is air and freedom. But it wasn't free for everybody. The next auction I have here for you is what? Something. We can probably keep running some Japanese stuff. We're about to go through a half-off vintage bin. I might start showing some CD buy nows. Here is an awesome Beach Boys compilation. This is called Beach Boys Rock and Roll Best 20. We're going to put this up for a $35 buy it now. Or excuse me, a $35 starting bid. The Beach Boys, $35 start. $35 start. There is the insert. The Beach Boys Rock and Roll Best 20. All right, I'll add to it in just a second. All right, half off records. First thing I have is Soul Shots, collections of 60 soul classics. Now just $12.50. $12.50. Soul Twist. This is a half off crate. Y'all know what I say. Half off, no more, no less. Soul Twist is $12.50. I've got one goal for the rest of the night. Sell vintage pre-owned records to y'all as much as we can, as many crates as we can go through. Paul McCartney, Tug of War, $10. It's very simple. The price I'm telling you is the price. I'm not going to take any less, and I'm not going to let you pay me any more. Even you say, no way, Chad, I can't give you $10 for Paul McCartney. Let me give you 25 or 30 at least. And I'll say, no, it's $10. You can't give me any more. And I'm also not going to take any less. The Blow Monkeys, Animal Magic, $12.50, and Billy Thorpe, East of Eden's Gate. Billy Thorpe is $10, and the Velveteen Rabbit, Meryl Streep, George Wilson, $7.50. I think that's like a spoken word deal. And Johnny Rivers is just $5. Slim, slow, slider. $5 on that. Our next Japanese auction is going to be a Howard Jones record, Dream into Action. Howard Jones is a $35 start, Dream into Action. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There is the LP. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover in shrink and obi. A $35 start. Give me 1 second over here. Scott put Butt, and that was probably for Billy Thorpe. It was. That sold to Scott for 10. Natasha on the Rabbit. That sold. Chuck Haley on Johnny Rivers. That sold. There we go. We're off. The ice has been broken. In Search of the Lost Chord. Nice. Gatefold, no condition notes, $10 on that. We have the Best of the Electric Flag. That is now $10. And the Best of Spirit is $10. Now, all the condition notes are EX Plus or better, which means nice records. They've all been cleaned. And also, if I run across something wrong with a cover, writing damage, I'll make note of it. But usually all the covers are VG Plus or better. And then I usually say if they're in shrink, if hop stickers, etc. The Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. That's just $12.50. Another nice one. King Sunny Ade and his African Beats, Juju Music. Now $20 off. Wow, $20 off. That's King Sunny Ade. That's $20. Natasha Pickett on Spirit. That's sold to Natasha Pickett. And New Riders, The Adventures of Panama Red. There is a sticker. It says Danor Music file copy, $10. If I hear file copy, that makes me think it's in exceptionally nice condition, like with a comic book. Very nice, $10 on that. Patrick C. Smith, let me know if you want the first Moody's in search or Every Good Boy, the second Moody's. He wants in search of. Thank you, that's so to you. Final call to get bids on these auctions, 35 and 35. Great Beach Boys comp and Howard Jones, Dream into Action. A couple notable songs on that album, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, things can only get better. Live Your Life in One Day. No One is to Blame. Those some great songs on that one. Commander Cody's Lost Planet Airman. This does have a Warner Brothers pink promotional sticker on the cover. Has the original Warner Brothers sleeve, and nice. Not a promo label, but nice, $10. Doug Reeder gets King Sunny Ade, $20 off. That's now $20. The Best of Steve Miller Band. Some sort of UK or French, a bizarre, definitely not released in the United States. This is Holland, $12.50 on Steve Miller Band. And the first Blood, Sweat, and Tears album, Child is Father to the Man. That is on the first label. Very bizarre cover, them holding little miniature versions of themselves. $15 on the first Blood, Sweat, and Tears album there. And Slade is now $12.50, and another Moody Blues. Wow. Somebody could rack up on some great Moody Blues albums. Of course, I'm a fan. Just love their music. It's kind of a nightly appearance. We have a couple records that show up every night. You're bound to see a Moody Blues record. You're bound to see an Asia record. Just something that happens every night. There's 3. One's already sold. 2's left in there. Also, the Best 11 Spoonful, Volume 2. That's now $7.50. And Linda Ronstadt, Get Closer. Linda Ronstadt's $5. And Buck Owens, Hot Dog. Buck Owens is $7.50. Patrick C. Smith on Slade. Patrick is on Slade. That's sold. And Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile. This is actually a German copy. Randall Skinner's name has been stamped like a rubber stamp. P.O. Box 10253. It is a German press. $10. Blue Mercury label. I'm sure that sounds absolutely phenomenal. Laverne Baker, Real Gone Gal. Laverne Baker compilation. All these recordings are from like the early mid-50s through the early 60s. $12.50 on Laverne Baker. All right. The Beach Boys is a buy it now for $35. Rock and Roll, Best 20. And Howard Jones is a buy it now for $35. All the advertised stuff from the night is gone. All of the tagged auctions that Laura got ready, they're all gone. She's actually already sent me pictures of tomorrow's auctions because she won't be here. So I've got all of tomorrow's auctions tagged already and pictures of them to post tomorrow. And I do have that other crate of stuff I read through earlier. That's where the Van Halens came through. I've still got some more of those, but we'll see how it goes. If the auction block still feels warm, I'll put some of that stuff up there. If not, then we'll have a head start on tomorrow. Trying to focus on the bins here. And I don't know if there's any CD buyers out there. I'll take a quick poll, but Laura did bring me an exceptional crate of CDs over here for $6.99. I see Garbage and Eminem and Tool and Muse and what else? DRI, Punkorama. Looks like some pretty good CDs if anybody's interested. We'll show some of those. First thing we have is Patrick C. Smith on BTO. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith. Rod Bryan got Buck Owens. Those are sold and sold. And we've got Try Me, James Brown. Now, this is an early 80s pressing. That's obviously a very tough album to find. Super clean, though, $12.50. And Paul McCartney is a Scranton press, $17.50. That's an OG McCartney by McCartney, $17.50 here. That is Ebony and Ivory, Paul McCartney, 12-inch single, $7.50. And The Beatles Story, that is a mono 64 original, $12.50 on that. All right, there's that. I'm also going to try a few more 45s. Let's see what else I have over here to try to throw up right quick for auction. I think I need to get back to the hardcore lots. I don't know if those buyers have left me tonight or not. Typically, they are still around. They're always around. Let's grab a couple over here. Let's do like a lot of 3 right quick before I show any other CDs. We have Men O Mena, Posh Oscillations, Tongue Track, Manatee, and Mind. 3 M titles there. That's from the hardcore crate over here. All 3 of those for a $10 start. Now, next thing I have is DRI Interested, and we have Alex Kane on the Beatles. That's sold to Alex Kane, and Mike Bartlett on LR. LR was Mike Bartlett. LR was for Laverne, Linda Ronstadt. I bet it's Linda Ronstadt on that. We've only got about 25 or 30,000 CDs. I think y'all know that. That was our rough estimate a few months ago. We hadn't touched them in a long time. I think in the last couple years here, I have sold no telling how many. I see a lot of interest in them nowadays. Absolutely incredible. I'm seeing the demand for them continue to rise, just like vinyl. Any kind of medium of music has become popular. It could be 8 tracks, cassettes, CDs, vinyl. Vinyl, obviously, the king right now. But it's amazing. All media formats, the demand for physical media, very high on all formats. Humble Pie Eat It, that is $17.50. 2 LP. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. The Doobie Brothers is $7.50. Jack Bruce and Friends, Clem Clemson, Billy Cobham, David Sanctious, that is $10. And we have Jack Bruce, A Question of Time, kind of back-to-back Jack Bruce there. That one's $12.50. And Prime Time with Don McLean, $5. These 45s are a $10 start. The Surf 45s are going to be mixed in with the New Orleans. Right now, my biggest hunt in the store is to find the next New Orleans box. It's somewhere around here. It's in the back. We have so much stuff buried. McCartney is sold and McCartney is sold. And now, do you want... Now, Ginger, there's technically 3. There's the Ebony and Ivory single with Stevie, the McCartney self-titled, and the McCartney Tug of War. And then, Scott, there's 2 Jack Bruce. There's one Jack Bruce and Friends. I've always wanted to do this. And then a Jack Bruce Question of Time. Your pick. If you're just joining us, this is a half-off bin, no more, no less. Golden Earring has their hit song, Stepping Into the Twilight Zone. That is $12.50. Rod Bryan put Bun 11. We'll figure out what that is in just a second. Trouble Funk, Trouble Over Here. Trouble Funk is $10. And the Mamas and Papas, People Like Us, $7.50 on the Mamas and Papas. People Like Us, $7.50 there for the old Mamas and the Papas. Don't forget about the Mamas. Also, we have Scott Smith getting both Jack Bruce albums. Those are sold and sold. Patrick Lear getting in... He's stepping into the Twilight Zone. And also, we have Jimmy Buffett recorded live. You had to be there. Jimmy Buffett's a double LP. That is now $17.50. Also, Hall & Oates H2O. Hall & Oates is $10. And Spooky Tooth, $12.50 for Spooky Tooth. Very nice. A&M Records. Spooky Tooth, $12.50. Nice copy there. That's $12.50. If you just join us, this is a half-off bin. No more, no less. Also over here, we have Jethro Tull Under Wraps. Jethro Tull is $10. Let's see if I can put up another auction right quick. How about Jimi Hendrix here? This is called Free Spirit. I don't recall this one. Of course, if you collect Jimi Hendrix, good luck. There is a ton of albums. I mean, hundreds of different Jimi Hendrix albums out there. This is called Free Spirit. This is an 81 US OG compilation, a Jacksonville press on the Accord label. Hendrix is going to go up for just a $15 start. Next is Leslie on JB. That's for Jimmy Buffett. And then ST for Patrick. That's Spooky Tooth. Now, Rod Bryan, there's one more thing I didn't hear you clarify on. You put Bun, B-U-N, 11. Jethro Tull is sold to George Samberez. And Ginger Lynch wants self-titled and Ebony and Ivory, okay? So that is this one and this one here. Gotcha. So those sold to Ginger Lynch. Thank you and thank you. And Led Zeppelin, I think, brought 480. I think 480. Also, BG, Spirits Haven't Flown. BG's is $5. And John Mayall, USA Union. USA Union, $13.50. John Mayall, USA Union. And we have Clouds, Joni Mitchell. Nice, $15 on Clouds, Joni Mitchell. $15 on that. Yeah, I'm going to officially start showing little handfuls of CDs at $6.99, okay? Let me get to the first handful here. These are all $6.99, and we have Green Day Warning, Ziggy Marley, Spirit of Music, Bush, Razorblade Suitcase, Strung Out, Black Hawks Over Los Angeles, Cake, Prolonging the Magic, Eminem, Slim Shady, No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom, and Garbage. Those are all $6.99. So Rod offered 10. I have a feeling that was for the bundle. I wanted to make sure, because I'm about to sell them to you. Jeff Holsworth got the Bee Gees for $5. That's sold. Jimi Hendrix has a bid for $15. Patrick second on the Bee Gees. Jimi Hendrix has a new bid for $20. 45 on the 11 on the 45s. Natasha on Joni. Patrick second. And Doug Reeder wants Bush and Cake. This is Bush and Cake. That's sold for $6.99. Cake is sold for $6.99 to Doug Reeder. And those are sold and sold. And that leaves Garbage, No Doubt, Eminem, Strung Out, Ziggy Marley, and Green Day. Also, Canned Heat, Doghouse Blues. Canned Heat is $13.50. $13.50 on Canned Heat. The Rascals' Greatest Hits, $10 on that. Hendrix has a bid for $25. Nice. David Bowie, Station to Station. Didn't we auction one of these earlier? Tan label, that's the first label, $17.50. Rod Bryan got these 345 for $11. Rod, do you want these three that didn't sell earlier for $10 as well? Ice Age, Saturday Looks Good to Me, and Boy Racer. We had those three together for $10 as well. Also, Grand Funk, Closer to Home. I'm Your Captain. $13.50 on Grand Funk, Closer to Home. Ken Foster picking up the David Bowie. Thank you, Ken Foster. That's so do you. And Traffic is $15. Traffic is $15. I think that's a later label. $15 on that. They're still bidding on Jimi Hendrix. It's now at $25. The Staples, Unlock Your Mind. $12.50 on the Staples. And Savoy Brown, getting to the point. Savoy Brown is $10. Here is our next CD lot. These are all $6.99. Transformers, Dark of the Moon, $6.99. Primus Pork Soda. That jacket's pretty worn. We have Psycho Stick, and it looks like it's autographed by the band. Punkorama Volume 2. DRI, live at CBGB's. Volbeat. We have Vans Raptors 2005 tour compilation and MXPX Let It Happen. Those are $6.99. Natasha got Joni Mitchell. Yeah, Natasha got the Joni Mitchell. Patrick, you were second. We've already sold Bee Gees. Jimi Hendrix 25. Ken got Bowie. Steven second. Ron Burns on Grand Funk. Can't go wrong there on Grand Funk. That's so to Rod Burns. Alex is out on Hendrix. Final call. And we have Ron Burns on SB for Savoy Brown. That is sold. I didn't pull Joni Mitchell. I might have pulled the wrong record then. Hold on a second. There's Toll. There's McCartney, Bee Gees. I pulled John Mayall instead. I pulled John Mayall instead of Joni Mitchell. Joni Mitchell. I pulled John Mayall. Unless somebody, I don't think somebody got John Mayall, did they? Then there's Bowie, Grand Funk, and Savoy. We're caught up. Those are all $6.99. Doug Reader wants Strung Out. And that was, which one was that? I feel like I just read that. Strung Out. Transformers, Primus, Cycle Stick, Punkorama, DRI, Raptor, MPX. What was Strung Out? Was that the Warp Tour? What was that, Doug Reader? And then there's DRI. What was that called? DRI live at CBGB's, right? Yeah. Okay, or Strung Out might have been in the last box. Was that in the last box? Yeah, it was. Strung Out. We had one of their singles earlier. Strung Out. Okay, there we go. That's sold for $6.99. Next in the half-off bin is Steppenwolf Monster. Now, this record... Yeah, this is nice. This record's always worn out. Look how nice this jacket is. A 60s original. That is unusual. I think I might keep that if no one claims it. Because it's a bizarre record because it loads from the bottom. It's a terrible design. You know, you would think that's the way, but it loads from the bottom. So technically, either if it's a top loader, it's upside down. If it's a side loader, it's 90 degrees at the wrong angle. So it's always a tough one to store. You know what always happens? People put them back in the bins like this in the store, and then I pick them up and the disc falls out. It happens all the time. People in the stores, I could put it back this way. The next day, somebody comes through and puts it in like that because they're like, oh, this record's crooked. That's a beautiful copy of that. I remember seeing that before. Steppenwolf is $15. And then we have small scale. Put Danny on a waiting list for Waylon Jennings if we can get it. Waylon Jennings guitar. Please make a note of that. He's looking for the black and white leather bound Fender. We will take a look for that. Hendrix is sold for $25. And Chris, if you don't want Steppenwolf, Andrew does. Let me go ahead and swap out crates. First, Doug Reader did get DRI. I was about to say, Doug, are you not going to claim the DRI CD? And that's so to you for $6.99, okay? All right, and then Chris, this is a half-off bin, no more, no less. Steppenwolf is $15. This is a half-off bin, no more, no less. Plus, I can't take 10 because 3 other people say they want it now. That is the half-off price. Let me swap out crates. Oh, my gosh. We've sold a lot tonight. Right, that was our 4th full crate, but most of it tonight's been vintage and pre-owned, which takes up a lot more space. If I had sold a lot of new vinyl tonight, we'd probably be at like 6, 7, 8 crates. We've sold mostly just vintage OG stuff tonight. So 4 completely full crates packed That's quite a bit. I hope we can sell more, okay? And now we have Chris does take the Steppenwolf, and then pre-order request and mini guitar request. Robert, I have, if it's for this, it will be in hopefully tomorrow or Thursday. Robert Vlodchek, Billy Joe, I have already got that ordered for you. And the pre-order request, I think, is also over here. I may have not got to it yet. So Chris got that, Andrew second, and then Rod Burns. LG got Blood, Sweat, and Tears. I'm assuming he wanted that one back here from earlier. That's sold to you for $15. And then we have Humble Pie, another unusually nice copy. I mean, you can just tell from the jacket. That's $17.50. Humble Pie. Also, we have Rush Moving Pictures. What's that doing in there? A Holland press, no condition notes, 20 on Rush, and the Doors is $17.50. Right, I'm going to make these CDs back here. These are back here. Now, Cheryl, when you're asking for these Kiss records, are you wanting originals or new ones? Because if you're wanting new ones, I can have them here before the end of the week. If you're wanting OG ones, this is kind of whenever they pop up. Let's put up another Jimi Hendrix record. This is called The Genius of Jimi Hendrix. This is a 1981 U.S. reissue. EX Plus, a $15 start. Another Hendrix, $15 start. Patrick C. Smith gets Rush. I was about to say, that's got to be a no-brainer. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith. Let me grab another handful of CDs right quick, and these are all $6.99. We got Eminem, the Marshall Mathers EP, Blink-182 Dude Ranch, Doors L.A. Woman, Blink-182 Enema of the State, Five Finger Death Punch, The Righteous Side of Hell, Wrong Side of Heaven, Volume 2, The Very Best of Elvis Costello, and JFA, We Know You Suck. Those are all $6.99. Now, if you just hopped on, we just knocked out half of a half-off crate. I would like to knock out the other half of the half-off crate. With that being said, let's go through these one more time, and then I might find another one, and then another one, and then another one. First thing we have is Soul Twist, a collection of 60 soul classics. That's now $12.50. We have the Blow Bunnies Animal Magic. The Blow Monkeys is $12.50. The Best of Electric Flag is $10. New Riders, The Adventures of Panama Red, that is $10. The Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor, $12.50. Commander Cody was $10. And the Best of Steve Miller Band, $12.50. First on the CDs is the following. Davey Winstead got Doors, L.A. Woman for $6.99. Susie Breelove on Five Finger Death Punch for $6.99. And Doug Reeder second on 5, and Chris got JFA. So those are all sold. There is that and that. Also, we have Moody Blues, that's $7.50. The Best 11 Spoonful is $7.50. Laverne Baker, Real Gone Gal, that's $12.50. James Brown is $12.50. Paul McCartney is $10. And we have Humble Pie Eat It, that's $17.50. Gary Wellman on Steve Miller, that's sold to Gary Wellman. Going through a great half-off bin here. Fantastic titles. Put Cheryl on a waiting list for new and sealed Kiss albums. Kiss Dynasty and a Kiss Alive 1 and 2. Kiss Dynasty is about $33.99. Alive 1 and 2 are about $40 and $55. Or, excuse me, they're about $49 and $59. Just FYI. The Metallica concert is tomorrow and on Saturday. I mean, Thursday and Saturday. That's later this week. Doobie Brothers is $7.50. Primetime is $5. And Trouble Funk is $10. Gary Wellman gets Paul McCartney. That's so to Gary Wellman. Also, the Mamas and Papas, People Like Us, $7.50 on the Mamas and Papas. Hall & Oates is $10. Canned Heat is $13.50. Doghouse Blues. Also, the Rascals' Greatest Hits. Great stuff there. I love it. $10. Traffic was just $15. What a fantastic crate. We got the Staple Singers for $12.50. John Mayall is $13.50. Humble Pie Rockin' the Fillmore was $17.50. The Doors' Other Voices was $17.50. And I'm trying to grab more records, and there's none left. But I will grab very quickly a handful of $6.99 CDs. These are all $6.99. This is Necromaniacs, Dead Girls Don't Cry, $6.99. Muse Showbiz, Tool Undertow, Television Marquee Moon, Red Hot Chili Peppers, One Hot Minute, Prince, that is Sign of the Times. There is damage to the jewel case. And Bare Naked Ladies all their greatest hits, disc 1. I don't know if that's part of a set or if that's just what it's called. Those are all $6.99. There may be some damage to the jewel cases on a few of those, just FYI. Canned Heat, Patrick Lear on Canned Heat. That was right here. That's sold to Patrick Lear. Title on the Doobie Brothers. That is the classic, The Captain and Me, with Whoa, China Grove, $7.50 on that. Gary Wellman on SS for the Staple Singers. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Stephen A. Young wants the Red Hot Chili Pepper CD, 1 Hot Minute. That is sold. Debbie Winston wants the Prince CD for $6.99. That is sold for $6.99. Scott Oh Man got the Bare Naked Ladies for $6.99. Patrick C. Smith got Television for $6.99. That leaves Tool. There is some crack in the jewel case. Muse and Necromaniacs there. All righty. Now, let me see what just happened on my phone over here. There's that. There's that. Okay. All right. And then Doobie, Todd Saw wants the Doobies. Let me make sure that Gary Wellman doesn't want it. If Gary doesn't want it, then no. Okay. And then what about this? Jimi Hendrix. It didn't get a bid. So Jimi Hendrix is a buy it now for $15. The Genius of Jimi Hendrix. $15 buy it now on that. All right. Let's go through another crate. I would love to fill up about one more crate tonight. Plus, it looks like we're about to sell a ton of CDs at this rate. So let me go ahead and take the stack of sold stuff in here before there is an absolute disaster. So let me do that right quick. Thank you. Okay, there's that. And then he passes. So, Todd, you do get the Doobie Brothers. Let's find another half-off bin. Let's find another half-off bin. And Gary Wellman's also going to take the Doors. All right? Man, I can't believe it's early. Why is it so early? We got, like, technically a couple hours left, 2.5 hours. I mean, you said Doobie 750 there, too. One China Grove. Yes, you got the one with China Grove. You got the one with China Grove. Can you show Trouble Funk again? I can. I don't know why it's so early. I guess we just didn't have a lot of new arrivals tonight. Laura had one crate. She had to go ahead and get tomorrow's auctions ready. And then we went through all 5 of John's crates. I guess it's back to back to back to back really fast. I'm not for sure what happened, but it's 11 o'clock, and I'm like, we're going to have to do, like, discount bins. Very unusual, but I think everybody's okay with that, right? Trouble Funk, I have a feeling I'll be on here at least another hour. I try not to do too many half-off and discount bins a night because I try to keep them for other nights. Otherwise I'm like, well, we've gone through everything twice. And then I have to go through them a third time, which means I usually discount them even further. But yeah, here's Trouble Funk. It's called Trouble Over Here. Gold stamp promo. It's now $10. And Michael does want the Jimi Hendrix for $15. So let's go find another crate. I'm going to keep all these right here next to me. And like I said, if you change your mind, you want something, just let me know. So tonight, I guess I feel like I must have been in speed mode. I went through everything so fast. Tonight. Very unusual. Very unusual. Maybe I've been talking faster than I realized. Let's see what this crate right here is. This crate right here is going to be another great half-off bin. Oh, wow. Yeah, let's do this one half off. This one's probably going to be just like that one. We're about to take a big chunk out of it as soon as I do some stretching. Here we go. I think I went into new stuff too by I think at 6:15 I went ahead and started showing new crates. I think by 6:15 I think I might have started showing new stuff almost an hour too early. People start putting pressure on me. New crates, where's the new vinyl? Show the new stuff. We've seen these. And I'm like, I know, they're discount bins. And so the riots begin, and then I have to start showing new stuff, and then it's all been shown. So Greg doesn't want Trouble Funk. Y'all start bringing out the pitchforks. We want to see the new stuff. I'm going to come down there and tear down your doors. Let's see what's next. 45s, yes. So CDs, 45s coming up. Let me move over here to get that box on that and this. And let's go ahead and start with a handful of CDs. $6.99. Y'all start riding. I had to keep y'all under control sometimes. A tribute to the Ramones. We are a happy family. We have Elastica. Elastica $6.99. Jane's Addiction. Ritual D-Lo Habitual. Jane's Addiction. Five Finger Death Punch. American Capitalist. Disturbed Asylum. This is... I have no idea what that is. White Stripes and Nirvana Incesticide. Those are all $6.99. All right, half off records. Let's begin. First thing is Joni Mitchell, Chalk Mark in a Rainstorm. $13.50 for Joni Mitchell. $13.50. Mothers of Invention. We're just another band from LA. Half off of $44.99. Wow. $22.50 on Frank Zappa there. Also, another Zappa, Shake Your Booty. We're off to a great start. That's now just $20. And another Joni Mitchell, $10. So Joni, Frank, and Joni. Michael Peevler gets Five Finger Death Punch. That's so to him for $6.99. Susie was second. All right. We have Nirvana. We have White Stripes. Whatever that is. Disturbed. Jane's Addiction, Elastica, and the Tribute to Ramones. Those are all still available if anybody wants them. Next is Gary Wellman on Joni Mitchell. Let me know if you want chalk or dog, or you can have both. Hopefully he says both. Jethro Tull, Benefit is $10. Jeff Beck with Jan Hammer's $12.50 in shrink wrap. Jethro Tull was also in shrink wrap. JoJo Gunn, that's $5. Gary has put Joni Mitchell twice, so I bet he wants both. And then Leslie wants WS, and WS was probably a CD over here, and that was White Stripes. That's sold to Leslie for $6.99. And Danzig, that is Danzig, isn't it? That's called Black. I know what this is called. This is, let's see if it's on the disc. It is Danzig. It's, what is this one called? I know what this is. Yeah, I've had that on vinyl. Danzig 4. Maybe it's just Danzig 4. Maybe it's just Danzig 4. So, I bet that will sell it now when people know that it's Danzig. Michael's going to offer 5. Todd was willing to offer 2. And, you know, I could have just opened it up and looked at the CD. That would have been easier, wasn't it? Danzig 4. So, Michael, it's yours if you want it, but it'll be $6.99. If not, Doug. Okay? And no one on Nirvana. That's surprising. Back to the half-off bin. We have Nielsen Schmilson, $10 on that. Leslie also wants the Ramones Tribute CD. That's also sold to Leslie for $6.99. Nielsen's $10. Johnny Winter's still alive and well, $10. So, Doug, you do get Danzig. Doug gets Danzig for $6.99. Savoy Brown featuring Ken Simmons, Wire Fire. Savoy Brown is $10. Argent, all together now with their hit song Hold Your Head Up. John Mayall, Jazz Blues Fusion is $13.50. And Ambrosia, Life Beyond LA, Gold Stamp Promo, $6.50. And Rainbow Down to Earth is $15. Ryan Mustaine on Jeff Beck. Ryan Mustaine gets Jeff Beck. Melanie wants Mothers and Nielsen. Mothers and Nielsen. There's Nielsen and Mothers. Nice pickups there. Melanie Jennings. Chris Frazier gets the Nirvana CD for $6.99. That's so to Chris Frazier. Still selling out of that last act. Wow, a rainbow in the half-off bin. Gary Wellman on Savoy Brown. That's so to Gary Wellman. Also, Frank Zappa, Jazz from Hell. Zappa's $20. Nielsen's Greatest Hits is $12.50. And Rare Earth Back to Earth is $10. Another handful of CDs right quick. These are all $6.99. First come, first serve. No more, no less. First thing we have is It's Just One of Those Days. Limp Bizkit. Significant Other. Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip. We have 8 and Up Records, Punk Compilation number 3. Punk Compilation. This is Between the Baird and Me. There is Damage to the Jewel Case. And this is the best of Oingo Boingo and Tub Ring, Zoo Hypothesis. Almost said hypothesis. Hypothesis. Those are all $6.99. Next is Mike Ospaw got Rainbow from the half off bin. I told y'all this was a good one. Gary Wellman got Nielsen. That's sold to Gary Wellman. There's Rare Earth again, $10. Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon, $12.50. I love listening to Joni Mitchell. Just beautiful, incredible. Rod Stewart, Faces Live, $7.50 on Rod Stewart. And Steve Winwood, Back in the High Love. Bring Me to a Higher Love. Steve Winwood, High Life, $10. And John Cougar, $10. Somebody asked for that earlier and asked the price on one earlier in a half off, in a New Arrivals bin. Now you can catch one here in a half off. That is $10. Chris Frazier gets a Limp Biscuit. A Limp Biscuit is Static X censored. It does have parental advisory, so no, not censored. I'm going to go ahead and tag you for it. And that leaves Tub Ring, Zoo Hypothesis, the best of Oingo Boingo, Between the Bear and Me, and a punk compilation. It's called 8 Up Records Punk Compilation number 3. Those are all $6.99. Next is Patrick C. Smith on Joni, Gary Wellman on Rod Stewart, Jeff Halsworth on John Cougar. He asked earlier, New Arrivals, and now you get one at half off. You've been with us all night. Patience pays off late at night here on these discount bins. Jeff Beck Group is $10. Jeff Beck Group, $10. Roxy Music Avalon. Roxy Music has the original on her sleeve with it. Roxy Music is $10. And Deep Purple, Shades of Deep Purple. Deep Purple is $17.50. Nice. Unbelievable. Some of the great half-off records in here. Doug Reader gets Oingo Boingo CD for $6.99. That's so to Doug Reader. Mike Owen on Roxy Music. RM, Avalon. That's a good album. Ken Foster second on that one. Wow, the Allman Brothers, Fillmore. It is an early 80s pressing on Polydor, non-gatefold, but it's just $17.50. The Rare Earth is called Back to Earth. And Mountain, Go for Your Life. $10 on Mountain in shrink wrap. There's that, okay? Looks like I need to grab another handful of CDs right quick. It's just one of those days. Hiram, I was about to say, Hiram, I didn't want to say anything, but Hiram asked what happened to this record about, what, 3 weeks ago? Hiram was like, do you still got that Mountain record? And I was like, man, there's no telling where it is. And here we are. We've discovered it tonight. So Hiram gets that. Now some more CDs. Rob Zombie, $6.99. Nice. Silverchair. We have Kid Rock. That's self-titled. Reservoir Dogs soundtrack. Fight or Flight, A Life by Design. Beck Odelay. Bush Razorblade Suitcase. Tim McGraw. Emotional Traffic. And Lead the Way, a ska, punk, and reggae compilation. Those are all $6.99. Back to the half-off bin. We have Mountain Climbing, Mississippi Queen. Now that one's just $10. Bluest Occult, Cities on Flames of Rock and Roll, $15. And the Beatles' first live recordings, $10 on the Beatles. $10 on the Beatles. One second, please. All right. First thing we have is Gary Wellman did want the Rare Earth. So let's go ahead and pull that for him for $10. Mike Ospaw got the Rob Zombie for $6.99. Doug Reader was second. Michael Peevler third. Patrick fourth. Scott Oman on Kid Rock by Kid Rock. That is sold. And then Hiram gets another Mountain record. Todd Saw next on Kid Rock. Michael next on Mountain. And Andrew Shaw on BOC. So the CD pile has Lead the Way, Punk, and Ska Comp. That is sold to Mike Openshaw for $6.99. Then Tim McGraw, we got Bush, Beck, Fight or Flight, Reservoir Dogs also sold to Mike Openshaw, and Silverchair Frog Stomp with that great hit song Tomorrow. Okay, and back to the half-off bin. Let me just remind you, unbelievably in the half-off bin, here's what's left in the last batch. The Beatles, Allman Brothers, and Deep Purple. Pretty surprising there. Next is Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. That's just now $12.50. So far, no condition notes on anything in here. We have Ambrosia for $10. Somewhere I've never traveled, Ambrosia. Deep Purple with the Royal Philharmonic. There is some writing on the cover. That's now $15 on Deep Purple. Asia, Alpha. There's your Asia. $10 on Asia. And Blondie, Eat to the Beat. $12.50 on Blondie. And let's pause at Atlanta Rhythm section. Champagne Jam, that is $5. Atlanta Rhythm section, Champagne Jam, that is available. Let's pull up a new handful of CDs here. And these are all, oh man, people ask for this all the time on vinyl. The Go soundtrack, $6.99. Beastie Boys, Check Your Head. Jane's Addiction, man, that is so tough to get on vinyl. Extremely difficult to get. Everclear, Violent Femmes, the classic Bare Naked Ladies Stunt. That has, it's been 1 week. And Minor Threat, nice, $6.99. That was a good handful there. Those are all $6.99. Gary Wellman wants Argent, and that's from earlier with Hold Your Head Up. And Argent is sold. It's, I think, still in here, isn't it? It should be. Argent? Where are you, Argent? Or did somebody already get that? I don't see it in here anymore. Somebody must have got it. And then, or did I already pull it? No, I didn't pull it for Gary. I guess somebody already bought it. Let's look for those one more time. Make sure I'm not crazy. Argent is not in this crate. Okay, and then Leslie put B. All right. And I bet that's for Blondie. If that's not right, Leslie, let me know. Then Michael Peevler put SCCD, Silverchair. I'm assuming that's for that. Then Gary second on Blondie. What pressing is that first Deep Purple? Shades, $34.99. It is on Tetragrammaton Records. It is on Tetragrammaton, T-102. The Matrix has 7707 D-4 LL-DCT. That's some of the Dead Wax information. Okay, and then Doug wants Flight or Fight. He's still buying back here. That's sold to Doug Reader for $6.99. Leslie got the Jane's Addiction CD for $6.99. Larry third on the poster. Next is Hattori was second on Jane's Addiction, but you get Go for $6.99. It's in the previous bin, okay. And then what's the Deep Purple? Argentina in previous crate. The Argent in front of Dylan Planet. No, that's Ambrosia. He's wanting the previous crate. Okay, let me figure out where I did with that. Argent was in the last crate. Okay. There it is. I can see the top of it, I think. It's a gatefold. Is that it? Nope, that's the Moody Blues. New Riders. Argent's not in the last crate either. Humble Pie, John Mayer. Argent is not in the last crate either. Somebody must have bought Argent. Argent is no longer available. Okay. So, the CDs that still left from that last stack is Beastie Boys, Everclear, Violent Femmes, Bare Naked Ladies, and Minor Threat. All right, so Deep Purple is sold to Patrick Lear for $17.50. Back to the half-off bin. Marshall Crenshaw is $5. Also, Ian Matthews, Stealing Home. Ian Matthews, Stealing Home. That's now $5. Also, Robert Margoloff and Malcolm Cecil, Tonto's Expanding Headband. That is a 75 US Monarch. That is $7.50. News and the Blues, Telling It Like It Is. That's EX for $6.50. REO Speedwagon 9 Lives. VG $5 on REO Speedwagon. Crosby and Nash Live, VG Plus $9. It's in Shrink with Hype. Crosby and Nash Live, $9. The Everly Brothers Reunion Concert. The Everly Brothers is a sealed box set for $10. Chris Ridling's on Tonto. That's sold to Chris Ridling's for $7.50. And Robert Palmer is $10. REO Speedwagon is sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. That's sold to you. And now we have one more, then another stack of CDs. Nice. A 79 UK OG pressing of The Police. That's now just $15 with Roxanne Here's another stack of CDs. These are all $6.99. We got K-Fabe, the Helen Keller tapes, Dane Cook, Harmful If Swallowed, Dick Valentine, Parrot People, Dan Arbach, Keep It Hid, Shaggy, Boombastic, full-length album. Shaggy, what was that song he had? Next Friday soundtrack. That's always funny. Village, Divine Circles, Transplants, and Bloodhound Gang. Those are all $6.99. Eric Squindo, Second on Handband. Mike Oppenshaw on the Everclear CD. Mike Oppenshaw on Everclear. That sold to him for $6.99. Next was Todd Saw, third on REO Speedwagon. Patrick C. Smith gets the Everly Brothers box set. Holden was second on the Everly Brothers box set. Mike Owen put P, that's for the Police. Jeff Halsworth second. Leslie on DC. DC for Leslie. Let's see if that's a CD. Dane Cook. Is that a CD, Leslie? I want to make sure. And then Todd on Police. Gary next on the Police. Denise second on Everly Brothers. Mike Oppenshaw on Trans. And that's Transplants. We'll go ahead and give that to him for $6.99. And now more half-off LPs. Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska, an 82 U.S. Terre Haute. $12.50 on Nebraska. Bobby and the Midnights. That's Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead. That's now $7.50. Zappa, Feeding the Monkeys at Ma Mazian. A sealed record store day edition, individually numbered, now just $17.50. Leslie did get Dane Cook. I just wanted to make sure that sold you for $6.50. And Mike Oppenshaw on BH, and BH was Bloodhound Gang. That sold to Mike Oppenshaw for $6.99. Ken Foster on Bruce Springsteen. That sold to Ken for $12.50. Patrick was second. We have Reverend Peyton. That's now $7.50. Pour Until Payday. Voyage to Uranus. Some people pronounce it differently. $7.50. Also, The Best of Basie. That is sealed for $10. And this is pretty cool here. Faces, A Not As Good As a Wink. The classic Rod Stewart Faces album with Ron Wood. It's a 70s German OG. A 70s German original. $12.50. I'm assuming Gary wants the Zappa. And that's this Zappa here, the Record Store Day edition. All right? Awesome. Let's grab another handful of CDs. Maybe we'll be able to do a big bundle deal with Michael Rudolph on all the other ones. Maybe he's still watching. Michael, I was trying to do a bundle deal with you the other day. And you'd already got off. All right, let's grab another handful of CDs right quick. These are all $6.99. And the first we have here is Guttermouth. Kings of Leon, Aha, Shake, Heartbreak, Rise Against, Endgame, Rumble, The Best of Link Ray, Germs, Media Blitz, don't see that too often, Blink-182, don't see that too often, the Give 'Em the Boot 3, some kind of compilation, and another punk rock compilation, Spirit of the Streets. Those are all $6.99. So Gary did get Zappa, then Chris. Leslie got Faces, then Patrick, then Rod, then Patrick. And Leslie also gets the Kings of Leon CD. That's $6.99. William Drugovich gets the Germ CD. That's $6.99. And Michael Peveler wants KL. KL was probably in this bin. KL. Kings of Leon, probably. Mike Oppenshaw wants Give 'Em the Boot. That's sold to Mike Oppenshaw. And we have Spirit of the Streets, Blink-182, Link Ray, Rise Against, and Guttermouth. Those are all still available there. Now, as usual, the half-off bins are worthy of a second read-through, especially late at night. We just sold half of it. Let's try to sell the other half of it, shall we? I'm going to do another read-through. Here's what's left. If you think about those CDs, let me know. If I'm not, I'll show another handful. Here's more Zappas. Here's Chic Your Booty. Some play on words there. Chic Your Booty. Zappa's a double gatefold. I keep wanting to say double gatefold. A gatefold double LP, no condition notes. $20 on Zappa. $20 on Zappa. Next, it should be another Zappa. No, we sold that one. We still got Jethro Tull. Jethro Tull's in shrink wrap, $10. JoJo Gunn still available for $5. Johnny Winters, $10. There's Argent. Wow, can you believe that? How did that reappear? Whoa. We need to go study that. I think that just respawned back in there. I flipped through that crate. Y'all saw me too. I flipped through that crate 2 or 3 times. That record was not in there. How unusual. This is sold for $10, half off price to Gary Wellman. Gary, there's your Argent. How unusual is that? We got Mike Barley getting the Jethro Tull. That sold. Mike Ospaw on JoJo Gunn. That sold. And Patrick was second on Jethro Tull. Next is John Mayall, Jazz Blues Fusion. John Mayall is $13.50. Ambrosia, Life Beyond LA, Gold Stamp Promo, $6.50. And another Zappa, Jazz from Hell. That's in shrink, $20 off, makes it $20. I'm going to go ahead before I show any more CDs. Let's take this stack of sold ones in here before, as usual, there's an absolute disaster. Y'all know the drill. Boom. Boom. All right. And Mike Oppenshaw wants Link Ray. That was his CD right back here. All right, there's that, and there's that. All right, first thing we have is Steve Winwood back in the High Life. Steve Winwood is $10. Jeff Becker is $10. Jeff Beck Group. Also, Almond Brothers, $17.50. 2 LP Polydor Press, non-gatefold. The Beatles, live in Hamburg, Germany, $10. Bob Dylan is now just $12.50. And there's Ambrosia again with this really cool gimmick cover. Ambrosia is $5. Opens up like this and that and does that. Ambrosia is now just $5. Ambrosia, $5. Argent was not in there. Nope. I don't know how that just happened, but that was a glitch in the Matrix. Next handful of CDs are going up right now. These are all $6.99. First, Matchbox 20, 3 a.m., Eli Young Band, Life at Best, White Stripes, White Blood Cells. No, that one's called Elephant, my bad. Screeching Weasel, Kill the Musicians, Vent. Also, Newfound Glory. That is Radio Surgery. 3 Days Grace, Life Starts Now, Prince, and Poor, Dumb. That is $6.99. Steve is sold. Who was Steve? Steve Winwood. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. No, it's sold to Patrick C. Smith. Patrick gets Steve Winwood. Debbie Winstead gets Ambrosia. Debbie Winstead gets Matchbox 20 for $6.99. Leslie gets the White Stripe CD for $6.99. Michael Peveler on MM, MN, and MB. So MN and MB, I think MN, he might have meant MB for Moody Blues. Is there a Moody Blues in here? Almond Brothers, Zappa, Ambrosia. And then, of course, it could have been a CD. MN, Screeching Weasel, Eli Young. Maybe not. Hattori second on White Stripes. I bet that's for Matchbox. I bet it's for Matchbox, so you were second. So here's another Deep Purple. This one has some writing on the cover. $15. It's on the Green Warner Brothers label. $15 on that. Asia still available, $10. Asia Alpha, $10 on that. Atlanta Rhythm Section was $5. Marshall Crenshaw's $5. There is some writing on the cover. Ian Matthews Stealing Home was $5. This is News and the Blues, Telling It Like It Is. This is a compilation for $6.50. Bessie Smith, Victoria Spivey, Blind Willie Johnson, Mississippi John Hurt, Lucille Bogan, Charlie Patton. That's only $6.50. EX condition too. I don't see this as a Crosby, Stills, Nash fan. I will say I don't recall seeing that sticker too often. And they do some pretty good songs on here. This is VG Plus $7.50 on Monarch with Hop sticker. Robert Palmer still available for $10. Bobby and the Midnights is $7.50. Reverend Peyton was $7.50. This is $7.50, and the Count Basie is sealed for $10. Edwin, we are in a half off bin, so Asia will be $10 if you want it. And AR was for Atlanta Rhythm to Gary Wellman. Let's grab another handful of CDs right quick. I'm glad I read that track listing on those that blues comp, because I bet it's going to sell it to somebody. That would look like a pretty good batch. Let's grab some more CDs here. We're going to go through this whole crate before the night's over. Always a popular one here. System of a Down, Toxicity. Puddle of Mud, Come Clean. Another Green Day Warning. Godsmack, self-titled. Doors at Hollywood Bowl, and Beck, Mellow Gold. Very difficult to get on vinyl. Pretty much impossible, or bootleg only, maybe. Edwin does take Asia for $10, thank you. And Patrick, I had a feeling, would get that blues comp. So did Patrick Lear, thank you on that. All right, and these CDs are all $6.99. Beck, Mellow Gold, Doors, Hollywood Bowl, Godsmack, Green Day, Puddle of Mud, and System of a Down. Those are all $6.99. We've read through this crate twice, and we read through another one twice. I think it's time to maybe do one more tonight, at least another half-off bin. We've got time, and I think we got the buyers on. And if that's okay with y'all, we'll do another one, and we'll continue to try to knock out the rest of these CDs. These are, yeah, let's show all the no bids. But first, here are these. And first is Leslie on Beck, Mellow Gold for $6.99. Michael Peveler on Godsmack for $6.99. Hattori on System of a Down for $6.99. Debbie next on Beck. Hattori next on Beck. Mike next on Beck. Mike Oppenshaw. So let me go ahead and swap some stuff out right quick. Let me condense this half-off bin with this half-off bin. And if you hadn't have told me, and I looked through these records from these last two bins, I wouldn't think it was a leftover half-off bin. No way. I just think it was just a buy it now bin, maybe never been read through a second time, or possibly it was only been shown once, but they've been read through twice at half off. Stuff in there still remaining, like the Allman Brothers band. Let's show the no bids, and let's go pick out the next half off crate though. And so if you've been watching from the beginning since I showed CDs, we're about at the halfway point. We're about at the halfway point, so we still got some good ones coming up. This crate here might be a great one. This one I think is relatively recent, and it's close to me. Let me just go ahead and do this one. Yeah, this one. This is a half crate. Let's do this one. This might be faster. And yeah, there's some stuff in here that didn't get claimed. I'm like, dude, what? Like, this is insane. This is a recent bin. Yeah, this one here is pretty recent. And it's only half full. That will be great because we'll probably sell most of it. And I can empty a crate out regardless. Reminder about the loot. Did you not get invoice for it? You should have been invoiced for it already, Gary. It should have been on the invoice that was sent out yesterday. If not, let me know, and I will light a fire underneath somebody. Don't make me start lighting fires underneath everybody. I run a tight ship. Get back to work. No, I'm just joking. All right, half off LPs. Everybody paying attention? Should be great stuff. Three Dog Night, Cyan, Shambhala, $10. Our Man Flint soundtrack. Cool. Jerry Goldsmith. Our Man Flint, $10 on that. Sally Field, Tom Hanks, Punchline soundtrack. Gold stamp promo, Punchline, $10. Hometown USA, now $7.50. I'm telling y'all, recent bin here. Oh, I forgot to do the no bids. Here's tonight's no bids. Let's try to get all these sold. Howard Jones, Dream Into Action, Japanese pressing, $35. Beach Boys, Rock and Roll Best 20, Japanese pressing, $35. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Pictures Out of Exhibition, $35. Rocky 3 soundtrack, $35. And the only two tagged auctions tonight was a 73 U.S. original Snooki Pryor, Dude If You Want To, for $25. And I Am the Blues, Willie Dixon, a 70s pressing for $25. So 4 Japanese no bids and 2 tagged auctions from tonight are the only no bids. Those are available. First come, first serve. Buy it now or best offer. I can't believe Howard Jones didn't sell. And it's $35. Chris, if you want it, it's $35. If not, Mike Owen wants it for $35. I probably wouldn't have took much less than that to begin with. It's in shrink. Lots of hits on that one. So it's either Chris's or Mike's. Still got the Beach Boys. Still got Emerson Lake, Rocky, Snooki Pryor, and Willie Dixon there. So those are all still available. Let me put those right over here. And let me put this over here in case he says yes or no. And now Gary Wellman wants Three Dog Night. Let's sell that to him. Also, we have Bernadette Peters. Bernadette Peters is $10. And we have Poco delivering for $5. Poco delivering for $5. So let's go ahead and clean some of these up. Mike Owen, you do get Howard Jones for $35. Gary Wellman gets Willie Dixon for $35. Patrick gets Snooky Pryor for $18. So that leaves ELP, Rocky 3, and the Beach Boys, if anybody wants that. So Poco was $5, Bernadette Peters was $10, Hometown USA $7.50, Merle Rush is $10, and Three Dog Night is $7.50 coming down your way, another Three Dog Night. Let's grab some more CDs. These are all $6.99. And we have the following here. Boogaloo to Beck, Dr. Lonnie Smith, with a special guest, David Fathead Newman. Pantera, Great Southern Trendkill, Gold Stamp Promo. Don't see that too often on CD. Blink-182, Breaking Benjamin, the best of Breaking Benjamin. There's another one of those boot compilations. Give 'em the Boot Volume 4. A tribute to the Misfits, Violent World, and Punkorama, Straight Out of the Pit. That guy got beat up at a mosh pit. That's going to be me Thursday night in Metallica after I get out of a mosh pit. Those are all $6.99. Gary Wellman got Poco. Poco is so did Gary Wellman. Susie got Three Dog Night. Gary was next on Three Dog Night. And Michael's made offers for $25 and $25. Rocky 3, no, that's the same thing. He said Rocky 3 and Rocky 3. Let's go ahead and sell that to him for $25. And yes, I got Emerson, Lake and Palmer, a Japanese pressing of Pictures Out of Exhibition, Near Mint Minus with Obi, $35. Michael Peveler put Pam, but he meant Pan for Pantera. That's sold to Michael for $6.99. William Drugovich wants Violent World, Tribute to the Misfits. That's $6.99. That leaves Punkorama, Give 'em the Boot, Breaking Benjamin, Blink-182, and Boogaloo. Those are all available. Back to the half-off records. The Indianapolis 500, Van Camp's Pork and Beans, $10 on that. The Juniper Menace, the Jupiter Menace, that's in shrink, has a hop sticker advertising Synergy, $10 on that. And Santana, Beyond Appearances, Santana is $10. And 10cc, look here, $7.50. Y'all probably remember some of these records. They're very recent. Greg Herman got the Punkorama CD. That's sold to Greg. Next in the half-off bin was Leo Sayer. Now just $5, shrink wrap and hop sticker. You make me feel like dancing. Let's go back over here and grab another handful of compact disc. Let's take this, finish this row. Let's finish this row right here. All right. First thing is Fang, Langshark, Where Do the Wild Things Are, Nirvana's Nevermind, Taking Back Sunday, Where Do You Want to Be? Also, this is Beck, Mixed Business. That's like a maxi single. It is Mixed Business, 3 mixes and Arabian Nights. Bare Naked Ladies, Rock Spectacle. This is My SHIT is Perfect. And Subhumans Live in Bristol bootleg. Ooh, that's probably pretty good. And then Gary Wellman put 10. 10 for, that's 10cc. That's so to Gary Wellman. There is an offer on Emerson, Lake and Palmer for $25. There is an offer for $25. Todd Saw got Leo Sayer. William Drugovich gets Fang for $6.99. Also, Michael Pevelar on Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit. And those are all still available. Mike Oakenshaw wants Boot. That's over here, right? Give them the Boot. And that's so to you, Mike Openshaw. William Drugovich wants Bob Log. Bob Log, that's sold to William Drugovich for $6.99. Next in the half-off bin is Woody Guthrie, The Early Years for $5. And Boz Scaggs Hits is $10. Gary, here's what I'll do. If you take Emerson, Lake and Palmer for $25, I'll sell you the best of the Beach Boys for $25. That way, all of our no bids are cleaned out. And I'll sell you those for $25 and $25, and you get big savings. Also, my red light indicator lights on my mic. Let me go ahead and swap out my mics before they die. I'm on a red light over here, which means low battery. So let me unmagnetize this thing. I'll be right. Mic's back on. New mic, new charge. We got an offer pending there. And then he wants Boz Scaggs. That's sold to Gary for 10. And he takes those 2 Japanese for 25 and 25. Those are sold and sold. Back to the half-off bin. Harry Belafonte, My Lord, What a Morning. $5 on that. Scandal, Warrior, $10. Patty Smythe. Silver's, Bizarre, that's $6.50. And Scritti Politi Provisions, $12.50. Is Our Man Flint soundtrack mono. Our Man Flint is in stereo. Our Man Flint is in stereo. Let's grab another handful of CDs right quick. Time for a new row. Let's grab right out of the middle here. Right out of the middle and see what we got. Here is the first one. These are all $6.99. 4 years strong in some way, shape, or form. 4 years strong, 3 days grace. Disturbed, The Lost Children, Slipknot, We Are Not Your Kind. No, All Hope Is Gone. The Way of the Fist, Five Finger Death Punch, and Disturbed 10,000 Fist. Lots of fists there with that metal stuff. Mike Owen on SP. SP with Scritti Politti. That's sold to Mike Owen for $12.50. Also, we have More American Graffiti. That's another great soundtrack. Now half off of $24, so $12.50 on that. 38 Special is now $12.50. And Thompson Twins is just $12.50. Here's the Future Days. So we got Disturbed, Five Finger Death Punch. Wait a minute. Yeah, Disturbed, Five Finger, Slipknot, Disturbed, 3 days grace, and 4 years strong. So first of all, we're going to see which one Michael Peveler wants of the Disturbed. And then he put Met. And we'll figure out what that is. Susie wants Five Finger Death Punch. She's definitely first on that. So let's pull that for Susie, $6.99. And then we have William Drugovich getting the Subhumans for $6.99. Mike Owen got Thompson Twins, and that's $12.50. Let me see if Michael Peveler's MET was a record claim. I don't see it. So let me know what this and MET is for sure. The Best of Joe Tex, that is $10. The Best of Joe Tex. The Classic Performances of 10 Years After, that's in shrink wrap, a 10 Years After compilation. That is $10. 10cc's Greatest Hits, that's $10. Hiram Aponte gets 38 Special Forces. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. Poco is $5, A Good Feeling to Know. Pink Floyd, wow, collection of great dance songs. Now just $20, half off of $39.99. Todd Rundgren, A Wizard, A True Star, $10 on that. And George Thorogood and the Destroyers, that's $10. Wow. Some great stuff in there. Hope I just woke everybody up. I still got to see what Michael Peveler. So I'm assuming DIS for Disturbed, he wanted both. So Disturbed and Disturbed are sold to Michael Peveler. So that handful left Slipknot, 3 days grace, and 4 years strong. Next down the line is Price on Flint. The Flint soundtrack is $10, Chuck Haley, half off of $19.99. And then Gary Wellman got the 10 Years After compilation. Or was that 10cc? Gary, was that 10 Years After or 10cc? Todd Saw definitely first on Mr. George Thorogood. Ron Burns definitely first on Mr. Todd Rundgren. So those are sold to Todd and Ron. Selling a lot of vinyl right now. Albums are flying out of the bins. Beware, you might have to wear a helmet. These things are flying out of the crates. If you don't put on a helmet, you may get struck by flying vinyl. That would be very dangerous. Could you imagine? First thing we're going to do is quickly grab another handful of CDs. And I'm already over here picking them out. I've just been grabbing in the crate. And the first thing we have here is Queen, Classic Queen, not Cream, Queen. Queen is $6.99. Prince is $6.99. Ninja Sex Party by NSFW. There's another Matchbox 20 for whoever missed out earlier. Extended versions, Everclear, and Creed Weather. Creed is $6.99. Creed is $6.99. One Last Breath is on there. One Last Breath. Price on the Merle Rush, I think that was $10. Merle Rush is now $10. It has a hype sticker. Merle Rush and the Turnabouts, Angel of the Morning. It is a beautiful copy. He wants 10 Years After, so that's sold to Gary Wellman. Michael Peveler gets the Queen CD for $6.99. He also gets Matchbox 20 for $6.99 with 3 a.m. Creed, Weathered. I wish they would press that on vinyl. Everclear, Ninja Sex Party, and Prince. What's this one called? Prince and the New Power Generation. I don't know what that one's actually called. And then Michael Peveler on CRD. That was for Creed. One Last Breath. Please come now. I think I'm falling. Yeah, that's the song I'm thinking of. Yeah, hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet isn't so far down. That is, I've seen so many memes of that and videos and people trying to figure out what he was talking about. 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking 6 feet isn't so far down. Holden, half off crate, half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. So I've got to keep that at $10. And it looks like if you don't want it, Chuck Haley does. So the half off prices I have been saying are the half off prices, no more, no less. Mike Openshaw wants Everclear and Ninja. So those sold to Mike Openshaw. Can you get a copy of Slipknot Grail Chapter? Are you talking about on vinyl? Yeah, I think everything from Slipknot's in print and in stock. They've made a big effort to keep all their stuff in stock for sure. Now, we've only read through those once, and as usual, we'll read through them one more time. Not much left in there after that one, so let's try those one more time, okay? Holding on the Merle Rush. Thank you, Holden 190. Yeah, the half-off crates are always no more, no less, so the price, I'll tell you, is the final price, even if you try to pay me more. You could have said, no, Chad, I'll actually give you $55 for that, and I would have said, no, it's $10. Let's go ahead and read through a few more of these. Punchline soundtrack, $10. Hometown USA soundtrack, $7.50. Bernadette Peters, if that cover kind of looks familiar, always mention that's Vargas, the same cover as the Cars Candy O. Very cool. That's $10. And we have Indianapolis 500 for $10. And let's pause there on that really cool soundtrack. The Juniper, we keep wanting to say Juniper. How about Jupiter, like the planet? $10 on that. Vinyl. Let's put James Hicks down on a waiting list on Slipknot Grail Chapter. What I'm going to do, James, is I'm going to order you one. It will probably be in by the end of the week, okay? I'll probably need to order more Slipknot anyway. Here's some more CDs for $6.99. Blink-182, the Beastie Boys, License to Ill, Flight of the Conchords. I think they're about to reissue that. The Verve Pipe, The Doors Oliver Stone soundtrack, and The Doors self-titled debut. Some good stuff there. Those are all $6.99 CDs. Also, Santana Beyond Appearances for $10. Woody Guthrie is $5. Harry Belafonte is $5. Scandal Warrior featuring Patti Smythe. That is $10 in shrink wrap. Silvers is $6.50. More American Graffiti is $12.50. The Best of Joe Tex is $10. And Poco is $5. And that stack of CDs were all $6.99, beginning with the Beastie Boys for $6.99. Ronnie Ritchie, Flight of the Conchords for $6.99. Yeah, I think this is about to be reissued. I think I just saw, or it comes out next week. I think it's at the top of the charts for next week. Meaning I think a lot of people has pre-ordered it, which means Chad needs to. $6.99, and that leaves Blink-182. What's that one called? Yeah, Take Off Your Pants and Jacket. The Doors self-titled and the Oliver Stone, Val Kilmer, Doors soundtrack. Susie wants both. And the Verve Pipe, Villains. The Verve Pipe, I've never heard of that. And then the last two was Pink Floyd, and that was $20. I forgot to pull this for Chuck Haley. Make sure Chuck Haley gets the... Flint. Make sure that goes in for $10 because they don't have a price on it. Wow, no one got Pink Floyd for $20. That's unusual. And a 10cc's Greatest Hits, which I don't see too often. It's not a rare record or anything. And this is, let me get this. Man, this is very statically charged. Does this have I'm Not in Love? Yeah, it has I'm Not in Love on it. Never heard of her. I've never heard of Verve Pipe. Are you asking me, or are you making a statement like I can't believe you hadn't heard of that, Chad? I've never heard of the Verve Pipe myself. I don't know if anybody else has. Curtis got Pink Floyd. Let's grab another handful of compact disc over here. These are all $6.99. First thing we have is Killswitch Engage. I've heard of them. How about Queen's Greatest Hits? Queen's Greatest Hits. REM Monster. Best of Cowboy Junkies. I wish they would make that on vinyl. If that's been pressed on vinyl, I'm not aware of it. It must be an original, but I don't think that's on vinyl. Best of Cowboy Junkies, that's on vinyl. Best of REM, and Ben Folds 5, that's $6.99 on that. All right, and then What's Them Things Above Her Eyes? What in the world? And then we have Is That a Song? And then Explains Why We Didn't Get a Wide Variety 90s. Yeah, I have no idea. Verve Pop, that is all new to me. Never heard of them. I've heard of the Verve, but not the Verve Pop. Michael Pivler on Q for Queen. That's sold for $6.99. Leslie on both REMs. Sunday Morning Sessions wants Santana out of the crate. So those are sold and sold. And then Todd was next on Queen. Leslie got both REMs. And then Sunday got Santana. All right, I got to take this stag. How about the stack? Let's take the stack of sold CDs. That's a heck of a stack there. How many count? Let's just count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 29. And then Mike is going to get DJ. DJ, did you mean CJ for Cowboy Junkies? Or he might be still buying from the previous bin. CJ, no. Or DJ. What was DJ, Mike? Before I take this stack. Okay, it was Cowboy Junkies. So that's 30 CDs. 30 CDs sold right then, plus the other stack. And more American Graffiti. The half-off price is $12.50. Now, if I can sell, that would be amazing. And the freshman. Okay, I'll check that out. I'll see if they have anything available on vinyl then. Let's take this stack of sold CDs in there. Now, I would love to sell all, however many thousands we have at $7 at each to all of y'all. That would be amazing. This is just a good batch of CDs. These are just really good CDs here. And let's grab, I think, the last handful out of this crate. Yeah. And I have a few over here. Okay. I have the Black Eyed Peas, Ella Funk. $6.99 on the Black Eyed Peas. Black Eyed Peas is $6.99. Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil. Dog Fashion Disco, Ad Nauseum. Beck Guro, Collective Soul, that's a classic. Disturbed, Indestructible. Eli Young Band, Level. Crucify, Tori Amos. This jewel case is pretty dirty and cracked, just FYI. And Crash Test Dummies, God Shuffled His Feet. $6.99. I got Queen stuck in my head. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Leslie on BEP, and that was the Black Eyed Peas. That sold for $6.99. And then Michael Pivler on Dulce. That is, I'm not for sure. Ronnie Ritchie on BE. I'm assuming that's for Beck. And then Dog, that could be for Dog Fashion Disco. Wolf Wait on BE and DOS. I know TA's Tori Amos. That's sold to Leslie. And we still got Crash Test Dummies, Eli Young Band, Disturbed. Disturbed Pass. Okay, so he was trying to get Disturbed, so no Dog Fashion Disco. And that stack left Avenged Sevenfold Collective Soul, Disturbed, Dog Fashion Disco, Eli Young Band, and Crash Test Dummies. And there's Beck Guro. He did want Beck for $6.99. Okay. Awesome. So, what should I do with these? I might condense these over here. And then, we're so close to having, this crate filled up. I also realize how much I have to do trying to figure out what we're going to do next. I was going to try to get us to midnight. That would make it very successful, plus how much we've already sold tonight. With that being said, I'm going to find us some more records and possibly, since that went really well, some more CDs, which I don't know where, like, the next unshown ones are. I know I have plenty that I've already shown, but let me try to locate some of those. I know I'm going to have to Track down some more over here in just a second. Discount sealed. I don't know if I have any old ones. I've got the recent ones, but I don't know where that is. Jim B's got some bills to pay. I do too. All right. A Kiss auction. All right, let me try to find the next crate. My invoice is $0. That's not good. Everybody watching needs to have around a $1,200 invoice every week. Otherwise, it's like, what's the point? All right, let me do a little digging. Maybe a little bit of sorting. Maybe a little bit of cleaning. I'm not going to bring out the broom or anything, but let me figure out what's going on over here. All right. Let's get through here. That's another empty crate. All right, I'm going to have to do a little bit of digging. We will show at least one more crate, maybe two, at least one more. I've made a decision. I could have very easily said, all right, that's all for tonight. I'm going to go home and eat my salmon right quick so I can come back to work and get this place ready again for another one. There's always a fine line. It's like, all right, I got to get ready for tomorrow and then also get ready for keep selling. So I want to keep selling, but also there's a fine line where it starts, I have to almost get ready for the next one before this one's even over. I'm already thinking about the next one. I wonder how insane it would be if we went through a half-off sealed crate of new stuff. Would that be pretty crazy if we went through a half-off crate of sealed stuff? That would be pretty crazy, but I'm possibly very much interested in doing so. Does anybody oppose a half-off sealed crate? Jim B is rubbing his hands together. He's like, yes, half-off sealed crate? Half-off sealed crate? I held back one CD because I don't know if I want to sell it. I might show it to y'all. I think it's a good one. Michael Peveler wants to see the first part on that. Let's see here. Jim B made me mad when he said his invoice was at 0. That made me mad. That means I'm not doing my job. Jim B says my invoice is at 0. Everybody watching right now should have at least purchased one thing this week. If you're watching right now and you hadn't purchased something yet, then let's try to change that before I sign off tonight. Surely I can find you something. I mean, I've got 100 billion items. 100 trillion. I've got 10 trillion items. A few billion trillion items. I can't get to this crate, though. I'm having to move some stuff around, so bear with me. Bear with me. What is tonight's new? I don't even know where tonight's new vinyl is. I usually show that a second time at least. But we had two crates of new vinyl. I guess one's still available. Let's see what's going on here. Sunday. Caution heavy box. As I walk by the monitor, I can try to see what y'all are saying. I'm over here moving stuff around. This is stuff that Laura just marked for today. That will be going in the flip video for the morning. Speaking of flip video, I probably need to check it. Let me show, right here it is. All right, I always show this at least twice. Here is the newest sealed stuff that came in today, in case you missed it. Suicidal Tendencies, $39.99. Cramps was $33. Dead Can Dance, $39. Haliu Margia, I'm curious to look that up, $29.99. Beetlejuice is $34. Cramps Date with Elvis was $33. Dead Can Dance, $34. Suicidal Tendencies, $39. The New Ace Frehley, $44.99. Willie Nelson's newest album, $33. Music Roots of Rolling Stones, $33. Dead Kennedys, $25. Also, The Cramps, Stay Sick, $28. The Cramps, $24. Winger, $33. Vicious Rumors, $38. Whitesnake, $39. Prince Lasha Quintet, $34. Nico, $33. Suicidal Tendencies, $33. And Susie and the Banshees Rapture, $64.99. That's all the new stuff for the night. Susie and the Banshees, Suicidal Tendencies, Nico, Prince, Lasha Quintet, Whitesnake, Vicious Rumors, Winger, Cramps, Dead Kennedys, Stones, Willie Nelson, Ace Frehley, Suicidal Tendencies, Dead Can Dance, Cramps, Beetlejuice, Haliu Margia, Dead Can Dance, Cramps, and Suicidal Tendencies. That's all the newest arrivals that were from tonight. Okay, over here is a big stack of JSA certification cards. Those need to go over here with these Shirley Eaton Goldfinger photos, which are still available for $55. I need to put those over here before I lose them. Let me go do that right now. So I've been doing this tonight. I have condensed 2, 4, 6. I've emptied 7 crates. That's a pretty good accomplishment, honestly. All right, this is all the new stuff for tonight. I haven't got caught up on comments, so just give me a second on that. Was this Buy It Now Best Offer Starbucks? That's new stuff. This is new stuff tonight. This is brand spanking new stuff. Let me put this over here with the ease. Right. Yeah, let me condense this stuff here. Great stuff there. Let's start a new tower of empty records. Golly, I have so much vinyl. I have no idea how all this has happened, but I have so much vinyl. So much vinyl. How has this happened? And we're going to do a sealed half-off crate. I promised it. We're going to do it. I've got stuff like... Look at this random stuff that's laying around me. This is like a display case for holding baseballs. Like, why is this even remotely near me? And where did it come from? So that's the kind of stuff that's laying around me that's in my way. A baseball. And then this is supposed to go home with me. This is a football helmet. I know there's a couple Tennessee Vols fans watching. I got a football helmet signed by Hendon Hooker and Jalen Hyatt. I just had it authenticated. It's a black power tee, black helmet, orange power tee. It's signed by Hooker and Hyatt, as in the winning duo from that magical year. Probably my favorite season of watching Vols football to date. All right. Okay, what else do I have here? That's all. This is a whole crate of auctions that's tagged already. That Seth. Let's put that right there. All right. That's new arrivals. It's easy to go over here. Okay. Almost there. I can almost walk over here. It is pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy. I've somehow managed to empty 3 more crates right then. Half off seal crates coming up. Everybody's on the edge of their seat. Another empty crate gone. There's some claims in this bin, though. Okay, I've got a path through here. Good. Whew. Man, that was a workout. I'm sorry. Okay, so I left off. I'm looking, make sure that and if you need to ask me something again, just let me know. Aiden Riviera gets Ace Frehley. Gary Wellman gets the new Willie Nelson. Nope. Where are you, Willie? There it is. And then loot was not on invoice. Rolling Stones on the left. I'll show that right now. Where are the two Dead Can Dance? All right, Dead Can Dance. This one's called Into the Labyrinth for $39.99. And the other one is self-titled. The other one's self-titled for $34.99. Okay. There we have it. Sealed MoFi crate. The best I can do is 30%, which we did about a month ago when we sold everything. I sold off my entire MoFi stock at 30% off, which pretty much means I broke even, but I'm about to reorder it all again. I reorder it all because I never know what y'all want, and then if it doesn't sell, we got to discount it, and then I reorder it all again, and then I sell what does sell, and then it doesn't sell, and then I reorder it all again. It's this endless cycle. Let's grab this. All right, so we got a half off crate. This is all sealed stuff, and we're going to do it half off, and we'll see how it goes. I'm taking a quick peek at it. Wow, that's going to be like incredible. That's going to be absolutely incredible. And then that's definitely going to sell. Yep, and this and this. All right, so who's ready? Let's show this. And let's get to work. So I don't know if I've ever done a Laura crate at half off, like a sealed Laura crate at half off. So let's do it. A sealed Laura crate at half off. And these are like brand new records from a buyout we did. Laura is already matching these like probably the cheapest or most recent comp on Discogs. And now you're going to get it half off. So it's pretty much like the best deal probably you could get right now on the web. And now they're half off. So pretty insane what we're about to do with new vinyl. There's some big artists in here. Some of that stuff I don't know as well, but we've already sold some of it. Here is the first one. These are $10. They were $19.99. Sylvian Esso, what now? Sylvian Esso is $10. We've got two of them. Sylvian Esso. 3 copies of Kali Uchis, and this is called something. Kali Uchis is sealed for $17.50. There is a note from Laura. Laura loves Kali Uchis. $17.50. And Wolf Alice Blue Weekend. Wolf Alice is sealed on green vinyl. That is $17.50. Ronnie Ritchie said, love you. That means he's either telling me he loves me, or that was the title of one of these albums, or he meant to send that to somebody else. Next thing in here is Blood Orange, Freetown Sound. Blood Orange is sealed for $12.50. Wolf Alice is sold to John Dodd. Thank you. Ronnie Ritchie was second. And we have Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is Return of the Dream Canteen. That's now $12.50. GMB third on Wolf Alice. I have Drug Church. Hygiene. Drug Church is sealed. Colored vinyl, a hardcore record, $15. Preston Rose wants Sylvian Esso. That's sold to Preston Rose. And Marillion, An Hour Before It's Dark, the 2022 studio album. Marillion is sealed, $17.50. John Dodd is on Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's sold to John Dodd. And what's the title of the Kali Uchis? Oh, man, let me try to say it. It looks like Orquídeas, Orquídeas, and Marillion. Wow, half off Marillion. And this is the Manchester Orchestra, half off of $49.99. It's either on red or white vinyl, the Million Mask of God, Manchester Orchestra. Wow. And while we're in the middle there, let me go ahead and, well, I'm about to have to swap out crates, but we got some extra room there. And 2 copies of Oxnard, Anderson Paak. That is sealed for $15. And 6x6, that is the debut album of the heavy rock band 6x6. That is sealed for $10. It's Orquídeas, or Spanish for orchids. There we go. Thank you, Hiram Aponte. John Dodd got the Manchester Orchestra. That's a great deal on that. $25 off. Now this crate's really full because that was a thicker record. Let me go ahead and swap out bins right quick. We have just filled this one up. Let me put this right over there. And also, I've got some of these platter packs. John has brought me a bunch. Let me I'm going to show them one at a time so there's no confusion. But as y'all know, we were selling the heck out of these, full of records for $50. These are brand new, like new old stock, vintage platter packs. And these are $34.99. You can order these kind of new, and they're not cheap whatsoever. I think that's why some of the nice, clean vintage ones are starting to demand a little bit more money. But that's brand new. It's got a nice handle. Those are $34.99. Shipped, of course, if anybody wants that. All right, it's 6 on Nikki 6. 6x6. I don't think so. No, this looks more like prog rock. It has Emerson Barry Palmer, from Robert Barry, from Emerson Barry Palmer. It has a member of Saga, Ian Crichton, and Nigel Glocker from Saxon. Sounds more like prog rock. 6x6. $10 on that. Wow, I'm surprised a lot more of this in here. So let me grab a new empty crate now. New empty crate now. Right here. And I bet going through some of this, we can fill up another one, which would be great. I'd like to fill up one more full crate of all this stuff. Absolutely incredible. And the next record here, we got Greg Wheeler and Polly Malkops, Manic Fever. That's sealed for $10. Greg Wheeler and Polly Malkops. Ingrid Mickleson, Human Again. Ingrid Mickleson is sealed for $10. Human Again. We've only got one of those. Edwin Riviera gets 6 and Gary Wellman gets 6. Those are sold and sold. Unless Michael decides he wants one, but I think he's looking for something else. We have Live the Love Beautiful Live. That's by Driving and Crying. That's sealed for $20. And Living Color, a picture disc. It's called Shade. Living Color is $10. Chris, you're third on 6x6. Unfortunately, had 2 of those. Downfall of Gaia, Silhouettes of Disgust. That is sealed for $12.50. Ronnie Ritchie gets Ingrid Mickleson. That's so to Ronnie Ritchie. Thank you. Also, Tool Opiate. Nice. Now just $10. Unfortunately, I only have one. I know that's going to get claimed. What else do I have? Stray Gods, Olympus. Stray Gods is sealed. That is now $12.50 on green vinyl. Chris Ridling's on Living Color. That's so to Chris Ridling's for $10. And then John Dodd was second. Susie on disc, the picture disc probably. And Dale put period T for Tool. Is that T for Tool? If so, it's yours. Cattle Decapitation, Medium Rarities. That is sealed for $12.50. Charlie XCX. If you buy these, Laura's going to be happy. But she's also going to be disappointed. Charlie's ended up in the half-off bin. That is sealed for $15. I got 2 Charlie XCX. And then Digital Ghost, Under Oath Voyeurist. Digital Ghost is sealed on Sangria colored vinyl, $12.50. And so Dale did get T for Tool. That's so to Dale Sanders. Looks like Edwin was second, but he was first on Gods. Alex Kane picking up Cattle Decapitation. Sunday Morning Session on Downfall of Gahia. Oh, so you were fourth on 6x6, only had 2. And then James Hicks, you were third on Tool. What was the downfall? Downfall of Gaia, Gaia, Silhouettes of Disgust. And that is on blue-green marble vinyl. I've got 2 left for $12.50. Robert Vlodarchek gets a Charlie XCX. That's sold for $15. I got 1 copy of Within the Ruins, Black Heart Heart. That's on silver and red vinyl, a deathcore prog metal album. That's sealed for $10. We also have Spirit Possession, now just $12.50. I've got The Day of the Beast. That is sealed for $10. The Day of the Beast. 2 of those. Wow, we're getting into some metal. Strapping Gun Glad, sealed for $15. And Cathedral, The Last Spire, for $10 on blue vinyl. Wow. So that was a big patch of metal. I bet that was the leftover of a metal bin from one of those Thursday night metal nights. And that was what was left. We never did sell. JK gets DC, and DC was Downchild Possession. No, what was DC, JK? Digital Ghost, Downfall, maybe Driving and Crying. You might have to let me know on that. Now, wow, a lot of stuff just popped up. So, y'all going to wake me up. I'm going to go into a crazy part 2 here, selling off all this half-off new stuff. First was JK, let me know on DC. Hiram got Downfall. He was next, and there's one left. Brandon Lack on SYL. SYL was Strapping Gun Glad. That's sold to Brandon Lack. Hiram on Beast. That is this one. That's sold. Edwin got a Cathedral. Sunday, you were second on Strapping. Hiram got a Cathedral. Ronnie was third. And then I'll take Cramps and Big Bill, last crate. And Talks of Ravens wants Cramps, Bad Beat from Bigsville, Big Beat from Badsville. Now, this is sticker price, of course. That's sort of Talks of Ravens. Sticker price on that. Sunday, next on Cathedral. Blood Orange X, how many do you have? Is that something in this crate? Blood Orange X. Blood Orange, I've got 2 of them. They are $12.50 and $12.50. MT Matt wants Gia. So he gets that third and final one. That's sold to him. Marillion Details, 1 second. Edwin does get a Beast. And then JK, that was for Drug Church, okay? That was for Drug Church. So wanted to make sure I didn't miss that there. That's back here, Drug Church. The Charlie XCX, the half-off price on that is just $15. Sealed, brand new. Sunday morning session on Spirit Possession. That's sold to Sunday morning session. And Jim B gets both of these. And those are sold to Jim B for $12.50 and $12.50. Man, we might have to keep this train rolling. Everybody going to stay awake for a little bit longer? We might have to grab another one of these and then go up front and get some of those older ones at half off. I like this. I don't mind selling records. We're here to sell records. I'm here to sell records. Are y'all here to buy records? That's the real question. Let's run through this one more time. First, I've got Sylvian Esso, What Now? That's sealed for $10. I've got Cali Uchis. I still got those for $17.50. Also, Marillion. I've got 3 copies. This is called An Hour Before It's Dark. That is their 2022 album, 2 LP sealed. Marillion, $17.50. Earlier, I said Prague. I said Prague, and everybody bought those albums. Prague, Marillion. I guarantee if you look that up, it's classified under Prague. That's what Marillion's best at. Next is Anthony Riddle, gets that last Charlie XCX. Next over here is Anderson Paak Oxnard. That is sealed for $15. I've got 4 copies of Greg Wheeler and the Polly Mock-Ops, Manic Fever. That's sealed for $10. Chris Ridling's does get a Marillion. That is sold to Chris Ridling. And we have Driving and Crying. Still got that for $20. Another one for $20. Another one for $20. Another one for $20. Digital Ghost is still available. Under Oath Voyeurs. That's now just $12.50. And Within the Ruins, maybe the only metal album that didn't sell. Within the Ruins, featuring the tracks Deliverance and Devil and Me. Limited edition silver and red vinyl. That's sealed for just $10. Surely somebody needs that, if anything, as an experiment. That was a half-off sealed crate. Now, I'm also getting some great material to post for a whole lot of records in the morning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a few more of these probably, or I'm going to, let me not limit myself. How about a couple more? Let me go through a couple more of these, and that way I can post these in the group. And if I title the video in the morning, for those people that's sleeping right now that doesn't realize we're doing this, and I say half-off new vinyl and new arrivals, we'll probably sell the rest of these, or a big chunk of them. So Alex Kane got Within Ruins. Susie, I'm fresh out of Charlie XCX. Matt next on Ruins. Edwin next on Ruins. And Brandon Lack next on Ruins. All those are gone. But let's grab another crate. I think there was another one right underneath this one. I'm glad I cleared a path because I think there's another one underneath this one. If not, I moved a lot of these up front the other day because we had so many of them. Do y'all realize how many sealed like crates like this Allure records we still have left? We got a bunch of them. Oh man, we got hundreds of them. Not hundreds of crates, but hundreds of records. So let's grab this one here and go through this one half off. Let me make sure these were dated fairly. When was these dated? April 4th. What are we at the end of the month? Rush. The question is, have I been through them by now? Yeah, okay, we have. I recognized a couple. There's a couple in here that I'm like, dude, what? They didn't sell for best offer, but I bet they'll sell now at half off. Here we go. Nobody go anywhere. Here we go. People don't sleep on good half off. True. They also don't get first dibs at half off. They'll get it tomorrow morning, but they'll get the stuff that hadn't been claimed, which sometimes is great stuff, okay? Stephen Riley wants Greg and Molly Poca. I was actually about to mention that record. Some of these that don't have genre, I wish they did because some people buy just pure genre. I can say punk or prog and somebody will buy it just for experimentation. Does anybody know on this? I don't know, but that is $10. Stephen Riley, thank you, okay? Here we go. Early bird doesn't, yeah, sometimes the night owls strike first. Night owls strike first. The War and Treaty Lover's Game, that is sealed, now just $12.50. We have Bicep Owls. That is a breakbeat house record, sealed for $12.50. I've got two of those. Reuben Blade South Swing. I feel like we just put these out. Whoa, I had a spill. These crates, if these records fly back and they hit the back of the crate, it vibrates the whole table. I almost spilled some CDs. Luckily, they fell forwards and not backwards. But when these records fall back and they slam into the back of the crate, that's the equivalent Newton's law of motion. Mass equals force, acceleration divided by inertia. That's probably like 50 pounds of vinyl slamming into the back of that crate. So, okay, back to the bin. Reuben Blades is sealed for $12.50. Ken Foster got Bicep. That's sold to Ken Foster. Tawana Bennett wants Driving and Crying. Driving and Crying. That is sold to Tawana Bennett from the last crate. Thank you. Half off of $39.99. Also, somebody asked earlier, the Rolling Stones, Some Girls is a double LP and DVD, $34.99. All right, half off LPs. What do we have here? Masego Capitol Cuts, recorded live at Hollywood's famed Capitol Studio A. That is sealed for $10. Also, we have Neon Skyline. Andy Schaaf, the Neon Skyline, that is sealed for $7.50. Reuben Blades is sold to Edwin Riviera. Thank you, Edwin. That's sold to you. Barty Strange, Farm to Table. That is sealed on yellow vinyl for $7.50. I've got two of those. We have Anemone Silver Star, unopened, a music on vinyl press for $5. The Lone Below, Half Moonlight. Lone Below is $7.50. And this is By Blood, Shovels and Ropes. And it is sealed for $7.50. $7.50. Coulter Wall, that's now just $12.50. What a great price on Coulter Wall. $12.50. And two copies here of Bastille, Gimme the Future. Bastille is sealed for $7.50 on Bastille. Where is my chapstick? I have found it. Ah, yes. Alrighty. So DJ gets Barty Strange. Right here, that's sold to DJ, now just $7.50. John Dodd wants that single copy of that, Anemone. And then Corey got Coulter. Mike gets S&R. S&R was possibly already sold. S&R. Was that already sold? S&R. Shovels and Rope. That's sold to Mike Allspaw. Got it. Vladarchek and Fairchild, Robert and Michael on Bastille and Bastille. Those are both gone. Corn, follow the leader. Now, this is opened. This is open, but it's near mint minus. Corn, just $15. $15 on corn. Hotel Diablo, this is Machine Gun Kelly. It's also opened. It's not sealed. It's only $10 though. And we have Want 303. It's also open, but big discount. Half off of $55. It's a 15th anniversary edition on puke green vinyl. 303 is now just $12.50. Bastille, thank you. Corn is sold to MT Matt, then Stephen Riley, then Michael Fairchild, and then Ronnie Ritchie. I've got Melanie ooh, I think this is a big discount. Yeah, Melanie Martinez is half off of $50. That's a 2023 U.S. reissue, a deluxe edition with bonus tracks and book. That's now $25. Jim gets one, a.k.a. 303s. We also have NF, The Search. That is sealed for $15. Michael Fairchild gets Melanie Martinez. That's sold to Michael Fairchild. And we have Cat Power Wonder. Cat Power is sealed for $10. Do I have, what did that say there? Do you still have any new Bush? Are you talking about Razor Blade Suitcase? Maybe. I would have to hunt them, but I don't have them nearby. 1, 2, 3, Melanie Martinez and the Count. Okay. So Jim, I only had one Melanie Martinez. It went to Michael, Dale, then you. Jim B gets NF. Ronnie Ritchie gets Cat Power. Holden was second. The Lawrence Arms Metropole. The Lawrence Arms is $10. Lawrence Arms is $10. Serpentina Banks. Sealed white vinyl. Banks, $10. Courtney Marie Andrews on my page. Sealed for $7.50. What's the Blood album? That was Shovels and Rope by Blood. I think Shovels and Rope is the artist. I'm not too familiar. However, it's only $7.50. Next is Arlo Parks, Super Sad Generation. Sealed Arlo Parks, red vinyl, $12.50. Courtney Barnett, Tell Me How You Really Feel. That's sealed for $10. And I saw this and I was like, what? What? Sealed Rush, just $20. There's a sealed copy of Rush Exit Stage Left, 180 gram remaster pressed at QRP in the half off bin for just $20. I want to make sure everybody heard that. Shannon Price on LA. LA was for Lawrence Arms. That's sold to Shannon Price. That's sold to Shannon Price. Ronnie Ritchie on B for Banks. That is sold to Ronnie Ritchie. B for Banks. Dale Sanders on R for Rush. Then Mike Ospaw. Then Ed Riviera. And then Michael Fairchild. Ronnie Ritchie on CB. And that was Courtney Barnett. Hiram next on Rush. Stephen Riley, you do get a Banks. Gary Wellman next on Rush. And we have The Deepening by Vim Mod. This is Atmospheric Black Metal, $12.50. Rush comment still coming in. That woke some people up. Some people just probably fell out of their recliner. What's going on? What did he say? Potato chip crumbs all over them. They just spilt their milk where they were eating Oreos. Next thing was Zach Bryan Deanne. Nice. That's now just $10 for Zach Bryan. What in the world? And we got two of them. Jimmy Witherspoon. What in the world? Sealed for $10. And Courtney Marie Andrews. That's sealed for $7.50. Whew. Man, speaking of Oreos, Todd sent me some a few days ago. And I might have to go home tonight and dunk a couple. Who wants to go home and dunk a couple Oreos with me? We'll go home, we'll dunk some Oreos, and we'll listen to Rush. And play Rush pinball. Van Odd, that is, was that the black metal? What was that called? Vim Mod. That was the black metal. Sell that to Sunday Morning Sessions. Chris Riddlings gets a Zach Bryan. Sell that to Chris Riddlings. Michael Fairchild put HE, but he meant JW for Jimmy Witherspoon. And now we have Corey Gaston with Zach Bryan. And let's run through those again. Jim B says, I guess I should have said 0 off. Yeah, You made me mad. You said I have a you said I had a $0 invoice, and that was like, all right, pedal to the metal, not letting that happen. Let's go through these one more time. What was the first record in the last crate? The first record in the last crate? The first record in the last crate was Sylvian Esso. Sylvian Esso. The last record in the last crate was Under Oath Voyeur's Digital Ghost. And let's keep this going. And what is the one with the person upside down? And Play Your Pinball Machine with Cheeto. No, I don't allow anybody to even look it. If you're near food, you don't get near to the pinball machine. Hiram on Venbot. However, there's nobody ever in my house. Tanner stops by occasionally, but that's about it. And then there's that. And what was the one person upside down? Let's find out. That was Machine Gun Kelly. Hotel Diablo. Okay, $10. So $10 on Machine Gun Kelly. It is open. The War and Treaty Lover's Game, that is sealed for $12.50. This is Bicep Isles Breakbeat House. That's $12.50. We also have Masigo Capital Cuts. That's $10. This is Andy Schaff, the Neon Skyline, just $7.50. If you're just joining us, we're going through lower crates, half off, mostly all sealed stuff. And then Barty Strange was $7.50. And we have the Lone Below Half Moonlight sealed for $7.50. And Shovels and Rope by Blood sealed for $7.50. All right, so let me pause there. Leslie may be interested in Sylvian Esso. Sylvian Esso is called What Now? Sealed, just $10, Leslie. And then Ven Mod. So who got the Ven Mods? Sunday got one. Hiram got one. And then Edwin and Alex, but Edwin's first. So Edwin gets the last one. Alex, you were second. James Hicks on Machine Gun Kelly. But first, Jeremy's asking how much. It's $10. And then GMB wants Bicep. That's sold to GMB. Leslie takes Sylvian Esso. We're still selling from the last bin. And then we have Courtney Marie Andrews. That is sealed for $7.50. And then Arlo Park, Super Sad Generation, that's sealed on red vinyl for $12.50. And Courtney Marie Andrews, May Your Kindness Remain, that is $7.50. And then Jeremy, let me know if you want that. He said he will take it. All right. So that means, James, you were second on that one. James Hicks. Let's do another one. And your survey says yes. Another one? I don't think y'all are ever going to say, nah, Chad, I'm going to bed. I'm done, tired of buying insanely priced, unbelievable, fantastic. I can't believe these prices, half off sealed records from you. At some point, I'm just going to tell you to stop. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. If you change your mind on any of these, they're right here behind me. Chad, stop it. We can't take this anymore. Stop. Don't do it. Somebody stop him. Let's find the next one. I may have to go up front. I just took a bunch of that stuff up front. Let me go up there and grab one, because the rest of this is going to take 10 minutes of shuffling. Unless this one right here. Uh-oh, I might have found one. Let's see what I have here. I might have found one before having to go up front. No. False alarm. That one's too mixed. It's got half and half. We'll pull some of them out, but let me go up front and grab one. Right. Here we have it right now. So I left off. Yes, yeah, do it. Yes, Uncle Lionel, all night long. Shovels and Ropes are a folk duo. 75% off. No, these are 50. Chad is delusional from lack of sleep. I am. I was going to stop at 11 o'clock and go home and go to sleep and come back in the morning. Now you're going to have me here to probably 1:30 again, and I'm going to have no sleep. And we have the CDs. I can a little bit later, maybe, possibly. Arnold, we are in a fast mode, half off new vinyl bonanza right now. Fantasia bonanza. Susie, I will be on the lookout for Bush 16 stones for you. Bush 16 stones. I will be on the lookout. If anything, let's make a note to find her or order one of those for her, okay? Let's get started. And there's another crate up front right below this one. Ron Bingham, now just $12.50. Watch out for the wolf. Tyler, the Creator, call me if you get lost. Say what? $12.50. Another Ron Bingham in case there's more than one that we need. Young Boy Never Broke Again, 38 Baby 2. Those are just $10. We got 2 of them. And we only have 1 copy here of Connor Oberst. And that is sealed for $10. Also, somebody asked, how much is Courtney? Courtney Marie Andrews holding. And he just asked again, sorry, I didn't forget about you. It is $7.50 sealed. $7.50 on that. Wes Wilt on Ron Bingham. That's sold. My crate's almost full over here. Wes Wilt, Ron Bingham. That's sold to Wes Wilt. He gets that one. Ken Foster gets Tyler, the Creator. That's sold to Ken Foster. Jim B second. And then Ronnie Ritchie on T, probably for Tyler. And then that is pending. And there's another Ron Bingham. I can still put more in that crate. Let's keep going again. Johnny Marr, Fever Dreams parts 1 through 4. Johnny Marr in the half off bin, $15 on that. Fetal Pig, Autopia. Fetal Pig is $7.50. We have 2 of those. And we have New Sensei Sundowning. That's sealed on mystery color for $10. Holden does get Courtney Marie Andrews. That's sold to Holden. Thank you on that one. We got a couple of those. Odyssey, Oddisee, the odd tape, sealed on Go Vinyl for $10. I've got a couple of those. And we have Let Live, The Blackest Beautiful. That's a hardcore album, sealed for $15. Let Live, The Blackest Beautiful. $15 on that. Moving on. We've got another copy of that. The Story So Far, this is called Proper Dose, mystery colored vinyl, sealed, $12.50. And we got 2 of those. And another Tyler, the Creator. And let's go ahead and give this to Jim B. He was second, so we'll give that one to Jim B. And the next one pops up, we'll go to Ronnie Ritchie and then Mike Monroy on Let Live. That's sold to Mike Monroy, Let Live, and Jim B was next on Let Live. And now this crate is really, really full. Renee, you might have missed it earlier. The Stones is $34.99. The Stones is $34.99. I have filled up a crate, so let's swap these out and try to fill up another one tonight with this stuff. That'd be great. So there's that. Let's go grab another one. There's this. There's this. Chad's got lack of oxygen. Chad's got lack of food. Chad's got lack of sleep. And he's doing some pretty crazy stuff right now. This is the Mavericks In Time blue vinyl. That's now just $12.50. Pure Reason Revolution above Cirrus. That's sealed for $12.50. I've got 3 copies of Cheer Drug Church. That's sealed for $15. And Insomnium, Heart Like a Grave. Insomnium is $17.50. And we have Decline of I, Johans. That's more metal. $12.50 on that. And Neil Young Harvest. Oh, man, that's like a Rush album being in the half-off bin. That's not supposed to happen. I knew that was in there. That's why when I was walking back here earlier, I was literally humming, Old Man, Take a Look at My Life. Y'all might have not picked up on the clue, but when I walked back here, I was humming that. Obviously, I seen it in the front of the bin. This is a half-off sealed crate. If you're just hopping on, you may be like, what is going on? What is like, it's $12.38, and Chad is slinging records out of the bins like it's Black Friday. We're doing half off sealed vinyl right now. That's probably why. MT Matt wants Insomnium. That's sold to MT Matt. Michael Fairchild got Neil Young. JK got Fetal Pig. We're definitely going to have to read through these again. Chris next on Harvest, and Neil Young's already sold. I might have not said the price. Neil Young was only $15. What in the world? And let's go through these again. I passed out from dehydration. Oh, I'm dehydrated, lack of sleep, malnourished, out of shape, heart problems. There's no telling what. We have Young Boy, 38 by 2. What is this one called? Young Boy Never Broke Again, 38 Baby 2. I have 2 of those for $10. Patrick Lear on the Mavericks. That's sold to Patrick Lear. The Mavericks, thank you, Patrick. That's sold to you. Also, we have Connor Oberst, the eponymous Merge debut album. That is sealed for $10. Also, Ryan Bingham, watch out for the Wolves. This is on orange vinyl, $12.50. Johnny Marr, Fever Dreams, parts 1 through 4, sealed for $15. Fetal Pig, Autopia, we just sold one. There's one left for $7.50. How about New Sensei, if I can hold on to it? Every time I pick up this record, it jumps out of my hand. Must be something to do with the Sensei. New Sensei Sundowning. It's sealed on mystery colored vinyl for $10. We've got 2 of those. And then Odyssey, Oddisee, always spelt funny. Gold vinyl, $10 on that. The Story So Far, Proper Dose. I still have both of those for $12.50. Pure Reason Revolution, Above Cirrus. Those are sealed for $12.50. Drug Church is sealed for $15. And The Decline of I, Johans, and that is unopened for $12.50. Now, you know what I'm going to do? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go up front and get that other crate. It was completely full. Let's go grab that right now. Maybe y'all are thinking or researching some of those other ones. Think long and you'll think wrong. Think long and you'll lose it. Shannon Price on DC. Drug Church sold to Shannon Price. John Dodd wants Odyssey. A few more sold out of there. Thank you and thank you. All right. Sunday morning session wants The Decline of I. You got it. Decline of I. If you're just joining us, we're doing insane half-off crates. What is going on? I don't know. But here we go. Whoops. Do our balloons still work? Jake might have turned those off. I don't know. The Hooker hot helmet is going home with me. Okay, yeah, they turned it off. There we go. Let's see if it works now. Yeah, there we go. Why did Jake turn that off? Somebody turned it off. Studio light? What does that do? Oh. Portrait? Background? Whoa. Okay, we don't want to do that. I don't know what that is. And what does this do? Wow. Now, if I can figure out how to activate that. Right. And then confetti. Oh, that's for Metal Knight. That needs to be going the entire time during Metal Knight. And what is this? And that's for when, I don't know. And then what is this? Nice. That's whenever we show a Rod Stewart record. Okay, let's keep going. First thing we have is this. We have Screaming Females Desire Pathway. Screaming Females is $10. Screaming Females, $10. $10. Screaming Females, $10. We have King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Butterfly 3000, $15. And we have one copy here of who? This is Benny the Butcher. Everybody can't go. Benny the Butcher is sealed for $12.50. All right. So first thing we have, and Rain and Blood. You and Hiram and Sunday all had the same idea. Shannon Price gets Screaming Females, $10. Screaming Tree. That's what I was about to say. I sounded just like a South Park right then. $10. That sounded just like South Park. Shannon Price got Screaming Females. Dale Sanders got King Gizzard. That sold. Curtis Marachi got King Gizzard. That sold. Ronnie was third. Robert was fourth. Saccharine Trust, Pageant and Cons, I think, sealed for $12.50. Don't forget, there's still Screaming Females. We got 3 copies of them still. There's another Benny the Butcher, so I've got 2 of those. Oh, another Benny the Butcher, another Benny the Butcher. Those are sold and sold. And King Cruel, Man Alive. King Cruel is sealed for $10. This is Kristen Hirsch, Wyatt at the Coyote Palace, sealed on gold vinyl for $10. I've got 2 of those. Julian Baker, Turn Out the Lights. Julian Baker is sealed for $12.50. And GMB wants 2 Benny the Butchers. Those are $12.50, $12.50. You're sure you don't want 4 of them? You got a 0 invoice. You need 4 of them. There's another Julian Baker. Gazpacho, When Earth Lets Go. Gazpacho, $10. And we have Ken Foster on King Cruel. King Cruel. Ken Foster, King Cruel. That's sold to Ken Foster. The Yardbirds 5 Live, that's sealed on red vinyl Yardbirds for $12.50. Ronnie Ritchie on KH, that's Kristen Hirsch. That's sold to Ronnie Ritchie. And Noah Kahn, Cape Elizabeth, sealed on Aqua Vinyl. Sealed on Aqua Vinyl. I like when they call that dude and they're trying to book a flight. And he's like, no way I'll take my plane for more than $5,000. And then they end up negotiating down to like, what, $50? John Dodd on Gazpacho. Trina Long on Yardbirds. Trina Long on Yardbirds. There we go. ×4 on Benny the Butcher. Jim B gets all 4 copies. Corey Gaston next on Yardbirds. Susie next on Yardbirds. Wes Weld on Noah Kahn. Holden was second. Danny next on Yardbirds. David V next on Yardbirds. Sacred Bones, The Helm of Sorrow, and this is sealed. This is a Doom post-metal album for $10, and we have 3 of them. I can't get that out of my head. I'm going to keep saying that accidentally. Dollars. United States dollars. Currency. DOLLARS. Dollars. Next, Ann Peebles, Straight from the Heart, sealed for $10. I'm going to stop saying dollars. Ann Peebles, sealed for $10. The Everyman, Giving Up on Free Jazz, sealed for $7.50. JK on ST, and that was for Saccharine Trust. That's sold to JK over on YouTube. We have King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard for $10. Red vinyl. Souvenir, Jonah Yano. That is sealed for $10. And we have Sam and Dave, Double Dynamite. Sam and Dave is $12.50. That's insane. What do we have here? Friends That Break Your Heart, James Blake, sealed for $10. Friends That Break Your Heart. That's me to Seth when I fire him. Next, as Danny says, what was the Doom? That was The Helm of Sorrow, and that is sealed for $10. Also, what else do we have? Next comment, is Empty Matt wants Helm of Sorrow. 1 is sold. There's 2 left. Next is Dale on King Gizzard. Only had 1. Then Chris. Then Ken. Then Michael. Then Curtis. Then John. Then Ronnie. Then Robert. And then Corey Gaston got Sam. Then Ron on Gizzard. And then James, which was what? James? James Blake. That is sold. Edwin wants a Doom. And then Sunday gets the last one. And that only is if Danny passes, because now we're out. Danny takes it. So Sunday, you are next. These are then sold to MT Matt, Ed Riviera, and Danny Thomason. Sam and Dave is sold to David V. Jim B was second or third. I only had 2. There's another James Blake if anybody wants one. Bebop Deluxe, Sunburst finished. That is sealed for $15. Bebop Deluxe. I've got 3 of them. And Fit for an Autopsy, the Sea of Tragic Beast. Wow. Now $17.50. Green and pink pinwheel, dark splatter. And I think somebody tried to offer me like $28 for that one night when it was in New Arrivals. And I said, no, they're New Arrivals. They're sticker price. And now look, it's $17.50. Fit for an Autopsy. That's sold to MT Matt. Thank you, MT Matt. That's sold to you. And we have Sai. Yeah, that's the Japanese band. That's $14. Brandon next on Fit for an Autopsy. I think it was Brandon that night that was trying to make me an offer, wasn't it? Yep, that was me. See? Sorry. Bebop Deluxe is sold to Robert Warner. Danny third on Fit for Autopsy. Oh, wow. Voivod in the half-off bin. Voivod for $18.50. What in the world? There's another Sigh, S-I-G-H. We got 2 of those now. And we have Profit. And this is an industrial album, sealed, $7.50. MT Matt says Brandon can have it. As long as he is second in it. He was second. So let me make sure that Brandon still wants it. I bet he'll say yes. Sometimes that's the dice roll here at Coletco. Do I go ahead and pay sticker price? Do I wait till it shows up best offer? Do I bid or do I wait for the buy it now? Do I wait for the half off bin? Do I go ahead and pay full price? Do I try to wait and make an offer? Do I wait to the end of the show and try to schmooze Chad and still make an offer? And we have Chris Riddlings. I'm going to give you both size, okay? So, Chris, I've got you down for both Japanese size. If you don't want both of them, let me know. Sunday was second. Let's change Fit for Autopsy and give that to Brandon Lack. They give that to Brandon Lack. MT Matt is going to give that. GMB wants the other 2 Bebop Deluxes. Those are sold to GMB. And now we have 2 Profits left. That's an industrial album. Pantera. Did anybody not hear what I was humming? I was humming I'm Broken. There it is, sealed for just $15. And guess what? The Great Southern Trendkill, $17.50. Back-to-back Panteras. We have Rage War Stigma. That's sealed for $10. And Ja Lib, Champion Sound. That's $12.50. Surely somebody heard me humming that. I was trying to drop a foreshadowing clue. Back up at the top, what happened? So Chris Riddling's got both sides. Sunday was second, wanting both sides. Eden Riviera on Voivod. That's sold to Eden Riviera. Stephen Riley got a Profit. And then, Stephen, you're first on Pantera. You can have Great Southern or Far Beyond Driven. Your pick, and then Jeremy, then Michael, then Shannon, then Dale, then Oso, then Ron, and then Oso, and then Edwin, and then DJ, and then Shannon Price. He heard me humming it. Yep. They play in Nashville Thursday night, opening for Metallica, and I'll be there. All right. GMB's invoice no longer. No, a lot of people's invoice is no longer for 20. But guess what? We got to read through those again. Hopefully, Steven takes both Panteras. That will save me a lot of trouble. Steven, it's like a buy one, get one free at that point. Your pick, though, Screaming Females. That is unopened for $10. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. We have Kristen Hirsch. We sold 1. There's 1 left. That is sealed on Gold Vinyl for $10. Also, Julian Baker, Turn Out the Lights. Julian Baker is sealed for $12.50. And Stephen Riley says he'll take both. There we go. I mean, yeah, at half off, it's basically like buy one, get one for $2.50. So, no, you can have both. You were first, and Pantera was back-to-back. So when an album like that's back-to-back, we usually just say you can pick whatever. So those sold to Stephen Riley, and then Helm of Sorrow. Chuck Wilson on Screaming Females and Julian Baker. Those are sold and sold to Chuck Wilson. This is a half-off bin, by the way. And then Hail Massaro, Kristen Hirsch. That's sold to Holden. Let me see if I still have that on my screen. Hail Massaro was sold to MT Matt. And then Edwin, and then Sunday. No, you didn't get one. And then somebody, wait a minute. Then somebody, Pat, no, then Danny had asked, so Danny got one, not Sunday. And then you were next, okay? Finishing up here, Ann Peebles, Straight from the Heart. That looks like a reissue of an old album. Yeah, 1971, probably some sort of soul album, $10. The Everyman, Giving Up on Free Jazz. Those are sealed for just $7.50. $7.50. There's that. And Joni Yano Souvenir. That's sealed for $10. We sold one James Blake. There's one left for $10. Prophet Industrial Music. We sold one. There's one left for $7.50. Rage War is still available. Sealed for $10. And Ja Lib Champion Sound is $12.50. You did get a Kristen Hirsch. Let me go up front and get another crate. And don't go anywhere. Y'all talk amongst yourself. You can let me know what your favorite meal is at McDonald's. I love McDonald's. Double cheeseburger, plain, just plain with cheese, French fries, Diet Coke, 2 apple pies, 2 double cheeseburgers, 2 fries, 2 apple pies, Diet Coke, Oreo McFlurry. Man, that sounds good right now. All right, here we go. What are we doing? What's going on? James Blake. David Hoy got James Blake. Number 7, Chicken McNuggets, double quarter pounder, classic. We have, did Chad say Rage War or Rage War? This is Wage War. Like you're not paying me enough. Or let's start war. Wage it. I don't know. And then we have McRib, hash browns. Chad had to sneeze. That was a heck of a one. That was a great sneeze. Ann Peebles, the Soda Dale Sanders, salmon, Ann Peebles, Eric Squindo. There's one copy left for $10. One copy left for $10. All right. Classical music. We occasionally have classical, yeah. We have quite a bit. We break it out occasionally and sell it in lots. It's rarely unadvertised. It just happens kind of spontaneously. So it just kind of happens whenever. All right, let's bring over another half off. Eric Squindo does take an Ann Peebles. Well, I think that was the 4th crate, and everything left is in 1 crate. So we're definitely moving some vinyl right now. Of course, I'm packing them pretty tight, and we've almost sold 2 full ones. And I have another one over here on deck. All right. I mean, how can you go wrong? Half off sealed stuff. This crate's pretty cool. I think it has some OG sealed stuff. And I hope it's all sealed. There may be some stuff in here that's not. It looked like mostly new sealed stuff, but we're about to find out. There could be some OG in here, though, too. Some vintage stuff. Dairy Queen Dairy Queen Blizzards are pretty good. You know, there's a Dairy Queen right down the road from my house, and I've lived in Lebanon here. I've lived in Lebanon now for 2 years, and I have only ate there one time, I think. And I love Dairy Queen. I don't know why I don't go there more. We have Jalib is $12.50. All right, here we go. No time to talk. More records. Half off sticker. Most of it sealed. Robert John and the Wreck. Red Moon Rising. Robert John's on red and black vinyl. Sealed for $12.50. Steven Sanchez. Angel Face. Gold vinyl. Steven Sanchez is sealed for $15. I've got 4 copies of Steven Sanchez on that. $15. Jim B said okay on Mad Lib. Ja Lib is sold to Jim B. Thank you. I had to make some room here in the crate, so I went ahead and pulled those out. First is the Steelwoods on your time. The Steelwoods, just $12.50. BMX Bandits, life still goes on. That's green vinyl for $7.50. And Code Orange, the Advance. Code Orange is sealed $12.50. No, the above, excuse me. The above, Code Orange, is sealed on cream, black, and brown vinyl. $12.50 on Code Orange. Nice. The Who's BBC Sessions, sealed for just $15. The Who's BBC Session. Code Orange is sold to MT Matt. Thank you on that. Steelwood sold to Danny Thomason. Steelwood sold to Danny Thomason. Gazpacho, not. Gazpacho is sealed. Double LP 2015. $17.50 on Gazpacho. Belvaco, Homer, I believe it's an indie rock album on red vinyl. $15 on that. Michael Fairchild on the Who BBC Sessions. John Dodd was second. I've got 2 copies of the Struts. I think I'm supposed to keep one of these for, G, Gundren. G. I think G wants one of these. Let me pull up my text messages from G. I think she wants one of these. What I'll do is, whoever's next, she'll probably end up watching this sale. The Struts is $15. I think I haven't seen that in forever. And I had a sticky note one night that G wanted one if I ever run back across it. She might have already found it. So if we happen to not need it, we'll go ahead and take whoever's next if we happen to even sell it. But the Struts is $15. I've got 2 of them. Another Steelwood, Straw in the Wind. That's $15. Steelwood, Straw in the Wind. This is a big discount on this. White Buffalo, these were $50. Now they're $25. John Dodd got Gazpacho. That's sold to John Dodd. Thank you. Lots of people on the Who. It went to Michael Fairchild. John was second. Robert was second. Susie was second. Talks was next. Danny wants a Struts. I know there's at least one available. And if somebody... Danny also gets the Steelwoods. If somebody does want this last one, let me know, and we'll make sure you get it if G didn't need it anymore, okay? White Buffalo, Jim is going to take times 2. Danny was next. Those are sold to Jim B. Jim Carroll Band. Jim Carroll Band is sealed for just $11.50. Sealed copies of Jim Carroll Band, a random cardboard insert. Also, we have... the World EP Fin Wheel X version, a tease. A tease, I believe, is the artist. The band is a tease. Thank you, Laura. K-pop sealed for $12.50. And ASAP Ferg, Always Strive and Prosper, white vinyl, that's sealed for $10. ASAP Ferg. And the War on Drugs, I Don't Live Here Anymore, those are sealed for $15. Shannon Price wants Job, J-O-B. That might have been for Jim Carroll Band. Maybe, no, Job, J-O-B. I know Holden gets one, right? And then Holden gets Jim Carroll Band. That is sold to 100. Sorry, Chad, 10,000 putback fees on both the size Japan metal. Are you saying you need to put back both of the Japanese Psy albums? Is that what you're trying to say there? Mike Monroy on ASAP Ferg. That is sold to Mike Monroy. ASAP Ferg. Shannon wants JCB. Jim Carroll Band. So, yeah, Shannon gets the other one. Holden got one. Shannon got one. Ron Duffield on War on Drugs and Talks with Raven. So, here's what I'm going to do. Let's go ahead and put this in the crate. And whoever's tagging, it may be G yourself, or it could be Jill, could be Jack, could be Tanner, could be Steve, could be Seth, could be Laura, could be Paul, could be John. Could be me, could be Julie. Whoever's tagging this, make sure G doesn't want one. If not, then that is sold to Talks of Ravens, okay? Now, the Japanese Psy albums earlier, let me go ahead and pull those out of the bin. And I'm going to mark my spot here. Sunday Morning Session was second. Yes, he was second. He just commented. So I'm going to put these back in the crate at the same spot they were. Make sure these go to Sunday Morning Sessions, okay? Those go to Sunday Morning Sessions, all right? So those are sold to him. And then Holden wanted a Jim Carroll. Talks of Ravens wants Johnny Marr. That's from the previous bin. Let's pull that. Or from a previous bin. Yep, right here. Johnny Marr. That is sold to Talks of Ravens. And then Sunday got those. And GMB wants the last ASAP Fergs, which is two. Two on those. Those are sold and sold. Now we filled up a crate. Let me swap out crates right quick. Let me swap out crates right quick. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right, what's next? I can take the two sides. Sunday was second. Yeah, you don't want to go to sleep right now. There's another War on Drugs. War on Drugs is $15. Next is Mac DeMarco. Mac DeMarco, here comes the Cowboy demo, sealed, $7.50. This is $7.50. Footwave? Footwave? I think. Footwave. Kevin Keeney, Think About It. Sealed white vinyl, $10. Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes. Nice. Sealed, 2018 press. $12.50 on Eric Clapton. Ken Foster on Mac DeMarco. That's sold to Ken Foster. Paul Cantor, that's an original sealed, $7.50. An original sealed, Paul Cantor, Planet Earth, $7.50. Carly Simon, that's an original sealed. When I say original sealed, some sort of vintage pressing. I'm not guaranteeing it's a first press, but it's definitely not a new pressing, if that makes sense. So those two are like vintage OGs, not necessarily first press. There's a good chance they are, but no guarantees. I think you get what I'm saying. Shannon gets KK. Phantom Canuck gets a Mac DeMarco. So we did have two of those. Those are sold. Michael Fairchild gets to Eric Clapton. That is sold. And we have Chris Ferrara on War on Drugs. That's sold to Chris Ferrara. All of a sudden, I've started itching. I think it's lack of sleep and food. My hands are itching. My ankles are itching. What is going on? Somebody's playing some kind of curse on me. Robert Warner on Paul Cantor. That's sold to Robert Warner. Next is Roger Daltrey. That's a sealed original. Sealed $7.50. We have Benny Sings, Young Hearts. That's sealed on Sky Blue Vinyl. $12.50. I've got two of those. Things That Take Time. Courtney Barnett. Another sealed Courtney Barnett. Blue Vinyl, $10. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. B-Sides and Rarities. This is opened. It's a double LP. Nick Cave is just $12.50 though. It is open. Near mint. $12.50 on that. Roger Moon, Second Class View of Paradise. That is sealed. That's an original record for $5. Tim Moore is a vintage record. Tim Moore is sealed for $5. Elephant's Memory. That's John Lennon's backing band, and he plays on that album. Elephant's Memory is $15. That's a sealed original. And Heg 5, Hege, House of Tears. That's sealed for $5. Shannon Price on NC. Nick Cave. Danny was second. John Dodd third. Also, we have music from the movie Splash, a soundtrack with poster, $10. So lots of people on Nick Cave. Shannon got it, then Danny, then John, then Robert. Pete Carr, not a word on it. Pete Carr is $5. Corliss is sealed. That's a country rock album for $5. Shotgun is sealed Funk Disco, $7.50. Buckhorn is sealed Southern Rock for $7.50. The Very Best of Johnny Burnett, that is sealed for $5. Ronnie Ritchie on CB, and CB was for Courtney Barnett. That's sold to Ronnie Ritchie. Also, Thomas Mars, Another Perfect Woman, that's sealed for $5. Densmore Payne, sealed a Southern Rock album for $10. Big Blue Marble, this is actually opened, $6.50 on that. Splash is sold to Leslie Holt. Second on that was Larry Gonzalez. Also, this is a Spotify Top Fan exclusive stained glass tricolor. This is The Show, Neil Horan. $20 on that. That is stained glass tricolor. That is now half off of $39.99. Danny put BH, and that was for Buckhorn. And then I believe, right? Yeah, Buckhorn. And then Holden got Burn. And Burn was for Barnett. I bet that's for Barnett because he bought one earlier, but we'll find out. And then Jim B on NH for Neil Horan. That's so to Jim B. And Lost Blues Volume 1, sealed $7.50. Los Blues, like LOS. It might have sounded like I said Lost, which it is. Los, not a T on the end. Los Blues Volume 1. All right. Now, I'll confirm with Holden he did want Barnett. If not, then let me know exactly what Burn was. And now, let's go through this crate one more time. First is Jeremy's asking about the first record. Robert John and the Wreck. That was sealed for $12.50. Danny wants LB, Lost Blues. That's so to Danny B. Doing a half-off crate here. No more, no less. A lot of sealed stuff. Still got all 4 copies of Steven Sanchez. Gold vinyl. Those are just $15. Also, BMX Bandits. That's sealed for $7.50. That's on orange vinyl. Also, Belvaco, that's sealed for $15. Jeremy wants John and the Wreck, Blues Comp. That was not a blues compilation. That was the name of the artist, Lost Blues. Not a compilation. I'm going to put it back in the bin unless you say otherwise. There's another Belvaco. Those are sealed for $15. This is Atiz for $12.50. Also, we sold 2 copies, or maybe even 3 of the War on Drugs. We got 1 left for $15. And then here's some of the sealed original stuff we had. Nope. First, we got Footwave. Footwave is $7.50. And then I'm going to go ahead and put, so none of these get mixed up there. That goes in here. Okay, and then we had sealed originals of Carly Simon, Roger Daltrey, Benny Sings. I still got those. Also, we have Roger Moon, Tim Moore, Elephant's Memory, Heg 5, Pete Carr, Corliss, Shotgun, Johnny Burnett. Thank you, Holden. That's sold to you for $5. Johnny Burnett, Thomas Mars, Dismore Payne, Bleed Big Marble, and Courtney Barnett. Courtney Barnett is sealed for $10. All right. I'm thinking one more crate. I started this show at 1:10. It's 1:10 right now. I started this show around 5:30 Central Time, and we're closing up on 7.5 hours, probably more than 7.5 hours, probably 7 hours, 40 minutes. So we probably have technically about 20 minutes left. I can do 1, maybe 2 more. And Chuck Wilson gets that last Courtney Barnett, okay? And Elephant's Memory was sealed, and a lot of the OG stuff still left in here. I think it was $15 because it was $29. Whoop. Yeah, it's $29.99. John Lennon has a guest appearance on here. $15. Nick Cave is long gone on that. All right. And we probably could have already been showing more because most of that stuff there is kind of like vintage type stuff. And I think we got time for 2 more. I'm going to have to run up front and get them. And I know where they're at. We got plenty more. But hey, this is a good idea. I know what y'all going to be asking for tomorrow. Half off lure crates, Chad. Half off lure crates, Chad. And I'm going to say, you know what? Let's do some more half off lure crates. Let me go get them. All right, I'll be right back. Test, test. Back in range. Yep, back in range. Y'all can hear me. I'm live. Ken Foster wants that last copy of War on Drugs. You got it. All right, let's keep rolling here. 181 faithful viewers staying on past 2 a.m. Eastern Time. Past 2 a.m. Eastern Time. There's a good chance I'm the only record store in America open right now selling records, unless they have a website, which is possible. They're selling something at this moment. Is there another record store open in America right now? What time is it on the West Coast? There might be out there in Los Angeles. I'm sure they have something that stays open late. Amoeba. How late does Amoeba stay open out there in LA? They've got to stay open late. In Los Angeles, summertime, springtime. Could Bob be the only record store open in America right now? I know there's none open on the East Coast at 2 a.m. Maybe New York City? Maybe New York City? I don't know. Can anybody answer that? Google it. Next is Juice World. This is Juice World. This is sealed for $15. Nothing late in LA anymore. Makes sense. Probably don't want to like have complete destruction of their store at 1 a.m. And we have Motionless in White Reincarnate. This is sealed for $15. Motionless in White for $15. The Obits Die at the Zoo. That is sealed for $10. Yellow or pink vinyl. Sealed on that. And Motionless in White. There's Motionless in White. And Chief Keef Mansion Music. And this is sealed for $12.50. There's one, there's two. Okay? There's one, there's two. There's that, there's that. Half off. I know I'm crazy for doing this. But if we didn't do this, could y'all imagine how much my inventory would grow? Oh my gosh, I would have warehouses full of vinyl. I would have buildings, giant buildings full of vinyl. It would be unattainable. It would be crazy. All right, so let's figure out what happened here. Mike Monroy on JW. That's Juice World. That's sold to Mike Monroy. Thank you. You got the first Juice World there. Next. James Hicks got Motionless in White. That is sold to James Hicks. And we have 2 copies of Nova Twins. Nova Twins is sealed for $12.50. We have Touche Moore Lament. That is sealed for $15. 3 copies here of Brockhampton Roadrunner. Brockhampton is sealed for $15. MT got Motionless in White. That is another copy sold to MT Matt. Also, Orville Peck Bronco. Orville Peck is sealed for $15. And we have Bryson Tiller, True to Self. Bryson Tiller is sealed, $12.50. $12.50 on that. And we have several copies of that. And Eagles of Death Metal, Heart On, that's sealed for $12.50. MOBA Berkeley, 7 p.m. Wow, that's crazy. Los Angeles and record stores are closing at 7 and 9. If I owned Amoeba, well, I guess I'd have to know what's going on there as far as crime and stuff. I'm sure they don't want to keep people working there in that store till like midnight. I wouldn't have anybody here in Lebanon, Tennessee with very little crime working here till midnight with the doors open. That's very risky nowadays. Mike Allspaw got Eagles of Death Metal. Danny Thomason second on that. Ron Duffield third. Mad Villain. Mad Villainary Instrumentals. Mad Villain is sealed for $10. I've got 2 of those. Sleaford Mods, UK Grim. That's sealed on silver vinyl for $10. Lights, Midnight Machines. Lights is sealed on clear vinyl for $10. And Gene Vincent and his Blue Caps. Blue Gene Bob. That's the oldest artist I've seen so far since we've been doing this. Gene Vincent, $10. Ed Sheeran equals. Ed Sheeran's $10. And if you're just joining us, we're doing half off sealed lower crates, like sealed new vinyl. They talked me into it. We've been doing it now for about almost 2 hours, I guess. And it has been pretty crazy. And we're on the tail end of it, but we still got a lot to show. Eagles of Death Metal sold to Mike, then Danny, then Rod. Colin Butler got Mad Villain. I mean, half off. Laura's already comped most of these at like the cheapest Discogs or the most recent sold, and now they're half off of that. What in the world? Colin Butler gets one. Ken Foster gets one. Shannon was next. Mike Monroy was next. DJ Not So Good got a Gene Vincent. Robert Vlodarchek got an Ed Sheeran. Holding got a Gene Vincent. And Leslie was next on Ed Sheeran. DJ, I'm fresh out of Mad Villains, but I do have King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Holy moly, this is an unofficial demos record, volume 3 and 4, unofficial, $15. $15. And because of that, I'm sad, and here comes the rain. Oh, man. That is $15 for King Gizzard. Can you believe it? That is sold to Dale Sanders. Colin Butler got Juice World. That is sold to Colin Butler. And then Chris is next on Eagles King. Eagles King. I think those have already gone. Colin next on Gizzard. Then Michael. Then John. Then Curtis. Then Danny. The next 2 things we have here is Ed Wynn. Shimmer into Nature. That is sealed for $10. And Ryan Bingham, American Love Song. Ryan Bingham is sealed for $15. We have Stellar Funk, The Best of Slave. Now just $10. Slave is $10. And Jack White, Entering Heaven Alive. Jack White is sealed for $10. Jack White is sealed for $10. Jack White. Whoa. What is going on? What is that? Does anybody know what just happened? That's on blue vinyl for $10. We have Robert on Ryan Bingham, or excuse me, Robert was next on King Gizzard. Danny got Ryan Bingham. Danny got Ryan Bingham. And then Robert on Ed W. Ed Wynn. That's so to Robert Warner. And then Ken Foster put HE. I bet he got auto corrected. He did. Ken Foster. That is for Jack White and then Shannon Price. Then Danny, then Ron Duffield, then James Hicks, and then another Jack White. Wow. I can't wait to bring out the orb tomorrow night and totally freak some people out. That's going to be fun to use tomorrow night randomly. All right, let's run through those again very quickly. And I think we got time. What's my timer? Bryson Tiller times the count. Wow. Jim B just knocked out 1, 2, 3. How much time do I have left? I just completely smacked the camera with Bryson Tiller. All 3 of these are sold. All 3 of those are sold to Jim B. Jim B, that was times 3. Let's run through these again. 15 minutes on Facebook. There we have it. And we have Juice World. That is sealed for $15. For those that's watching late, it's going to be fun tomorrow during prime time to bring out the orb. That's going to be fun. I'm going to be like, whoa, what is going on right now? Juice World is $15. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 4 left. Does anybody want one? $15, double LP. The O-Bits is either on yellow or pink vinyl. That is $10. Chief Keef is sealed for $12.50. Also, we have what here? Nova Twins. Nova Twins is $12.50. We got 2 of those. And we have Touche L'Amour sealed for $15. Yes, Colin, I pulled you a Juice World. I hope. Yes, Colin Juice World. Let me make sure. Juice World, right there is your Juice World. And then Ryan Bingham, right? Yeah, then Ryan Bingham, Ed Wynn. Yes, you got one, okay? And Brockhampton Roadrunner, sealed for $15. Orville Peck Bronco, sealed for $10. Michael Fairchild on O-Bits. That's sold to Michael Fairchild's. And UK Grimm is sealed for $10. Lights, Midnight Machines, clear vinyl, $10. And Slave. Now, that's a 70s band, Slave. That's funk. I'm going to call it funky music, right? $10 on Slave. Kind of pop, funk, you know, that kind of stuff. $10 on Slave. Pop funk, maybe. Pop funk, is that such a thing? All right, let me go grab another crate. I've got how much? 15 minutes. We can do it. And we're about to fill up our 8th crate of sold records for the night. Let me go get another one. I'll be right back. Time, test. Am I in range? It looks like I am. Time is working against me, but I think we can plow through these. Oh, let me get them over here. In less than 15 minutes now. Orville Peck. Orville Peck was called Bronco, sealed, I'm assuming black vinyl, $10 on that. Slave is red vinyl, $10. Okay, let me try to condense these right quick. Let me move all these up here. Chris Riddling gets Slave. And Jim B got Orville Peck. All right? So those two are sold there. Slave sold to Chris Riddlings. No. Who asked? David V asked first. David V 63 asked first. David V gets it. He asked first. Sorry for any confusion. Jim B got Orville Peck. All right. Here we go. This is a full crate with a lot of variety, it looked like. Let's sell everything in here. Let's sell everything in here. First thing I have is, these are all new and sealed, half-off sticker, blowout sales. Starcrawler, Devour You. Starcrawler is sealed for $10. I've got 3 copies of Coulter Wall Little Songs. Coulter Wall is sealed for $15. 3 copies of Bachelor, Doom and Son. Bachelor's on yellow vinyl for $10. 2 copies of Touche Amore is Survived By. That's sealed for $15. That's on light blue vinyl. That's a post-hardcore album. 2 copies here of Juice WRLD Project. The debut project from Juice WRLD, I think it's called Goodbye and Good Riddance. Sealed, Juice WRLD. We'll call that Juice WRLD $15. Coulter Wall is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you on that. Shannon Price on Touche. Touche is sold to Shannon Price. Also, 2 copies of Titus Andronicus. This is sealed for $15. Titus Andronicus, sealed for $15 on that. We've got 2 copies, and this is Bad, Not Good. The note from Laura says super good contemporary jazz fusion, 15 on that. Jim B wants both of the Juice WRLD Project record there. That's sold to Jim B, and Jim B, he gets ×2. Sparks. Now, this is from Friday Music on blue vinyl. Most of the Friday Music stuff new costs 40 or 45. This was already 30 and now just $15 on Sparks. Bad, Not So Good, or whichever that's called. That's sold to Michael Fairchild. John Dodd gets a other copy. That's now gone. Sparks. PJ Harvey in the half-off bin. Wow, $17.50 on PJ Harvey. 3 copies of The Last Dinner Party, Prelude to Ecstasy. That is sealed for $15. Sealed $15. Bad. Chris Riddlings does get Sparks. That's sold. And Purple Fuzzy next on the other. The hype sticker on Titus Andronicus. It says Titus Andronicus, The Monitor. 10th anniversary remastered for vinyl. One of the 21st century's best rock acts. That's a quote from The Atlantic. Best album of the decade. Accolades from AV Club, Brooklyn Vegan, Stereo Gum, Tiny Mixtapes, Vice, and more. And that is sealed for $15. And we have 2 of them. PJ Harvey, sold to DJ Not So Good. That is sold. Also, 3 copies of Jack Harlow. That's what they all say. Jack Harlow is now just $12.50. Casey Musgraves is on yellow vinyl. Casey Musgraves now just $12.50. Also, we have Gemini Riot, Steve Lacy. Note from Laura, great album, $12.50. 3 copies of Naked Raygun, Over the Overlords. Red vinyl, that's sealed for $15. 2 copies of Squid, Bright Green Field. Squid, the note from Laura says Killer Band, $12.50 on Squid. 3 copies here of Coco Drillo by Action Bronson. Action Bronson's just $10. Ken Foster gets a Casey Musgraves. That's sold. Shannon Price on Naked Raygun. That's sold to Shannon Price. And Weather Alive, Beth Orton. Beth Orton is $10. Holden also gets a Casey Musgraves. That's sold. Ken Foster gets a Squid. Ken gets Squid. Squid goes to Ken. Also, 2 copies of Toxic Reasons in the House of God. That is sealed for $15. Lisa Marachi. I am out of Juice WRLDs unless you want one from unless you wanted the one from the previous bin. This Juice WRLD I still have, Lisa. That one there, Death Race for Love. If so, just say sold, $15. Darren Johnson on that other Naked Raygun. That is sold to Darren Johnson. Action Bronson sold to Purple Fuzzy. That's sold to Purple Fuzzy. And he says, no, Steve Lacy. Lacy, not Casey. Ken does not get a Casey. He gets a Lacy. Casey, I don't know how I did that. Lacy, that's this record right here. That's sold to Ken instead of Casey. So let me do all that again because I just got those out of order. DJ got PJ. DJ got PJ. Ken got Lacy. Shannon got a naked ray gun. And then Holden got a Casey. Ken got a squid. Lisa possibly on Juice World. Darren got a naked ray gun. Action Bronze, and so did Purple Fuzzy. And then we have Jim B on Juice World. Those have already been claimed, though. Those have already been claimed, unless she was talking about one from previously. Olivia Rodrigo sealed for $17.50. Olivia Rodrigo Guts. Love, wow, in the half off bin. $15 on Love. Also, Abscess, Political Vomit. That's unplayed, aka new. So we put unplayed when it doesn't come sealed, but we know it's new because we got it from distribution, or all this stuff came new from distribution. And the Mountain Goats, the Sunset Tree, sealed for $10. The Mountain Goats. And King Cruel, the Ooze, OOZ, sealed for $12.50. Stephen Riley on Olivia Rodrigo. Michael Fairchild on Olivia Rodrigo. Michael Fairchild on Love. Purple Fuzzy was next on Love. Wow. Let's go through that again. I think I got about, 7-8 minutes left on Facebook. And if you're watching on Facebook, the feed's going to end because we've been going for 8 hours. And then I'm just going to wrap up on YouTube. But don't worry, you're not going to miss anything else. This is the last crate. This is the last cradle here. Wage War is still available. AB Price, AB Abscess, Shannon, that's $7.50. Ken Foster gets a Ken Cruel. Mike Monroy on Action Bronson. That is sold to Mike Monroy. Wage War still available. And we have 6 minutes on Facebook. I'm going to have to cash into my 401k. Might as well do it now. Lisa said sold on Juice World. Shannon gets AB, and AB was for Abscess. That's sold to Shannon Price. Brandon Lack wants Rage War from the other one. Jim, she's talking about the other Juice World. She is talking about the other Juice World. Unless she wants that one too, just let me know. Let me find this Rage War record. I can't remember where it was now, but maybe we can find it right quick. And I'll find that in just a second. Brandon Lack wants Rage War. That way we can go ahead and show another crate. I am running out of time, but I have also filled up a crate and I don't have anywhere else to put anything. I have never worked against a clock like this in my life. Clock. I feel like it's like almost about to go to overtime in a basketball game or something. Or I'm driving down the field trying to kick a field goal to get into overtime. This is very stressful. And then the next comment is Action Bronson. If there's one left, there should be one. Cocodrillo Turbo. It is. That's sold to DJ. Not so good. That is sold as Jim Beam. Want to get the other one? That would be great. All right. So that other Juice World side project record, give one to Lisa Marachi as well as Jim B. Here's what's left in this bin. We have Starcrawler, Devour You, sealed $10. Starcrawler, Coulter Wall, Little Songs. Coulter Wall is sealed for $15. We got 3 copies of Bachelor, Doom and Son. This is sealed for $10. I'm going to have to throw some passes out of bounds, call some timeouts. I'm going to have to foul. We have Bachelor for $10. Stephen Riley wants a copy of Squid. There's luckily one left for you, Stephen. That's sold to you. Also, we got Touche Amore. That's light blue vinyl, sealed for $15. Titus Andronicus is still available, $15. And the last dinner party, that is sealed for $15. We've got a couple of those. Also, Jack Harlow, that's sealed for $12.50. One naked ray gun left over the Overlord. That's sealed on red vinyl for $15. Beth Orton is sealed for $10. Toxic Reasons is sealed for $15. Casey Musgraves, there is one left in yellow vinyl, $12.50. We have Olivia Rodrigo. There's 2 left for $17.50. Abscess is $7.50. The Mountain Goats is $10. And King Cruel is $12.50. I'll buy the Wayne Shorter for $20 from the very first Laura crate tonight. I claimed both Beth Ortons earlier. Wow, I didn't even see that. Beth Orton and Beth Orton. I think there's only one, Jim, but I'll give you one. I'll give you that one right there. Chris Frazier on Titus Andronicus. That's sold to Chris Frazier. And then Danny Thomason gets Casey Musgraves. Amazing female country artist. Incredible. I don't listen to a lot of modern country, but I'll listen to her. And she's very pretty. And we have 3 minutes. Way to close it out. Wow, what a show. At some point tonight, I feel like I was so hungry and sleepy, I was ready to stop at 11. Now look at us. It's 1:30, and we have sold more vinyl tonight than we have in the last 2 weeks in any given night. By far. 8.5 full crates. Thanks to everybody. Now, I still got to find Wage War right quick. Let me see if I can find that for Brandon Lack. Look at us now, Mom. Mom, we made it. This is sold to that's sold to Brandon Lack, Wage War. Michael Fairchild wants an Olivia Rodrigo. These will be posted in the group. Whole lot of records in the morning, and this is gonna probably clean out the rest of them. When we start the show tomorrow, we're going to be going through these again and pulling stuff that people have bought at 6 a.m. here in about 5.5 hours when people start waking up and viewing these. And then John Dodd said he'd give 20 for Wayne Shorter earlier tonight. John, if I can find that, it's yours. The trouble is going to be trying to find that. I have reshuffled and condensed everything tonight. There is honestly no telling where that is, but I will try my best, okay? One more sealed half off. I've got to stop. No, that's it. Let's save some for tomorrow. We can do this again. I'll do this again tomorrow, so y'all better go ahead and get some sleep. Take off from work early. We better stop. Danny's saying loyal YouTubers, and he's watching over on Facebook. He's like, I'll set up a YouTube account right quick. He probably already has one. All right. But yeah, this is final call for vinyl. Facebook's about to end. Facebook's about to shut off. Thanks, everybody. And then I'll do my final goodbyes over here with YouTube, okay? Final goodbyes over here on YouTube. But thanks, everybody. I'll be back at 5, hopefully 5:30 tomorrow. I usually say 5, but it's getting closer every day to 5:30. I don't like that, but I just have a problem being on time. It's like some kind of weird thing with me. I just can't be on time. Or I get here on time, and then I get a lot of distractions. Chad, I need you to sign this check. Chad, will you do this? Chad. And I'm like, we got to start on time. Everybody's going to be yelling at me because I'm late. Whoa. What's on the screen? What is going on? And then just like that, it's gone. Amazing. Y'all are all absolutely fantastic people. If anybody tomorrow tells you you're not fantastic, then you can say, I disagree. Chad told me yesterday I was a fantastic person. He said, I am a fantastic person. So you can take it up with him. And if they don't think you're fantastic, give them my number, and I'll say, listen, I don't know who you think you are, but so-and-so is a fantastic person. Don't make me put a pop knot on your head like Roy Mercer. Y'all ever listen to that? Roy D. Mercer? That stuff is very funny. I hadn't listened to that in a long time. I might have to get on YouTube tonight and listen to some Roy D. Mercer. How big of a boy are you? And Jim, did you get both your Beth Ortons? I don't know. I think there was only one. Beth Orton, and Jim got it. But they'll figure that out tomorrow when they're watching all this. Chad's ready for something to eat. Probably salmon and Oreos. I love salmon and Oreos. And I could keep showing stuff. Like, how about we run some more Japanese auctions? No, we can't. We better wrap up. Facebook's gone. I just lost half my viewers. There's still quite a bit on YouTube. 65, 37 on X. That's not right. There's no way there's 37 on X. Is anybody out there on X willing to say hi? There's no way there's 37. There's no way there's 37. I bet YouTube's about to go up, though. It was at 66, now 68. Probably some people just got over on YouTube for that left Facebook. All right. All righty. Okay. Chad's hungry. So what time is it? If I left right now and didn't clean anything up or do any videos, I'd be at my house before 2. I probably just need to go ahead and do the videos now, just in case I oversleep. And we can, because we got to have those scheduled. Yeah, I better do them right now. Waiting on the half off. Not happening. Show's over. Thanks, everybody, for watching. I know we could keep going. I like saving them when everybody's watching at the same time. So it's been absolutely fantastic. Here is my hearts, because thank y'all. And what else do we have? Some fireworks. There we go. Amazing. Thanks, everybody. One more time. One more time. There we go. Salmon and Oreos. Yep. Let's do that one more time. Wow. Big celebration tonight. Boom. I wish that I need to, Jake said I could do, Jake said I could do, what am I doing here? I don't know how to get back now. This isn't good because I don't know how to get back to the to the camera. Oh no, how do I get back here? Okay, there we go. What is this one? Oh, that's confetti. Wow, there's a lot of cool stuff on here. Let's see. We've clicked all these, right? There's a thumbs down. That's what I bring out when Jim B asks if there's any NoFX. So Jim B has asked, do you have any NoFX tonight? And then I click on this. Nope. All right, then what does this do? Oh, that's the orb. Oh, you can do two at the same time. Wow. No, it cuts it off. Okay. All right, sorry, I'm trying to play with all this. We're on a new server, Streamlabs. Portrait mode. I don't think that's changing much, honestly. No, it's not. All right. One last fireworks, and that's it. Thanks, everybody. I'm in the feed. Good night. And we are finished. Thank you, Talks of Ravens, Brandon Lack, Steve Riley, Perpy Fuzzy, Danny Thomason, Phantom Canuck, Holden, Brandon Lack, Lisa Marachi, anybody else.